Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters, respected and distinguished speakers and moderators. To those who are tuning in, we appreciate you and we welcome you to day 2 of the Imam Ali and Spirit of Reform Conference. I want to thank you all for sticking with us despite a few technical issues that we experienced. And we hope that you can all understand certain issues will be out of our hands, like connectivity issues and internet. But we're trying to work through it, and we appreciate you for understanding that. We have a day full of entertainment, learning, and reflection ahead of us. But before we start, I'd like to share some information with you. This initiative was spearheaded by Sayyid Jawad Qazwini and in partnership with Ahl al-Bayt TV, the Universal Muslim Association of America, and in collaboration with 35 organizations from all over the world. Please go ahead and share the link to the conference with your friends and family and your loved ones so we can increase the reach of this transformative event. The link to the conference is conferenceimamali.com. Again, that's conferenceimamali.com. You could go ahead and find a full list of those we've collaborated with on that website, along with more information on upcoming events as well. I also want to note there will be a slight change to the schedule today. The closing remarks by Sayyid Jawad will happen before the keynote address. So that's going to take place before the keynote address. Also, don't forget to use that hashtag Imam Ali 2021 so we can get this event trending. Please don't let us down. I'm sure we could count on this. We can count on you for this, and let's get this trending. To begin our event with the blessings and barakat of Allah, we will start with the beautiful recitation of the Holy Quran. I would like to now introduce Qari Zuhair Husseini. Brother Zuhair, the mic is now yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. For those of you who'd like to follow along the verses I'm reciting, please refer to Surah Ali Imran, verse 189 and onwards, inshallah. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ولله ملك السماوات والأرض والله على كل شيء قدير إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار واختلاف الليل والنهار لآيات لأولي الألباب الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار. ولله ملك السماوات والأرض والله على كل شيء قدير. إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار لآيات لأولي الألباب الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار. ربنا إنك من تدخل النار فقد أخزيته وما للظالمين من أنصار. ربنا إننا سمعنا مناديا ينادي للإيمان ربنا إننا سمعنا مناديا ينادي للإيمان أن آمنوا بربكم فآمنا ربنا فاغفر لنا ذنوبنا وكفر عنا سيئاتنا وتوفنا مع الأبرار ربنا فاغفر لنا ذنوبنا وكفر عنا سيئاتنا وتوفنا مع الأبرار ربنا وآتنا ما وعدتنا على رسلك ولا تخزنا يوم القيامة إنك لا تخلف الميعاد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم عم يتساءلون عن النبأ العظيم الذي هم فيه مختلفون كلا سيعلمون عم يتساءلون عن النبأ العظيم الذي هم فيه مختلفون كلا سيعلمون ثم كلا سيعلمون ثم كلا سيعلمون صدق الله العلي العظيم اللهم صل وسلم وزد وبارك على رسول الله وآله الأطهار على رسول الله وآله الأطهار. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
MashaAllah, Brother Zahir. You have a truly gifted voice. May Allah bless you for that beautiful recitation. It's truly a gift to be able to recite the holy words of Allah in such a spiritual manner. And that really just calmed me and put me at ease. Transitioning into our next segment, we focus on the teachings of Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam on how to coexist with our brothers and sisters from different faith groups. The best example we can attempt to emulate are the Ahl al-Bayt, and especially Imam Ali alayhi salam. Our upcoming panel is titled Imam Ali and the Principles of Interfaith Peace. I look forward to the panel and the wisdom that will come of it. I'd now like to ask our dear sister Mehnaz to take over from here. Sister Mehnaz, the floor is now yours.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Welcome to our Peace and Interfaith panel today. My name is Mehnaz Lada, and I am a Talent and Org Development Coordinator with NBC Universal, as well as co-founder and Executive Director of Operations with the Sahifa Foundation. Today, I will be moderating today's session and joined by our esteemed panelists, Sayyid Hussein Kazwini and Sheikh Fayyaz Jaffer. But first, I'd like to introduce them formally. Sayyid Hussein Kazwini has studied at the seminaries Karbala and Najaf, and he has a number of publications on topics like Islamic law, jurisprudence, and the science of biography. He holds a bachelor's in Islamic studies from UC Berkeley. And Sheikh Fayyaz Jaffer has also studied at the seminary in Karbala. He is currently the associate chaplain and research scholar at the Islamic Center at New York University. He holds a master's degree in Islamic studies with a concentration in early Islamic history. Thank you both for joining us today.
Thank you for having us. Thank you so much.
So our topic for today is both timely and paramount to our continued success, not only as a community, but also part of larger society. And so initially we wanted to frame the conversation by rooting it in the Quranic perspective, but I see that Sayyid Hussein Kazwini might have some technical difficulties. So first I'd like to pivot and turn to Sheikh Fayyaz Jaffer. You know, interfaith in the context of religion can often equate to the idea of tolerance and kind of coexisting without causing too much conflict. So Sheikh Fayyaz, would you be able to share some light in terms of how we can have positive, meaningful interactions instead of divisive debates?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that we live in a world that is, seemingly driven by a lot of polemical rhetoric, and oftentimes we see ourselves kind of in a very polarized climate on two unique sides of the spectrum. So, in the context of, I don't know, maybe the last 8 years plus. In the United States, for instance, there is, this ongoing conversation of Democrat and, Republican. And you're on one side of the spectrum politically. You're either conservative or you're liberal, and so on. And I think when we sort of hone in and really focus our conversation in regards to interfaith, interreligious engagement, there's that same ability and potential naturally as well to kind of fall toward one side of the spectrum. Either we're into this or we're not into it. And then at the end of the day, like, what's the objective? And I think that kind of in doing this work, it's really, really important and imperative to kind of, again, focus upon what are those ultimate objectives of engaging with the, someone from another community. If the idea is to create some sense of meaningful dialogue, great. But oftentimes what we see from, interfaith and interreligious engagement is that, the culmination of it ends up in having, like a cup of coffee with somebody else and like eating some cookies, but without any sort of meaningful experience. So I think that if we're starting again by re-strategizing what our purpose is and the ultimate objective of interfaith engagement, because no one's asking anyone to kind of give up their religious ideology. No one's asking one another to kind of give up their ultimate beliefs. We have certain beliefs and we have certain convictions, and we want to stick with those principles. You know, we believe in God, we believe in the Messenger, sallallahu alaihi wa alihi, we believe in the Imams of Ahlul Bayt, peace and blessings be upon them. We should never feel that me entering into a state of dialogue or engagement with anyone else is necessarily giving up those things. So I think that's kind of the most important aspect of it, to kind of re-strategize and restate virtually our objectives of what the purpose is. And I think from there on, we can find a lot more meaningful conversation. If that makes sense.
Thank you, Sheikh Riaz. I think you definitely set us up nicely in terms of what our conversation today will consist of. But Sayyid Kazwini, I'm happy that you're able to join us with no difficulties, hopefully. And so let's backtrack for a minute and let's try to root this conversation into interfaith in Islam through the Quran. So as you may know, one of the common misconceptions about our faith is that there's little to no room for diversity of thought. You know, those who differ from us, whether it be in their ethnicity, language, or religion, should be considered outcasts of society. But we all know that this is not true. So Sayyid Hussein, how does Islam recognize, encourage, and celebrate that diversity, particularly within the Quran?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى الطيبين الطاهرين. First of all, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to our dear host, Sister Mahnaz, and to my dear brother and friend, Sheikh Fayyad Ja'far, and to whoever is watching us from all across the world. I ask for your forgiveness for the technical difficulties that I'm having. Hopefully they shouldn't be repeated again, inshallah. First of all, the Quran celebrates diversity amongst human beings. Allah says, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Ya ayyuhan nas, inna khalaqnakum min dhakarin wa untha. O people, we have created you from a male and female. وَجَعَلْنَاكُمْ إِلَى لِتَعَارَفُوا, made you into tribes and clans so that you may meet one another. The Quran is celebrating these differences. It celebrates the diversity in our race, in our nationality, in our tongues. Allah says in another verse, وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ خَلْقُ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَاخْتِلَافُ أَلْسِنَتِكُمْ وَأَلْوَانِكُم. From amongst his signs for you is the creation of the sky and the earth and your various tongues, meaning languages, and your various colors. This is one of the signs of Allah Azza wa Jal. Allah is showing his power and strength through our diversity. So this is something celebrated in the Quran, and this is something that we should celebrate as well. It's not a source of disagreement, but a source of unity. It's a source of celebration. لِتَعَارَفُوا, and we have created you in different clans and tribes, different races, different languages, so that you may meet one another, so that you may complete one another, so that you may understand one another and help one another. لِتَعَارَفُوا. The purpose of this diversity is that we may work together and understand each other and complete one another. So this is something that should be celebrated as it is celebrated in the Holy Quran. We see that the Quran, when it comes to interfaith, we see that in several verses in the Quran, the verse starts as قُلْ يَا أَهْلَ الْكِتَابِ, say, O you the people of the book. And this is a beautiful expression. It doesn't say, O you Jews, or O you Christians, or O you those who don't believe in what we believe. No, O you who believe in a book, and we believe in a book. So we're starting with what we have in common. قُلْ يَا أَهْلَ الْكِتَابِ. And this verse is so beautiful, the one that I'm about to recite. And if we, those who believe in interfaith and believe in interfaith activism and work in interfaith, if they take this verse as a motto, قُلْ يَا أَهْلَ الْكِتَابِ تَعَالَوْا إِلَى كَلِمَةٍ سَوَاءٍ بَيْنَنَا وَبَيْنَكُمْ أَلَّا نَعْبُدَ إِلَّا اللَّهِ. O you who believe in book, O the people of books, come and let's agree to not worship other than Allah. And that's what we have in common with the people of the book. Starting, we have in common the Quran on this. I'm running out of time, but the Quran encourages interfaith. The Quran encourages dialogue of faith religions in a peaceful manner, in a civilized manner.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the Quran is always a guiding principle in our lives. But we also know that we can look to the lives of the prophets and the imams and look at how they interacted with people from all different walks of life. So Sayyid Hussein, I'd like to ask you if you can share some examples about how these personalities approached this topic back when they were alive, and what kind of lessons we can learn and maybe apply in our lives today.
When we look at the lives of Ahlul Bayt, we see nothing but respect for followers of other religions and other faiths. One day Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was sitting with a group of companions. A funeral passed by. Rasulullah stood up out of respect for the corpse. They told him, Ya Rasulullah, this is the corpse of a Jew. He said, so what? But he's a human. I respect him because he's a human. Rasulullah was giving us a lesson that it doesn't matter whether he's a Jew or a Christian or a Muslim. I respect him as a human being. We all know the famous hadith by Amir al-Mu'mineen who said, people are of two kinds, either your brethren in faith or your counterparts in humanity. One day Amir al-Mu'mineen had a guest, a Christian guest. When he left, he walked him to bid him farewell. He told him why. He said, because this is what we believe in our faith, to respect. One day, Amir al-Mu'mineen was in the desert walking with a Christian. And when they were about to depart ways, Amir al-Mu'mineen walked with him, with the Christian friend, towards his journey for a couple of steps, and then he returned back. He told him why. He said, because this is what Islam teaches us. Even if it's a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim. He said, this is the ethics and morals of prophets. And when you look at the lives of all the other imams, you see nothing but respect and honor for people of other faiths and religions. Imam Zayn al-Abidin, one day, a Zoroastrian was mentioned in an ill way in the presence of Imam Zayn al-Abidin. Imam Zayn al-Abidin said, no, don't say this. Don't say this. Every religion has its own form of marriage. That person made an ill remark regarding that person's lineage. You said, no, don't say this. For in every religion, there's a form of marriage. So Ahlul Bayt exhibited utmost respect and akhlaq towards people of other faiths and religions.
Great, thank you so much. And Sheikh Fayaz, with that understanding of how our prophets and imams live their lives, and I'm sure there are ample examples in addition to what has been shared already, but can you provide some best practices for navigating these conversations in the 21st century? You mentioned it earlier, we live in a very divisive, very hostile world where people are typically trying to find ways to argue. So in this context, what can people do to have a meaningful conversation? And if you can elaborate a bit more on that goal that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that Sayyid Hussein, he was a lot more eloquent in his explanation than I, but just to pick up where he left off. Again, starting with this understanding of mutual respect as the foundation and the guiding principle, not only of the way that we engage interfaith engagement, but the way that we engage engagement with people in general, right? Because these issues of divisiveness and of kind of falling on extremes in conversations is a problem that we find within our own communities as well. And I think it's an important aspect for us to start off with that foundational principle. The verse of the Quran in chapter 16, God states, "Udu ila sabila rabbik bil hikmati wal maw'izati al hasana wajadilhum billati hi ahsan." It says, call people to the way of your Lord by being wise, bil hikmah. And some commentators of the Quran have defined hikmah as knowing when to speak and knowing how to speak. Wal maw'idat al-hasana, and virtually using beautiful language, for lack of a better definition, lack of a better translation. So I think if we're starting off with this idea, calling people to the way of God, what's the way of God? Other than, the names and the attributes that he describes himself. Bringing people toward mercy, bringing people toward justice, bringing people toward compassion, bringing people toward the ultimate and most sublime qualities and values founded within community and society, that every single human being, whether you're a theist or non, embraces. Everyone loves justice. Everyone loves beauty. Everyone loves love. Everyone loves these sort of foundational qualities or sublime sort of qualities. And I think, again, if we're starting with this, maybe ayah of the Quran as a model again in approaching, then we do so, we bring people toward those most purest of qualities and values by knowing when to speak, knowing how to speak, bil-hikmati wal-maw'idhati al-hasana, and by speaking, politely, in those famous anecdotes between the Imams of Ahlul Bayt and those who may have spoken poorly to them. For instance, in that famous narration, which I know that is often sort of also narrated, on our pulpits, a man who comes to Imam al-Baqir and he speaks to him poorly and without, getting into the whole details, the Imam would respond to him by telling him that, if what you say about me is true, then may Allah forgive me. And if what you say about me is false, then may Allah forgive you. How can, when someone speaks to you poorly and you respond like that, it's the end of the debate, it's the end of the conversation, and at the end of the day, this man, he comes and he states, that I believe that there's no God but God, and that Muhammad is his messenger, and that you are the representative of God on earth, because you've demonstrated by means of your akhlaq, right? You've demonstrated by means of your etiquette. So again, I think, without getting into so many details, because I think the question was partially answered by Sayyid Hussein prior to mine, when we start off with that perspective and that view that we want to have respect for one another, we want there to be positive outcome and engagement. And maybe we'll talk about it later, but at the end of the day, like, what is the strategy kind of beyond the interfaith engagement and dialogue that we're enduring, or that we're aspiring for, when we know that we're working toward a common goal of making difference in our local communities, grassroots society, so on, there's that much more opportunity for growth.
That's great. And that kind of leads me into my next conversation. Many of us can recount a time in our lives where we've been engaging in a conversation where there's a form of proselytization. People are trying to convince other people to convert, that my religion is correct, your religion is wrong. And in the context of interfaith, Sheikh Shayaz, how do we really reconcile that and make sure that we're having a conversation? And we touched upon it already in terms of having that meaningful debate, having that right intention. But more so, how do we avoid trying to tell people that their religion is wrong and that Islam is the true message? Because we are constantly encouraged to spread the word of Islam, like our imams and prophets that came many years ago, and we're doing it today. So can you shed some light on that?
Yeah, for sure. I want to go back to that verse that was mentioned earlier as well. قُلْ يَا أَهْلَ الْكِتَابِ تَعَالُوا إِلَى كَلِمَةٍ سَوَاءٍ, right? That when God commands the messenger, sallallahu alaihi wa alihi wasallam, to communicate with the Jewish and Christian communities, he states, God again states, قُلْ, say, يَا أَهْلَ الْكِتَابِ, O people of the book, تَعَالُوا إِلَى كَلِمَةٍ سَوَاءٍ, let us come toward a common word. Let us come to a common understanding. So when you focus on commonalities before speaking about differences, this is again like the ethos that God commands the Prophet ﷺ to engage with in terms of other faith groups. So for sure, I think a lot of people they kind of have lost the boat in terms of understanding why interfaith engagement is meaningful, because naturally it's very hard to kind of decipher or reconcile between proselytization of faith and engaging in conversation, in meaningful work. So I would say that focusing upon those common values, right? For instance, over here in New York City, in the last year or so, there have been a whole host of unique challenges around COVID-19 and the pandemic. As most people know, New York in March and April was heavily hit last year, upwards of 30,000 deaths, many of them in our communities. What we began to see was the number of those impacted oftentimes fell on minority communities, Muslim communities, the African-American population, the Hispanic community locally in New York City, meaning financially they were out of work, there were more mortalities, more illnesses, for a whole host of different reasons, many a times due to socio-political circumstances and so on. And what we decided to do, our institution, the Islamic Center at New York University, along with other faith groups and communities, was figure out a way to utilize our common core values of doing good to our neighbor, right? At its most basic foundational principle, or just being good people, to gather together and figure out ways to, raise money or to support people, vulnerable and isolated communities. And we learn this, right, from Imam Ali ibn Hussein, Zain al-Abidin, who's known for his worship, but at the same time, who's known for his service to community in the darkness of night. We talk about Imam Amir al-Mu'mineen, we talk about how he was the caretaker of the orphans and the widows, in addition to him recognizing his justice and his valor and his bravery and his courage and battle and his ibadat and prayers and stuff. I think that, we have to go back to those principles of Ahlul Bayt, whereby they also were those who were the first and foremost in front of, the orphans and the widows and the most isolated and marginalized within their communities. And just over here, our center, across sort of Sunni Shi'i divide, and then even more so over the last year, we've been able to raise more than $3 million, right? Which I think is really, really remarkable. And, I'm blessed and privileged to be a part of that. But it starts with this idea of focusing on our shared values without, segregating on the basis of differences, but still remaining firm toward our religious ideology. We may get inspiration from different traditions, spiritually, from different figures, Ahlul Bayt or otherwise. But at the end of the day, we're working towards something that is needed and that is valuable at this moment in this community today.
Absolutely. And it emphasizes that shared responsibility we have to this conversation, that should be a guiding principle in everything we do. And so as I move on to my next topic, I'd love to get your perspective on a very historic moment that'll be happening later this week. Pope Francis is set to make his first ever visit to Iraq, where he'll meet with the Grand Ayatollah Sistani. So Sayyid Hussein, how significant is this moment in Islamic history, and have we ever seen something like this before?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This moment is extremely significant because we have never had in the history of the Pontifex and the history of the Vatican where the Pope had come himself, not a delegation of priests or fathers. No, he himself is to Iraq, number one. This is historic for Iraq. And number two, to the city of Najaf and to meet with the top scholar of Shia Islam, the top marj of Shia Islam. This is extremely significant because it has never happened before. Of course, we all know that this Pope Francis, he's special. He's different from his predecessors in his humility, in his public relations. This will be extremely significant. Why? Because first of all, it's going to bring, Najaf is already on the map. People have of Najaf, but it will more so come on the map. Shias have been neglected. Shias have been abandoned and ignored for so many years. Their rights, their political rights, their religious persecution that has taken place against Shias for centuries, even in countries where they are the majority, like here in Iraq. In Iraq, Shias have gotten some of their rights in the past 2 decades. Otherwise, here they are the majority. They have always been run and ruled by the minority. So Shias have always been the underdogs. They've always been booted. No one has given them the rights. We hope that this visit by the Pope, which is a very important meeting, it will bring back Shias back on the map, bring back Najaf on the map. We'll realize the significance of Shiism, the significance of the Marja'iyya, the Grand Ayatollah, who has played a very, very important role in the stabilization of Iraq, and not just Iraq, but the entire region. Iraq on the verge of going into a civil war. Sheikh Fayyaz knows this. He was in Iraq for at least 2 years. And I remember he lived in those turbulent years. Iraq went through very turbulent years. It was on the verge of civil war. But yet Sayyid Sistani, with his wisdom, he stopped that civil war. And, on the topic of interfaith and intrafaith, he issued a fatwa of not harming any Sunni cities and harming any Sunni individuals, and he put put a rest to that history, to that chapter of Iraq, that bloody chapter of Iraq. This visit will be extremely significant, will help bring harmony and understanding between Catholic, even in our beliefs. There's some beliefs that are believe, for example, in the intercession of the Virgin Mary. We believe in the intercession of our imams. There's a lot that we have in common. There's a lot to understand, and I hope that this visit will be the start of something very, very beautiful between these two faiths, Islam and Christianity. There's already great work done, but this will, this will be the epitome of the Muslim-Christian relations, inshallah.
Yes, it's definitely a moment that's significant to both Muslims and non-Muslims, and all eyes will be on it. Sheikh Fayaz, I'm curious though, do you think that this will kind of help break down some of the Islamophobic attitudes that run deep in our society? And do you think we'll ever see the reverse, where a top scholar, maybe Ayatollah Islam or someone else, take that step to do the reverse? Maybe somebody will be visiting Pope Francis at the Vatican.
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, as for your first part of your question, I think that would be, I think that's the goal. I think that would be wonderful. And I certainly hope that that's the case. Obviously, this meeting is very historic and momentous, and it has that, it has an awful lot of potential to kind of shatter a lot of misconceptions. Again, probably not founded amongst, senior leadership of their respective traditions, because I think there's a lot more understanding, but how it impacts kind of the grassroots communities at the end of the day. When, the Shia community sees, the top scholar of the world, being in engagement or engaging with, with Pope Francis, someone of his stature and someone of his presence, hopefully it will kind of motivate or give that inspiration, to the local communities to kind of reach out perhaps to their Catholic counterparts across the United States or otherwise, and kind of see ways that, we can continue to work together and build strategy. And I know I mentioned this term earlier, but I didn't really define it. I think that, what does that strategy look like? Again, working, if it's reaching out to your local church or, to a local, student organization on campus between Shias and Catholics, for instance, based on what we see from our religious leadership, I think it's important that maybe we start to engage and figure out ways not only to learn about one another, because learning in itself has a lot of benefit, and reading a book or a book study, whatever, but more than that, again, how to make, impact socially, like on the ground. So is there homelessness in our city? We need to work toward combating that. Is there, issues and concerns of, domestic violence founded within our respective communities? What are things that we can do in terms of building the institutions that are meaningful toward impacting them? Again, we focus upon the leaders, the inspiration that we gain from our leadership, and see how that emanates kind of thereafter. As for your your second question, I think we've seen a little bit of engagement before about many Shi'i scholars visiting the Vatican, and I hope that certainly continues, because that's what we need from our our teachers and from our leaders, and it's important that not to sound disrespectful, but I think that it's really, really important that we're working toward communicating with the office of our respective maraja, so that they are kind of coming to the forefront and doing things like that, especially holding them accountable or asking them or kind of explaining to them how that might impact or influence things on the ground. I know Sayyid Muhammad Taqi al-Mudarrisi did. So I think in 2015, 2016, he visited the Vatican as marja. I'm not sure if there were any others, but perhaps the Vatican previously has visited other, holy sites, like, if I'm not mistaken, they visited Qom in the past, but I could be wrong about that. But I think that, focusing upon this particular, occasion of Pope Francis coming to visit Najaf, visit Sistani, I think that's a huge step in the right direction. And I hope that, it's only the beginning of dialogue and engagement.
Yes, we'll see after next week for sure. But with the final few minutes remaining, I'd like to ask both of you this next question, and please take up to 1 minute to answer. Sayyid Hussein, I'll start with you. What is your hope for the future of interfaith relations, and what first steps might our audience take to get us there?
Allow me to say that we have a lot of shortcomings when it comes to interfaith engagement. We as a Shia community, we have a lot of shortcomings. We are engaged, some maybe in the UK, some in the US, but overall we still lack. And I think that our communities, the ones that are active in the community, those who sponsor events and sponsor programs, they really need to pay attention to interfaith work. I think our communities have not understood the importance of interfaith work. You know, when there was the Muslim travel ban just 4 years ago with, you know, the president at the time, who stood for us? It was the interfaith community. It was the churches and synagogues and others that came out to support Muslims and stood by the mosque and supported us. So if our communities don't realize the significance and importance of interfaith work, we won't get anywhere. We have to make awareness, create awareness in our communities that this work has to go forward, inshallah.
Great. And Sheikh Fayaz, in 1 minute, what is your hope for the future of interfaith relations?
Yeah, my hope is, you know, that it goes again kind of beyond the symbolic sort of gatherings that often take place. It's not about, you know, faith leaders or community leaders to kind of get together, like take a photo, you know, put it like in a newspaper somewhere. I think that's useful and it's beneficial sometimes, but I think at least kind of in the United States, it's happened so often that it kind of gets played down in terms of the impact or potential that it has to make impact. So what I would, you know, ideally like to see, inshallah, is, you know, that we can get together and again strategize about ways that we can make a difference in our respective and local communities, focusing on commonalities, but at the same time respecting the fact that, you know, we believe what we believe, and that we, you know, it's not about, you know, converting somebody. It's not about proselytizing my faith. I believe and I have the convictions that I do. Now, how can I utilize what I've learned, what my religion teaches me, to kind of be at the service of oftentimes the most vulnerable, respectively, locally, you know, in our respective society.
Well, thank you both so much. That concludes our panel for today. And I'd like to thank you both once again for joining us and sharing pearls of wisdom on this great topic. But I'd also like to encourage our audience not to let the conversation end here. We need to bring this topic to, whether it be our dinner tables, our conversations over Zoom with family and friends, our neighbors at the church across the street. We need to keep continuing having this conversation so we can see real impact and change in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Maulana Sayyid Hussein and Sheikh Fayyad, for the positive messages sent in that panel. It's a true embodiment of the spirit of Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam to love your counterpart in humanity, regardless of what their faith background may be. After all, we have more similarities that bind us together than the differences that set us apart. And differences only make us unique, to be honest. Moving into our next panel, we'll be taking a glance into finance and technology and how those two subjects intertwine. Technology is always advancing, which translates to new trends in our economy. Guiding us through our next panel, titled Tech and the Future Economy, is Brother Hassan Ahmed. Brother Hassan, the floor is now yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Alaikum assalam.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This is Hassan Ahmed joining you from Manchester in the United Kingdom. I'm the co-founder and chief technical officer of Peru.com. We are an early stage health tech company based in the UK with a background in big data and analytics. Joining me is an esteemed panel of Safa Al-Khatib, CEO of AutoCab, a global tech firm working in the transportation and logistics industry, and he is speaking from Washington, D.C. Alongside him is our respected and esteemed brother Muhammad Jawad Kaki, who is the founder of Kaki Foundation and former vice president of Microsoft from Seattle. And he's reporting from Seattle, if I'm right. Even before the advent of COVID, technology was rapidly changing the world around us and impacting every aspect of our lives. In a post-COVID world, the speed of change is even faster and even more dramatic. We can expect a world in 10 years from now to look very different to the world which we see today. Over the next 30 minutes, we will not be looking to give you a tutorial on technology, rather a glimpse of the future of technology, a glimpse into the future of technology and how it will reshape the economy and our future lives. We hope to rouse your curiosity in the tech world and give you some quick tips on how to get more involved. So I'll start with the first question to Brother Safa in Washington. Safa, you have been a successful tech entrepreneur over the last almost 30 years. You've gone from coder to businessman. You've built successful businesses. Why did you choose technology, and would you recommend this field to others?
Thank you, Hassan, and salam alaikum, everyone. Thank you to the organizers. This is really wonderful that you've pulled all of us together from all over the world, and certainly I am delighted to be here and happy to participate. I had a great day yesterday listening to all the great lectures that I heard. It was wonderful. Hassan, it's actually pretty straightforward. There are many fields that one can go into, and they're all great fields. If you want to be a historian or an artist or a lawyer or a doctor, they're all great fields. Having said that, you tend to stay within that field. That sector of the economy is basically the one that you enter in, and that's the only part that you get to be involved in. Technology, on the other hand, gets involved in every sector of the economy. Honestly, from advertising to transportation to medical technology, all of these things technology gets involved in. And so if you are involved with technology, you get to touch all of the different sectors of the economy. And what that really means is you have a huge opportunity going for you for decades to come, being involved in every sector. If one sector goes down, you have the other sector. And that's why really technology has been great for the past 20, 25 years. And in my opinion, for the next 3, 5, 6 decades to come, technology, you won't go wrong being involved in technology. So that was one reason. The other reason is actually entrepreneurship is quite accessible when it comes to technology. I remember I was living in Florida in a small town. I was going to high school in the 80s, believe it or not. And I had taken a computer programming class in high school at the time, and looked across on the West Coast. There's these companies. One was Microsoft, where Jawad was probably working at the time, and Apple and so on. These companies got started in a garage with 2 or 3 people, and then all of a sudden, 3 or 4 years later, they're global companies. If you were to look at that at the time and you say, I wanted to start a big business, what would it take? You're talking about hundreds of people or a factory or anything like that. But in technology, you can get started with 3 or 4 people in a basement. And then 5, 6 years later, you may have a global business that's worth a lot of money and very, very successful. And so I think that, by the way, not only was true then, it's actually more true now. There's wonderful opportunities for anybody that wants to be involved in technology in the corporate world. But that entrepreneurship angle is very, very interesting and and accessible even today. Those are, I think, the 2 main reasons that I got involved. And of course, it's really an exciting time to be involved in technology as well.
Thank you, Brother Safa. On to Brother Muhammad Jawad. You've worked 42 years in both the UK and the United States within the technology space. You all have a wide range of experience on how tech companies work, specifically Microsoft, where I believe you've spent 20 plus years in significant capacity there. What are the key ingredients that the Googles, the Microsofts, the Amazons of the world have, and what can we learn from them to help us succeed?
Thank you, Brother Hassan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, my dear brothers and sisters. I really appreciate the efforts of Brother Sayyid Jawad Kazwini to put this conference together, and I echo what Brother Safa said earlier, and thank you, Brother Hassan, for this opportunity. You know, before I answer your question, I really want to acknowledge the fantastic effort being made here, whereby we as a community get around to discuss topics of relevance in our lives. Because the personality of Imam Ali is a transformational personality, and there's no better way to remember him than to focus on the subject of reform. And I hope that this spirit of reform carries on in every community center in every part of the world. Thank you for that. So let me answer your question, right? What are the qualities that make great companies? You know, companies that you mentioned earlier, and the one that I spent quite a bit of time on, were now hugely successful enterprises. And they became exceptional enterprises because there were entrepreneurs in that company, exceptional individuals who were able to assemble visionary leaders that collectively were able to do a few key things, right? So what were those key things? First and foremost was to identify technology shifts and then nurturing a culture of evolution. So for example, in the case of Microsoft or Apple, it was really identifying the power of the microprocessor, enabling the microprocessor revolution, right? At a time where people were buying mainframes or mini computers, this was a computer on every desk, right? Or in the case of Google or Amazon, you know, the internet, the power of the internet. These companies allowed employees to create without a fear of failure. In fact, failure was embraced because it was the only way that one can continue to try new things and strive for success, right? So identifying technology shifts and nurturing a culture of innovation. And then, you know, in their domain of competence, whether it was online commerce or software, whatever, the shared leadership team that was assembled these companies were able to formulate and articulate big, bold vision on which they were willing to place big long-term bets. So for example, Microsoft, computer on every desk, right? And the bet was people would pay for software. At a time where people were buying hardware, software was free. It's a big bet to make. It came through. Or in the case of Google, for example, to provide access to the world information in one click. It's a big, bold vision, right? Amazon, to be the Earth's customer-centric company where customers can find and discover everything they want to buy online, right? And Amazon made the bet that, you know, with the cloud enterprise, they say, hey, people will be willing to rent hardware rather than having their own equipment in their own premise, right? These are big bets, big visions they were able to get behind. The third thing that they were able to do, these companies were obsessed to meet customer needs with a compelling, hassle-free value proposition, right? The Microsoft focus with the Office and Windows was the knowledge worker in the enterprise, right? When at a time where the industry was dominated with mainframes, it's okay, we will empower the knowledge worker and let them drive the revolution, right? Or if you look at Apple or Amazon, I mean, they focused on integration and flawless user experience in customer service. So they were obsessed with customer. They understood the needs of the customer, deliver experiences hard to match. And that was not it. Then they devoted themselves and their teams to develop community of stakeholders to realize the dream, right? Whether it was investors, employees, influencers, customers, or partners. No, there was an ecosystem to fund, to develop, and to deliver on the customer value proposition. Right? So I mentioned the knowledge workers focus that Microsoft had, but they needed OEMs like Dell and Compaq and HP and Sony and Hitachi, Toshiba, or various other people. Independent hardware vendors, independent software vendors, right? Lotus Notes, those who remember that, WordPerfect, and many other companies around that came there. But let's look at the example of Uber. I mean, Uber is focusing on the whole automotive industry, right? They're able to help deliver, enlist drivers to help complete the dream that you can actually order a hassle-free ride. Or Airbnb, how can we actually enable small property owners be able to monetize and compete with big chains? So all these things, all these companies obsessed with also developing ecosystems. They were tenacious. They learned to fail forward faster, right? They attracted teams of talent. They got traction, and they established a trajectory to success.
Excellent. Well, Safab, on to you again. We heard a lot from Brother Muhammad Jawad about the corporate world and the big tech giant world. You've had experience in the corporate world, you've had experience in startups, early stage tech businesses. Given your kind of breadth of experience in both sector and stage of a company, what would be the #1 tip you would advise others to help them succeed?
You know, Hassan, there's no tip that will help someone that doesn't invest in themselves first. The first thing to do is you have to invest in yourself and in your own talent and your own capability. And by the way, this is true if you're in tech or anything else. You got to be able to go out there and try to be the best person that does that one particular thing that you're working on. And you do that by learning, by continuously learning and becoming what we call a lifelong learner. But honestly, I'm going to take a stop here and talk about this a bit, because it just really depends what age you are and where you are, you know, at this stage in your life. But certainly if you're young, you know, you're in high school, you know, all the great entrepreneurs started in high school. All the big star entrepreneurs, they all started doing something in high school. So really put a lot of effort. If you're from 16 to 22, this is the time where you invest in yourself and invest in your own capability and your own knowledge. Try to get the best grades that you can and get your hand into everything you can. And then after that, continue learning and try to become the best person that you are. Having said that, that's not enough to succeed in the corporate world. You can out there and hold a job for a long time, no problem. But if you want to really be successful in corporate and eventually in entrepreneurship, you have to do the one golden rule that I always follow, and I tell a lot of young people that they find this rule quite useful. The most important thing that you have to do is to identify the biggest business problem that exists in that business, that makes the most impact to that business bottom line, and try to be part of the solution and solve that problem for that business. A lot of people get confused. They think if they just work really, really hard, they should be rewarded for that. Now, let's say you pick on a project and you work really hard. You put lots of hours in and you pick up the most complex problem that you have. And that ends up adding $5,000, $6,000 to the revenue of your business. No one is going to notice, even if what you've done was really, really complex. But if you go out there and actually you find the one project that's actually going to help increase the top line of a business by 20 or 25%, and you solve that problem, then things will change a lot for you. I'll give you a personal example that I had personally, and I can tell you many other colleagues I've dealt with, they've had similar experience to this, to what I'm about to tell you. I was actually a programmer, you know, as an individual contributor many years back, and the manager of our group came in and gathered all the developers, there's like 20 of us, and said, look, we've just nailed our biggest project. This is going to add about 25% to our top line revenue, but we have to develop this piece of software and give it to the customer before the customer will confirm the order for us. How long would it take for us to do this, and who can do this? And all the senior guys were like, this is going to take 3 to 4 months, you know, and it's normal. That's a normal answer, you know. They were fine, really, to give that answer. I stepped up and I said, I think I can do this in 2 to 3 weeks. If you don't let me do it, I will do it. And he says, well, I've got nothing to lose. There you go. I mean, I was like the most junior engineer in the group. I spent 2 weeks. I tell you, I spent probably early morning to late at night, every day for 2.5 weeks, wrote that software, delivered it to the customer, and the customer loved it. It worked the first time, and went back to our business and confirmed that thing. Now, the mistake that the other people did is that they didn't recognize that this project was different than other projects. This project is strategic to our business, and it was going to add a significant amount of revenue to our business. They should have said, I want to do that. And they went with their normal 3 to 4 months. Now, 2 weeks later, the CEO of the business came into my office and said, Safa, how would you like to become the director of software development for our business? In 2 weeks, right? Why? Because that guy was like, if this person was able to give me a project that was going to add $10 million to our business, I don't want to lose that person, and that's the kind of person I want to run things for me going forward. And so if you do that, you will find out that you never have to ask for a raise for yourself or ask for a promotion. what will happen is senior leadership will come and pick you up and raise you up into the field. So this principle you can apply whatever you could be, marketing and sales and whatever. You can apply this principle. Go find the most important, most challenging. Look for the problem that makes that CEO not sleep at night. Trust me, that CEO, there's always something that's making him not sleep or her not sleep at night. Find out what that is and solve that problem, and you'll find out they'll come and pick you up. This is one. A secondary tip, if you will, that I'll tell you about, which really works, is that when you're working and a position opens up in the business, a position that you're really not fully qualified for, it's a bit higher grade than what you ought to be going for. Normally, most people say, this is too much for me. They're never going to accept me for this. I'm too good. What you do for that is you actually go to that person and you say, you know what, I would like to apply for that position, whoever is offering that position within their business. Now they're going to smile at you and nicely usher you out of their office. Why? Because you're just simply not there. You don't have the experience for that. But you know what's going to happen? You will be in the mind of that person for a long time. And that person will be asking themselves, why does John or Hassan, think they can do this job? There must be something about that guy. He thinks he can do this, right? And they will watch out for you. And the next time a position opens up, a high-level position opens up in that business, you will be the first person. They'll come knock on your door and ask you to interview for that position. So to me, if you do those two things, you'll find out, again, you'll never have to ask for a raise and you never ask for a promotion. CEOs and COOs will come and pick you up and raise you up in that organization.
Thank you, Safa. Thank you. Move on quickly to Brother Muhammad Jawad again. So far, we've heard a lot about tech and business, and of course, that's the focus of this panel. But where is the next big opportunity in technology? I don't mean just with business, I mean generally speaking. And how can technology be used for the betterment of humanity and advancement for us as a community outside of business?
Thank you, Brother Hassan, for that question, and I'll get to it in just a minute. But you just inspired me to think about something. When we look at our life, we learn to earn, to serve, and to rest, right? And all these things are important. We do all those things at every stage of our life, but at some point in time, we actually have to emphasize one thing or the other. So learning is very important. So there are many areas of opportunity to explore, but in the limited time we have right now, I want to focus on the second part of your questions. How can technology be utilized for the betterment of humanity and advance us outside of business? And I think this is really a call for service for every one of us here. It is clear, we've heard, you mentioned that we have already seen and continue to see massive transformation by information technologies. And as we continue to transform, universal access to basic primary, secondary, and tertiary education is vital so that every human being can realize their full God-given potential. Because an educated person will be an asset. A person who misses out on the opportunity to learn might become a burden and, God forbid, a liability to society. So what is the problem with the education system? Despite allocating a significant portion of national GDPs, developing countries, like, for example, Tanzania, my country of birth, is not able to provide access to quality education for its growing population. And by the way, this population is growing fast. When I left in 71, 12 million people. Now, we have 60 million people, and 20 years from now, we have 100 million people. And what's the problem? First of all, girls don't get the same opportunity as boys. This is really a human problem for eons, right? School infrastructure is deteriorated or lacking. No toilets, desks, clean water, classrooms, school fencing, you can name it, right? There's not adequate teaching capacity. The number of teachers being produced are not able to meet the growing population. And many of the teachers have become victim to diseases like HIV, AIDS, and others. There is a lack of teaching supplies or learning material. Right? And in a fast-changing, dynamic world, the school curriculum needs to improve to better prepare students for a productive after-school life. Not to mention, children are not getting sufficient nutrition. And this is resulting in stunting and inability to concentrate. I mean, it requires better maternal child health education, nutrition, so that young kids, when they go to school, they become good learners. And these are huge issues, right? That requires not just capital operational budgets, but also manpower. And these are exactly the kind of customer problems that we want to focus on, right? Guess what? There's inadequate tax revenue to help tackle these issues. And any solution to address these issues would require investments and contributions and sacrifices from parents as well as citizens of the country. Now, what I described above was the case of one country that I've actually looked at. But now imagine the situation in war-ravaged countries like Iraq or Syria, refugee camps. The situation may be just as bad, if not worse. And the scenario I talk about calls for out-of-the-box thinking from sharp minds and compassionate hearts. Now, the good news is that technological advances can help us increase the teaching capacity, extend reach, enhance quality of education so that every child can realize their God-given potential. Digital devices, digital content, information and communication technologies help us expand reach and enhance quality. Imagine using these tools to help communities expand their teaching capacity, right? Using adults in the community, if there's lack of teachers or all the kids helping to this, enhancing quality. These are all possibilities. Now, it's not that nothing is being done. There are several efforts underway, but I see an opportunity here. I see an opportunity for an open source movement around the world that gets every one of us to focus on this. And I'll be happy to glad, because we don't have time here to go into much detail, to engage with like-minded people on what we can do. You know, my prayer is that every community assumes its rightful place amongst other successful communities, advancing the human cause in this globalized world in our lifetimes, inshallah. Ameen.
Excellent. So, thank you very much for those really inspirational insights into technology in the modern world. So now we're going to go into some questions that I've collected from the audience. The first question goes to Safa in Washington. Many young professionals believe that their moral values may be holding them back from professional achievement. So, you know, there's this dilemma when you're in technology, in your business, about ethical decisions you need to make, you know, in terms of where you go out, how you meet your clients, and so on. Do you agree that this is holding them back? And how would you overcome this issue? And how have you overcome this issue over the years?
Thank you, Hassan. That's a great question, honestly, I tell you. You know, by the way, I don't agree. I don't think our moral approach holds us back at all in business. Now, I know what they're talking about. You know, a lot of what happens out there is people go out drinking with friends or with clients, you know, bars and restaurants and things like that. And things that for us are not comfortable. We don't, you know, and they're haram, you know, to go and do them. And a lot of business and opportunities are created in those environments. But you really have to dissect what's going on in there and understand it so you can come up with a good solution. It's sorry for being direct, but it's not the alcohol that gets you the deal. The first rule of sales is that people buy from people they like and trust. That's the rule, or the first rule of sales, is that people buy from people they like and trust. And so what's happening in those bars is that provides an environment where people can do that. They can develop friendships, develop connections, get to like the client, get to like them, and they like them back. And that is really the thing that enables business to go forward and opportunities to be given. So all we have to do, so we can't do that because we have to stay authentic to ourselves. Honestly, it's really, really important, especially if you intend to get into leadership. People will call you out. You have to be authentic and truthful and true to yourself, because otherwise people won't follow you. You're not a good leader if you don't do that. So we really can't be in that environment and pretend to be somebody else. I don't think it really works. But all we have to do is do those things in a different way. Now, I think, look, you look at all the fake news that's happening out there and all the twists and turns on social media and misrepresentation and so on. I think, honestly, personally, I fully believe, and I practice it myself, authenticity, truthfulness, the values that we hold dear are more powerful than having a drink with a client in terms of building that relationship and getting them to like us, and we like them back. And it actually has an additional benefit that it's a long-term thing. So if we put our effort into bringing our values forward and deal with people honestly and work really hard and build those great relationships by being nice and being good to people, then that does the same thing. It gets us to the same effect. So I don't agree that you cannot do, it will hold you back. I don't think so. And I certainly didn't see that in my own career. Now, having said that, I'm going to tell you, I've definitely had situations in my career where I've lost a deal or two, and a client went to my competitor because I didn't go out drinking with them. I don't want to kind of idealize this. That happens and will happen. But I think on the other hand, I've gotten more deals because I work the other way, dealing honestly and being genuine, being a genuine person with customers and clients. I've gotten more deals than that. And I think on the net, I came out to be a positive. And by the way, of course, Allah is the one that has the rizq at the end of the day. Whatever is written for us will happen anyway. And I fully believe that. And I think we can definitely find success while maintaining our values in business.
Ahsant, wallahu khairu raziqeen. Brother Muhammad Jawad, so we know how much technology has changed in the last 10 years. We know only 12, 13 years ago there was no iPhone. So the world's completely changed just in the last decade. From a technologist point of view, what do you believe the next big thing in technology will be? What will be the next revolutionary change which we might see in the next decade happening to us?
Yeah, let me also kind of add on to what Safa said, right? I think when it comes to morality and ethics, it's really up to each one of us. There'll be many temptations, right? And the key things to realize, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the ultimate sultan. لَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي أَحْسَنِ التَّقْوِيمِ. We have been created the best of the most. ثُمَّ رَدَدْنَاهُ أَسْفَلَ السَّافِلِينَ. And we can go to the base. So we have to be living with ideals all the time, everywhere. But anyway, I will get digressed here. There are a number of big technological shifts underway. I want to focus on a few because time is not enough there. We'll be running out of time. The Internet of Things is the next giant leap in the Internet evolution. Internet of Things will automate and control the tasks that are done on a daily basis, and this by avoiding human interventions. And advancement in the Internet of Things will benefit human beings in many ways, but also will come with a cost. There will be issues of security and privacy, over-reliance on technology, job insecurity, some of the challenges that will be posed by IoT. IoT will also be one of the things that will fuel artificial intelligence. AI is one of the most transformative technologies of our time and has the potential to help solve many of the world's most pressing challenges. Safa said 50, 60 years ahead. I think the best of technology is yet to come. There is and will continue to be increasing application of artificial intelligence in our daily lives. AI refers to any human-like intelligence exhibited by a computer or a robot or by a machine. In popular usage, AI refers to the ability of a computer or machine to mimic the capabilities of a human mind, learning from examples, the experience, recognizing objects, understanding and responding to speech, making decisions, solving problems, and combining these and other capabilities to perform functions a human being is expected to perform. And so for example, greeting at a hotel or driving a car. Now, in terms of market opportunity, a Pricewaterhouse report titled "Sizing the Prize" highlights that AI could contribute up to $15.7 trillion to the global economy in the year 2030. That is 6.6 trillion likely from increased productivity and 9.1 trillion from consumption side effects. And this is just 9 years from now. Now, while some sectors and businesses are more advanced than others, AI is still at early stage of development overall. And from a macroeconomic point of view, there are therefore opportunities for emerging markets to leapfrog more developing counterparts. And within the business sector, one of today's startups or a business that hasn't yet been even founded could be the market leader in 10 years' time. AI will also pose ethical challenges. I'm quoting Brad Smith, the president of Microsoft, in his book, Tools and Weapons, The Promise and Peril of Digital Age. He says, ultimately, a global conversation about ethical principles for artificial intelligence require an even bigger tent. There will need to be seats at the table, not only for technologists, governments, NGOs, and educators, but also for philosophers and representatives of the world's many religions. So that's really a key thing. I'll be remiss if I don't mention the next one here, which is the transition to clean technology. This is a huge opportunity that will develop in the near future as we grapple with the effects of climate crisis. Scientists and activists or student leaders or whatever are able to talk about the dire consequences, but the average person on their couch can hardly understand what is so urgent and why it matters. So far, the discussion has been around transportation and electricity, and things like electric vehicles, or people like Elon Musk and his company Tesla generate the buzzwords. To avoid the worst effects of climate change, we need to get to net zero in all areas where greenhouse gas emission happens. For example, electricity. How can we deliver reliable power with zero carbon electricity to the world? Transportation. How can we get around our communities and the world without emitting carbon?
Sorry to cut you off, Brother Muhammad Jawad. I've been asked to bring this to a close.
Okay, so basically climate change. We have limited time, so I will end here. I see a huge opportunity for Muslims to provide an alternative also to violent games and other forms of entertainment by enabling to develop and engaging relationships with the Quran from the cradle to the grave, enlisting people along the way to help strengthen each other, right, and live out our lives fully. Imagine decency, dignity, equity, and justice for all. This is really our time, and what a great time when you remember Imam Ali to say, okay, what can we do in the times ahead? Thank you.
Ahsan, thank you. Thank you very much to the organizers, of course, Sayyid Jawad and the organizers of the conference. Thank you to both our panelists. We hope you have benefited from the glimpses that our esteemed panel have offered us. I certainly have benefited greatly. Please do connect with us. I'm on LinkedIn. I would really be happy if you connect with me and message me. And of course, the Brother Safa's provided his Instagram, and Brother Muhammad Jawad's provided his website. Thank you very much, and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Assalamu wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Brother Jawad Haki is an inspiration to us all and proof that we as Shia brothers and sisters can take on the highest positions of well-claimed companies in any industry for that matter, and especially in the highly competitive tech industry. Thank you so much for both of you, Brother Safat. Thank you for the deep insight and knowledge and great advice you've shared. While we're on the topic of technology, we could perfectly transition to our next panel. Social media. It surrounds us and sometimes it controls our everyday life. It could cause mental distress, and big corporations really profit in the billions off collecting data and selling our personal data. I know you all love your TikTok binges, especially to our sisters that could spend hours on Modanisa's Instagram page. I'm exposing you. Our next panel, titled Social Media, the Influencer Lifestyle, will take a look into the toxic side of social media and how we can mitigate the toxicity it entails. Brother Karal, I'm sure you've prepared insightful questions for us. The floor is now yours.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Karar Al-Mamar, joining you from Vancouver, Canada. Thank you all for tuning in on this amazing panel. I'm sure you all are just as excited to be here. Today we are discussing social media influence. In particular, its positive impact, the underlying dark side, and what our influence from social media should be. Joining us today are two very special guests, Sheikh Nabil Awan and Sister Farwa Sheikh. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
So I'd like to get started by introducing our panelists. Sheikh Nabil Ahmed Awan was born and raised in Peterborough, England. He started his journey into Islamic studies in 2004 in the holy city of Qom. In 2009, he graduated with a bachelor's degree in psychology and health studies from De Montfort University, Leicester. In 2016, he gained his master's in psychology from University of East London. He served as an elected city councillor for the British Labour Party from 2011 to 2016, an avid practitioner and instructor of Wing Chun Kung Fu. He's the founder of Operation 313, a camp aimed at teaching bushcraft and wilderness survival techniques. He has been speaking for over a decade in masajid around the world. He recently returned to the holy city of Qom to further his studies. Farwa is a research nutritionist who works for the New York City Health Department. She's an active member of the community and uses her social media platform to enlighten others about Islam. In addition to educating the Muslim community about healthy eating habits, she's a CrossFit athlete who believes the body not only needs to strengthen itself physically, but must also strengthen spiritually through meditation. She also has a Muslim comedy podcast called Spill the Chai and has started the Renewed Nefs project on Instagram. Follow her at Farwa A. Sheikh. So without further ado, thank you for being with us, Sheikh Nabil and Sister Farwa. Social media has, without a doubt, revolutionized how we view the world, how we communicate, and ultimately shape who we are as a society. Sheikh Nabil, what are some of the positive impacts would you say are?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity to come and speak on this panel to all the brothers and sisters that are watching around the world. Social media is a global phenomena, something that has, taken over our lives, and so it's something that we can't escape from. And there's a lot of positives that come from that social media. We've seen in recent years political activism that's occurred on social media platforms. It's social justice campaigns, the dissemination of Islamic knowledge. It's a platform that enables the voiceless to have a voice. And more than anything, it's brought us all a lot closer together. It's made the world a lot smaller. And really that global village that was talked about for decades has actually happened as a result of social media.
Thank you for sharing that. Farwa, what did you have to say?
Yeah, assalamu alaikum, and thank you so much for having me. I'm so honored to be here. And I agree with Sheikh Nabil. Social media has definitely revolutionized our lives. It's changed everything that we do. And like he said, it's brought our voices to the table. And social media has really allowed Muslims freedom of identity without the influence of media outlets. And it's actually interesting because a lot of people are finding Muslims and Islam very fascinating because of things going viral. And it allows Muslims to really be themselves and display authenticity, which, we're used to seeing on the news. It's not always true. At the end of the day, it really serves as a resource and enables us to connect and be aware, be informed, and collaborate in innovative ways. Now we can go live with someone else and inform someone about real issues that matter, such as the Uruguay Muslim genocide. Maybe the news wasn't depicting it, but now we have social media, and that allows us as Muslims to voice our opinions without any bias.
Thank you. I agree a lot. Just a note to our audience, if you do have a question in mind, please feel free to ask in the chat of the YouTube live stream. Near the end of the discussion, we'll try to bring one of the questions to the panel. So moving on, with that said, can we identify some of the negative contributions of social media to our communities? Farwa, how do you think social media has negatively impacted our society?
So this is a great question. It's a very loaded question. And to be honest, I don't think we're realizing the damaging effects of social media on our nafs, on our souls. And hear me out, because I know it's social media and nafs like very different things. But for the first time ever, depression rates and suicide rates have skyrocketed, especially in the ages of 10 to 14-year-olds. Teenagers are now leaving school, they're seeing therapists, and they're having an identity crisis. Anyone born after 1984 is classified as a millennial and a Gen Z. So millennials and Gen Z are statistically growing up with the lowest self-esteem and self-confidence ever seen in any other generation before. So what does that have to do with the nafs? We know that the animalistic side of the nafs, of our soul, is the ego, is to feed temptations and addictions. So when someone uses social media, it releases a chemical called dopamine in the brain, and that makes you feel really, really good. And it's the same chemical released when someone is an addict of drug addict or an alcoholic and they turn to the bottle. So now we have a generation that's addicted to illusions of filters and unrealistic outlook of life. And they think that if you have money, if you have a lot of likes, if you have followers, that makes you really important, and that makes it seem like you're making an impact. And so instead of, being patient and like going the traditional way of feeling like, they're gaining success, they just have to post a photo to get instant gratification. So now there's no concept of waiting or having sabr, and there's no concept of what it means to be on a life journey. And there's just this culture of instant gratification. So if I want something, I can go on my phone, order it off of Amazon, I'll get it tomorrow. If I'm not feeling good about myself, I can post a selfie and get likes. If I want to go on a date, I can swipe right? Like, it's instant gratification. It's just quick fixes to a deeper lying issue. And so when we don't get the good jobs, or we don't take the time to study or work hard, we turn to our devices to receive that quick fix satisfaction. And what's happening is it's leaking into our spirituality. And in turn, a lot of youth and a lot of people, honestly, of all ages, they think that Allah is not helping them, but Allah is against them. So they've lost their identity of self-love. And so they think things like material things like cars, makeup, designer bags, $5 lattes from Starbucks will bring them happiness, because all the influencers are doing it, right? Like, these people will go to a nice restaurant, post a photo, maybe get like 2,000 likes, and some young girl like who's not working or making any money is sitting in her house thinking, I have to go to that same restaurant, take photos so that I get a lot of attention. And because of this, influencers are posting things that make them look happy, but because they have a lot of followers, a lot of likes. But what people don't realize is that they actually aren't very happy. They just use those platforms to portray themselves as these perfect people. And in reality, they're not really doing okay. So those are a lot of the negative things that social media brings.
Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately, there's a lot of negative sides that's coming from social media. Sheikh Nabil, what do you think?
I echo a lot of what Sister Farwa has said, and it's very important that we look at the issues that have been created. You have psychological issues, aside from the ones that Sister Farwa has mentioned, but issues around body image that people have developed because of social media. There is this ideal, and it doesn't just apply to females. I think a lot of the times when we're talking about social media and the ills of social media, our sisters get a bad rap for that. Whereas in reality, it applies across the board to both genders. You know, this issue of body image, this there are social issues, you know, things like bullying, you know, the online bullying. We become reclusive, although it's brought us together even more so, but it's made us more reclusive. So it's a double-edged sword. On the spiritual level, you know, when you look at Instagram and you look at Twitter and all of these different influencers and people that are living these sort of lifestyles that Sister Farwa alluded to, it creates that hubb ad-dunya, that thing that is constantly spoken about within narrations, within the Holy Quran, for us not to have this love of the world, this attachment to the world. Beside that, you know, I said that it gave us an opportunity to disseminate Islamic information around the world and, you know, spread the message of Islam. But along with it came the dissemination of misinformation Islamically. I mean, I look at some of these forums on Facebook, these Shia forums on Facebook and on Twitter, and some of the things that people are talking about, people are giving opinions about, while not having the correct knowledge, and at the same time misguiding so many people. They're not just damaging the iman of those that are present in that group, but overall they're damaging the image of tashayyu because they don't have the correct information. You know, there's so many different things that we could talk about. You know, people losing their identity as Muslims, although we're solidifying on one side for some people, but the vast majority, as a result of social media, we're losing this identity. We're following people on social media who are apparently Muslim, but then will, you know, one day come out and say, oh, well, I no longer pray because I just, you know, believe everything is in the heart. So it's destroying our religion and our connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as well. So those are some of the dark sides, as I call it, of social media.
Thank you, Sheikh Nabil. Yeah, it's tough to take in and really understand. But yeah, it comes back down to social media influence. It's very important to recognize. So today we see this rise in quote unquote influencers, people who put themselves and their lifestyle online for the general public to see and follow. Sheikh Nabil, who should be our influencer?
That's a really good question. And, you know, every day I open up social media or a different platform, or I get a message about something, and there's a new influencer. There's a new life coach. You know, that's a massive thing, especially during lockdown. Everyone wants to become a life coach. And so when we look at the hadith and we look at the Holy Quran for guidance as to who is it that we should be listening to, who is it that should be influencing us, there's a beautiful narration, and there's a lot more that we could, you know, look at in regards to the narrations and the ayat of the Quran. But this one narration sums it up beautifully. The Hawariyun, the disciples of Hazrat Isa, are sitting with him, and they say to him, "O Ruh Allah, O the Spirit of Allah, who should we sit with?" See, when we're on social media, you know, essentially these influencers are people in the days of old, people who we would sit around, you know, where we would sit and converse. And there are certain people who have those sort of magnetic personalities. So Hazrat Isa says, look, the person that you need to sit with first should be the person that when you look at them, it inspires you to remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Their appearance is what should inspire you to remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The second thing is that they increase the logic in your, they're not, you know, feeding your desires, they're not feeding your emotions, but rather they're developing the logic within your knowledge. And then the third thing that he says is that, and their deeds inspire you to remember your akhirah. What they do, what they say, it's not just on social media platforms, but it's within our masajid. We have a culture of celebrity speakers or ulama and things like that. I need to ask myself that where am I getting my knowledge from? And is this person inspiring me for my akhirah? Or am I becoming more attached while I'm watching these influencers on social media? I'm watching these short clips, these different photos that they're having in restaurants and stuff. Is it actually reminding me of my akhirah, or is it really making me more attached to this world?
Well said. Well said, Sheikh Nabil. Farwa, do you think who should be our influence?
So, again, a great question. There's no right or wrong answer here, but like when you think of an influencer is someone who could walk into a room and instantly raise the positivity and the vibration energy of that room. And we're so lucky because we know the best of influencers, and we come from a line of legacy of influencers, and it starts with Prophet Muhammad. His lifestyle, the way he lived, he attracted people to him through his actions. And just to echo what Sheikh Nabil was saying, like, who are you hanging out with? Who's inspiring you? And what is the intention behind that inspiration? When someone walks into a room, or someone's presence should be so that, they treat everyone equally, and they're not treating someone differently because they have more followers or more likes on a photo. They should, exude humility and humbleness. And yes, you can enjoy social media and you can be an influencer, but remember what your intention is behind that. Are you just trying to get famous? But what's your message? What's your purpose? You want to emulate qualities of a legacy leaver. Someone like Imam Ali, he only had a few followers of his time, and he's left a legacy that's here today with millions and millions of people who love him and you remember him like we are today. And what's happening is a lot of people are looking at these temporary viral influencers who literally come and go with the seasons. Last year, Instagram was really cool. Right now, it's TikTok. Life changes. You need to really follow somebody who is going to leave a legacy, not just like a quick influence of a dance on TikTok for 30 seconds. You want someone that is timeless, has a purpose, inspires others to be the best versions of themselves, and not look at material things and $5 lattes as a cool thing to, be an influencer with. Just a legacy leaver.
Thank you, Farwa. So a follow-up question would be, I think a lot of people after seeing this, they'd say, hey, I'm just going to go delete my Instagram, delete my TikTok. What do you think of that? Do you think that would be the right solution? Or is there a better middle ground? Or what do you think that's a good decision of just deleting all social media?
Not at all. I mean, here's the thing. Social media, like we mentioned earlier, it's not a bad thing. It's a great thing, but everything comes with balance. It's not good to have too much of a good thing and too much of a bad thing. And people just need to have balance. Be realistic. Like, why are you following someone? Is it because they inspire you to live for the dunya, or do they inspire you to really be a better person? You want to ultimately wake up and live a purposeful life, because Allah has sent all of us here with a purpose. And just like unique fingerprints, all of us have a different purpose. There can't be like 50,000 model hijabi influencers in fashion. There's more to you. You have so much substance. People have so much power, and they don't realize how great they can be because you're limiting yourself to the illusions of social media. And so I would say, don't delete your social media platforms. I mean, I'm on social media all the time. It's about what message are you echoing that you want to be remembered for? Is it, a quick fix viral thing? Or like I said before, is it something that's a legacy worthy?
Thank you. Well said. Moving on to the next question, and this brings us off to our final question. How do I become a positive influence? Farwa, could you start off by answering this question?
Sure. So the most important thing, I believe, with becoming a positive influence is honestly starting with yourself. I talked about earlier about your nafs. not enough of us love ourselves. And I know that sounds so cliche, but we aren't loving ourselves enough to be satisfied with who we are and what we present to the world. Instead, we're using social media as a means to convince other people that we have the best life and that we're happy. You have to bring confidence to yourself. And like I mentioned, you don't realize how powerful you are. We are all creations of Allah. We are manifestations of him. And in the Quran, it even says he literally had breathed his ruh into us, and we are a reflection of his 99 names. But we haven't activated those aspects of us because we're so distracted with social media. So we're really feeding our souls junk food, and we're not feeding them soul food. And there's a beautiful quote by Imam Ali, and I'm sure everyone has seen it because it's always on social media. But it says, "You presume you are a small entity, but within you is enfolded an entire universe." And he goes on to say, "Therefore, you have no need to look beyond yourself. What you seek is within you, if only you reflect." We are letting ourselves get influenced in a way that we've forgotten our true essence of who we really are. And we keep chasing this influencer-like lifestyle, thinking that it's going to bring us happiness. And the truth is, the only person that could bring you happiness is yourself. And when you bring yourself happiness, you're able to bring it to other people and influence them. So take your time to reflect. Reflect on you. Reflect on what makes you happy, not what makes other people happy on social media, on Instagram, on TikTok, on Twitter. And you have to find what drives you and what gives you that spark. And once you find that spark, fuel it. And honestly, you're going to realize that you have had this power to influence in a positive way for so long, but you just didn't activate it. Be authentic, be influential, because we have to remember that energy is currency. Your energy is a reflection of who you are on the inside, and it attracts people to you. So attract people to you in a positive manner by working on yourself first. And I know this sounds like something really hard to renew your energy, but I'll touch on it later. But I created a 40-day challenge called Renewed Nafs on Instagram. And it's really to help people kind of recalibrate themselves internally to be able to have them blossom and really live a purposeful life.
Thank you, Farwa. Well said. Sheikh Nabil, how do I become a positive influence? What do you think?
There's a number of things. Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam in the Kalimat al-Kithar of Nahj al-Balagha has a beautiful saying. He says, قَدْرُ الرَّجُلِ عَلَى قَدْرِ حِلْمَتِهِ. Says the worth of a human being, the worth of a man is known by his ambition. What is it that you seek to achieve with your life? You know, that is what defines your worth. If your worth is just simply going and eating and, you know, putting food on your table, Amir al-Mu'mineen, again, he addresses this. He says that if a person whose ambition is just to put food on their table, and many people, you know, when we have this sense of false piety, we sort of say, look, I'm only working just as long as I get food on my table. That's all I care about, alhamdulillah. But he says, look, if your ambition in life is that you just want to put food on the table, then the worth of that individual is the same as what comes out of his backside having consumed that. I mean, these are strong words from Amir al-Mu'mineen. So how do I influence people? First and foremost, positively, that is, first and foremost, it is many a times being exposed as being fake. You know, the next thing is, you know, words that come from a pure heart, that are spoken from a pure, will affect the hearts. So purify yourself, work on yourself, on your iman, on your connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, purifying those sins, because the pure heart will influence hearts, their narrations say. And then, naturally we want to be loved, we want to be liked. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala understands this. He is our creator. It's not that everyone wants to be hated. No, it's a natural human condition that they want to be loved. And so in Surah Maryam, verse number 96, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Inna alladhina amanu wa amilu salihat sayaj'alu lahum ar-Rahmanu wadda. Says those who believe, those that have iman and do good actions, sayaj'alu lahum ar-Rahmanu wadda. Allah will place their love in the hearts of the people. He will inspire their love. That's how we love people who we never knew. Aside from the imams, they were already selected. But those, for example, in Karbala, someone like John, who in that society had no real worth, but because he connected to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through Abu Abdullah, today I want to name my children after him. Today I'm in love with him, having never seen him. It's because of that connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Thank you. Yeah, just to follow up, so you said we have to work on ourselves. What are some suggestions you have? What are some things that people can take home and say, you know what, I'm going to do this starting tomorrow? Do you have any suggestions? Just so that we purify it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest problems that we come across when we're doing tazkiyat an-nafs, the purification of the soul, is that we overburden ourselves. Our soul has spent so many years not doing those things that we want it to do, essentially. That is towards ubudiyah, towards servitude of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we're not ready. What happens is we go through these little spiritual phases, spiritual sprints, where I start reciting Quran and I start reciting dua and ziyarat ashura and this and that, salatul layl, and I do it for about 3 days, and then I'm like, I can't do this. Yeah, so then slowly but surely one thing starts dropping and the next thing starts dropping because the soul's retracting. It's like, whoa, I didn't know. I'm not used to this. It's the same way when I give this example everywhere I go. When you go to the gym after a long time, many of us are going to hit the gym again after lockdown. And, we'll try and return back to that former glory of lifting 100 kg bench press or whatever it is that we were before. And we might pull out 1 or 2 reps, but after that, the body's like, whoa. And then the next day, I've got the DOMS, that onset of that muscle soreness, and I can't move. So how do I do it? I have to do it step by step. Same with spiritual development. Alongside your wajibat, choose one thing that you're going to add and one thing that you're going to remove. So I'm not going to do ghiba of anyone, and I'm just going to add, for example, a tasbih after every prayer. So I do that one thing for about 2 or 3 weeks, and then I add to it. I recite 5 ayat of the Holy Quran for 2 weeks, and then I'll add to it. So this is how I develop, set myself a spiritual regiment that I can follow, that small bite-sized pieces. This doesn't apply to the wajibat. You must fulfill your wajibat. But when it comes to the mustahabbat and really diving deep into one's own spiritual development, this is how we do it, incrementally.
Thank you. I'm sure we can all take that home and hopefully start applying it. Coming up on the last minute for today, just Farwa, do you have 30 seconds? Do you have any final words to say? Preferred social media where people should follow you on?
Yeah, well, I echo everything that Sheikh Nabil said. And I created a program, actually launched it this morning, called Renewed Nafs 40. And it's a 40-day program that's going to challenge you, test you, to help you renew yourself, mind, body, and soul. So I encourage everyone to go check that out on Instagram. My handle is @FarwaASheikh. And I'm really hoping that I can help people just find a way to change their lifestyle slowly, just like Sheikh Nabil said. Like, don't go crazy. It's like an incremental way to add great things to your life to help change it for the better, inshallah.
Thank you. And Sheikh Nabil, do you have any final words to say? Preferred social media?
It's already at the bottom of the post. You can follow me on Instagram. should you choose to do so. And other than that, just remember, the aim is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's always Allah. You know, sometimes we get distracted by the world, the dunya, our day-to-day jobs, life, family, whatever. But at the end of it, everything is about Allah. If we can reorient our lives for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you'll see that you'll become much happier within yourself, and you'll be able to bear any sort of tests and trials that come your way.
Thank you. Thank you for the both of you for joining us today. It's been an amazing panel. Thank you to our audience for joining us as well. It's been great. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So much, Sister Fatwa and Sheikh Nabil. The insightful information you shared will go a very long way, and I truly pray it resonates with the people of my generation that have developed extreme addictions and really depend on negative social media use. I personally stand by my decision to refrain from using social media, but I understand the positive effects that it could be used for. Inshallah, we all can make the right decisions. All I'm saying is that maybe you don't need a Facebook, an Instagram, a Snapchat, and a Twitter, and a Tumblr, and a Pinterest. You could probably just choose one to look up memes. Moving on to our next panel, we enter the realm of academia and Islamic sciences. Amir al-Mu'mineen said in a hadith, knowledge is better than wealth, since knowledge protects you while you must protect your wealth. It is the aim of all our we will be transitioning into the beautiful nasheeds of our dear brother Nazar al-Qatari. I'm sorry for the technical issues. We had a quick change in the schedule, but we will be going to his talented and beautiful voice. And I really appreciate everyone for viewing this event. And Brother Nazar, you could take over from here.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, brothers and sisters. First of all, really I want to thank you for this great job, for this great conference. Despite a massive distance has been created by coronavirus. Well, despite this pandemic, I see that this conference united us. I see that the birthday of Imam Ali alayhi salam brought us under his camp. And really, I'm happy for that, and I thank you, all of you, for this great job and for this great conference, especially Sayyid Jawad Al-Qazwini and other people. Maybe I don't know their name, but we have to thank them. بارك الله فيكم وتقبل الله طاعاتكم وجزاكم الله خير الجزاء. نادي عليا مظهر العجائب نادي عليا مظهر العجائب تجده عونا لك في النوائب كل هم وغم سينجلي بولايتك يا علي يا علي يا علي علي مولى 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 علي حب علي فوز الشيعي غدا فامدد لي في يوم حسابي يدايا إن صلاتي ثم صيامي إذا لم يشفع لي حيدر ضاعت سدايا يشهد ربي أن بروحي له حبا دوما قلبي فيه شدايا صهر الهادي أنت مرادي علي صهر الهادي أنت مرادي علي علي مولى 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 علي When in worry, know that I am assured. When in sorrow, know that I am consoled. By a man who Allah always adored. By a man who I just simply applaud. What is a struggle when you can call Ali? What is a struggle when you can call Ali? Ali, Ali, Mawla, Ali, Ali, Mawla, Ali, Ali, Mawla, Ali. علي علي مولى علي علي مولى علي علي مولى علي 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 مولى علي علي مولى علي علي مولى علي قالوا الرابع قلنا الأول علي قالوا الرابع قلنا الأول علي نص عنه في القرآن نزل تمت فيه النعمة من ربنا والدين بفضل الكرار اكتمل فاسأل عنه الليل وسوح الوغى فاسأل عنه الليل وسوح الوغى أفهل كان مثل علي بطل ولقيادي عند المراد علي ولقيادي عند الجهاد علي 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 مولى علي علي مولى علي علي مولى علي 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 مولى علي علي مولى علي علي مولى علي 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 مولا علي علي مولا علي علي مولا علي नाम से उसके करता हूँ इब्तिदा जो रहमान रहीम हमारा खुदा हर दिन जिसके शाह है सबसे जुदा हमद कसीर के लायक है बस खुदाया उसी खुदा है जिसको कहा है वली उसी खुदा ने जिसको कहा है वली علي علي مولا علي علي مولا علي علي مولا علي 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 مولا علي علي مولا علي علي مولا علي 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 مولا علي علي مولا علي علي مولا علي سألوا قلبي أي نزيل به قال حبيب لا يشبهه أحد حفرت في الشريان حروف اسمه فهو قريب مهما عنه ابتعد عين لام ياء ملأت دمي ليوزعها في أنحاء الجسد فإذا ما أعدائي جرحت يدي سال ولائي فوق دمائي مدد هو ينجيني يوم الدين علي هو ينجيني يوم الدين علي 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 مولا علي علي مولا علي علي مولا علي 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 مولا علي علي مولا علي علي مولا علي 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 مولا علي علي مولا علي علي مولا علي सूरज चांद सितारे हो या फिजा सब्जा हो पानी हो या हो हवा इश्क में जिनके सबको पैदा किया रहमत आलम सरवरदी मुस्तफा सरवरदी के दिल की तमन्ना अली सरवरदी के दिल की तमन्ना अली علي علي مولا علي علي مولا علي علي مولا علي What would the prophet call when he was in need? I do the same too as I follow his lead. Two syllables that shapes and define our creed. Let me remain following your way, I plead. What's my purpose without that man Ali? What's my purpose without that man Ali? Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali. نخيتك يا علي وعيني ترابك أنا ما أنختر الغيرك ترابك ترابك ريحة مسك والعنبر ترابك بترابك أندفن وانت تجي دم بدم علي علي فكار هر قدم علي علي فكار دم بدم علي علي فكار هر قدم علي علي فكار तेरे सूने आगन में केले की बहार दम बदम अली अली पुकार أنت حجة الباري أنت سيفه القاطع أنت آية الكبرى أنت نجمه الساطع أنت خير من زكى في صلاته راكع أنت أولا تبقى رغم من دعا رابع يا علي حبك الشعار دم بدم علي علي पुकार तुझको फातिमा ज़हरा के दुआएं मिल जाए खुद तेरे ज़ियारत को अंबिया चले आए तुझको फातिमा ज़हरा के दुआएं मिल जाए खुद तेरे ज़ियारत को अंबिया चले आए अंबिया चले आए अंबिया चले आए करबला पहुँच जाए तुझो एक बार दम बदम अली अली पुकार हर कदम अली अली पुकार आल के तरफ गर तो एक कदम बुराएगा 10 कदम ज़माने से खुद को आगे पाएगा खुद को आगे पाएगा खुद को आगे पाएगा क्योंकि ये नहीं रखते किसी का उधार दम बदम अली अली पुकार हर कदम अली अली पुकार ما جرى دمي إلا باسمه شدا قلبي كل نبضة مني زاد نحوه حبي سلم حيدر سلمي حرب حيدر حربي لن يكون ما أحيا نحو غيره دربي رغم كل ما علي صار دم بدم ألي ألي पुकार हर कदम अली 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 पुकार لا عذب الله أمي إنها شربت حب الوصي وغذتنيه باللبن لا عذب الله أمي إنها شربت حب الوصي وغذتنيه باللبن وكان لي والد يهوى أبا حسن فصرت من ذي ودايا أهوى أبا حسن بارك الله فيكم. Again, I have to thank you, brothers and sisters, first of all, for listening. Then I have to thank who's working very hard on this conference. You know, a conference like this is not very easy to manage it. My first thanks to Sayyid Jawad Al-Qazwini and then to other guys who working very hard on this conference despite a massive distance, but alhamdulillah the conference is settled very nice and alhamdulillah is going very well. Thank you very much. تقبل الله طاعاتكم and Eid Mubarak ومع السلامة. بارك الله فيكم.
I can't explain. I've tried, but I'm tongue-tied. Inside of me, a part of me tried to hide from the mighty figure that is Ali. For before him, I am meaningless, worthless, knowing that nothing is worth less than a man who feels he is too great for the love of Ali. Like a man whose hatred for Ali outweighs his mental capacity. Like a man who fears love and his connection to divinity. For there's nothing like a man who was the first to heed Ahmed's revelation and accept divinity. A man who from his cradle never prostrated to an idol, unsurprising when his cradle was the symbol of God's unity. A man whose sword struck through Amr ibn Widd al-Amri, who lifted the gate of Khaybar because only Allah was greater, who stood on Muhammad's shoulders as he destroyed idolatry, whose scale of justice was such that he would not sleep full when others were hungry, such that he would carry his sword by his side to seek to murder poverty. A man whose love has made kings of an oppressed minority and still allows it to spill into the ummah in its entirety. It surprises me, not that his birth split the Kaaba, rather Ali split my heart in two, stepped inside, built a shrine, golden dome that became like home, a sanctuary for lovers and sinners, beggars and preachers, losers and keepers, winners and weepers. It'll make prophets out of disbelievers, make the broken-hearted who fear love more than hell itself become love itself, in love with the Prince of Believers. Ali, Ali, the beacon of truth and the walking Quran. He is the book in flesh in the Bible, Torah and Psalms. Let his name sit on the tongues of those who seek prosperity, because a lifetime can be lived in the call of Ya Ali. His name is not confined to the walls of Najaf. I hear it on the tongues of all. Whenever justice is sought out, for the name of Ali they call. When a soul weeps for stolen land, I hear that soul cry out for Ali. When skin becomes a burden, I hear that skin cries out for Ali. When cages are force-fed children, I hear the children call out Ali. When the sea cannot carry souls to refuge, I hear the sea call out Ali. In the prisons, I hear Ali. In the ghettos, I hear Ali. Where there is poverty, I hear Ali. Where there is destruction, I hear Ali. In fearful hearts, I hear Ali. In broken hearts, I hear Ali. Where there is death, I hear Ali. And where there is hope, I hear Ali. For Ali is a symbol to all of God's infinite justice and never-ending mercy. And know this, wherever there is Ali, rest assured that there will be nothing but victory.
I apologize for that previous mistake on my end. I truly want to thank Mullah Nazar, Abu Hussein Tayyiballah Anfasakum. He's a world-renowned reciter with a God-given talent. Haji Nazar, may Allah bless you for that amazing recitation. I want you all to show Mullah Nazar Al-Qatari your support on his social media pages and look him up on YouTube as well. Before we go on to our next panel, I want to ask you all to use that energy Mullah Nazar just spread to us and get the hashtag Imam Ali 2021 trending on social media. I know you can do it. Moving on to our next panel, we enter the realm of academia and Islamic sciences. Amir al-Mu'mineen said in a hadith, knowledge is better than wealth, since knowledge protects you while you must protect knowledge, while you must protect your wealth. It is the aim of all our great scholars to emulate a portion of the knowledge of Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam. Our next panel is titled Islamic Studies and the Most Influential Scholars. I'd like to now open up the floor for our brother Zain to guide us through the next panel. Brother Zain.
Thank you very much, Sayyid Muhammad Reza. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum jami'an wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone. On behalf of the conference organizers, welcome to this panel discussion on Islamic sciences and the most influential scholars. My name is Zain Molaboy, and to make the most of our time together, I'll jump straight into the proceedings. Our panelists today embody the idea of Islamic scholarship. They are two of the most distinguished gentlemen I know, and it is my distinct honor to introduce them to you. Sheikh Jafar Ladak was a successful businessman before he embarked on the path of full-time community service as a religious leader. He has qualifications from the Hawza in the holy city of Karbala, as well as from Al-Mahdi Institute in Birmingham, and a master's in Islamic law from the Islamic College of London. He has published 4 books and several papers. He was the resident alim at the Haydari Islamic Center and Hujjat Stanmore in London. He is the incoming resident alim of Babul Ilm Center in Leeds, and many of our viewers would have benefited from his wisdom, and we will be very familiar with his online lectures, which are available on YouTube and which are excellent. Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh Ladak.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Professor Syed Jastajad Rizvi is Associate Professor of Islamic Intellectual History and Islamic Studies, as well as the Director of the Center of the Study of Islam at the University of Exeter. He is also an advisor to various government departments in Britain and Europe. With postgraduate degrees from Oxford and Cambridge and several publications to his name spanning Islamic philosophy, theology, and Quranic exegesis, he is one of the preeminent academics involved in the study of Islam in the Western world today. Professor Rizvi also runs a fascinating blog entitled Hikmat, and I encourage the viewers to engage with that blog. Assalamu alaikum, Professor Rizvi.
Alaikum salam, Zain, and good evening. Assalamu alaikum to everyone out there.
And good morning to you from where I am. If I may begin our discussions with you, Sheikh Ladak. The ghaiba, or occultation, both the lesser and the greater occultation of the 12th Shi'i Imam, Ajalallahu Faraj, presented unique challenges for Islamic scholarship. Please could you share some of your thoughts with us on this?
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Wa salli ya Rabbi ala Muhammadin wa alihi at-tahirin. I think we need to qualify the question for our audience. May Allah bless them all and grant us the opportunity to learn from one another. What we want to be able to do in this discussion with yourself and Sayyid Sajjad, Professor Sajjad, is to be able to think about the growth of the Shi'i intellectual journey. And so the question that you pose about what are the challenges that were present in the early period after the ghaiba of Imam al-Mahdi alayhi salam, what we want to be able to ask ourselves are, what were the challenges and how did those scholars navigate those challenges, allowed us to be able to form the type of madhab and religion that we have today. And then we begin to juxtapose those with the multiple challenges that each era brings along with it. So from my humble perspective, there were 2 main challenges that were at the time of the earliest period of ghaiba. The first is the need for the crystallization of a Shi'i corpus. And the second was producing an early Imami identity for the community. Now, often because of the way in which our majalis are structured, our audience don't really necessarily know the inter-religious and intercultural influences that were present during the initial stage of development of the Imami religion and literature. And so it's important to reference the canonization of Imami literature, which occurred mainly in the Buyyid period, which is some 300 to 400 years after the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wa alihi. And that helps us to understand that there are certain scholars who played an essential role in paving the way towards the crystallization of the Shi'i classical corpus. If we go back a century into the 2nd to 3rd century after Hijrah, we will appreciate that that the century was marked by a number of events. There were a number of civil wars, both intellectual as well as physical. There was the political fragmentation of the Turks. There was the rise of Sunni traditionalism. And so the 3rd century was a space for the Shia to actually organize their faith a little bit more systemically. And most of the classical Shia ahadith compilations were the result of the works that came out of that Buyid period, during which the Shi'i intellectual activities were encouraged by the dynasty. And so there are two main issues that come out of this first period, is that the classical traditionalist or biographical tasks were to collect the information at the time and to arrange it and to order it such that we can start to make some proto-akhbari schools from the area of Qum. And the second challenge was then a number of exegetal works that were attributed to the Imams of Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam that started to reflect later developments. They started to take on a more distinct theological trend or a mystical trend, and how to navigate some of those traditions that were coming up. So this was the first challenge that existed within the period of Ghaiba. And the second was the need to have a formation of an Imami identity, which in some part was in contradistinction to the Mu'taziliya identity that was coming up. So many people will know that there is multiple traditions, households within Islam at that time. There is the Ash'ari school, there is the Mu'tazili school, there is the Imami school of thought. Now, one particular Mu'tazili scholar, Abu al-Qasim al-Ka'bi al-Balkhi, who died in 319 after Hijrah, he was one of the heads of the Mu'tazili school. He has a very famous quote where he says that it should be said about the Mu'taziliya that their sect, the chain goes back towards the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wa alihi. And he makes this chain that goes back to Muhammad al-Hanafiya, the adopted son of Imam Ali ibn Abi Talib alayhi salam. And so what this did was, it placed a pressure upon the Imami school of thought to be able to distinguish itself. If you have two schools of thought grappling with each other, claiming proximity to Ahl al-Bayt alayhim salam, some of the nuances can become lost. And often people don't know which school of thought is going to be the one that is actually associated to Ahl al-Bayt alayhim salam. So there was a need to formalize the Shi'i identity. This arguably fell into the hands of scholars like Sheikh al-Mufid, Sharif al-Murtada, Sheikh al-Tusi, and they began to formalize our madhab on discourses that were going to be rivaling that of the Mu'taziliya, on the matter of otherworldly intercession for sinners, or imamat as being rationally necessary, or the idea of the 12 imams are infallible and can perform extraordinary actions, or the illegitimacy of certain earlier caliphs. All of this was significant for espousing an imami communal identity. And when these three scholars seemed to be very much in proximity with each other, such as when Sharif Murtada conforms to a tradition passed down to him by Sheikh al-Mufid, and Sheikh al-Tusi doesn't dissent, this gave great weight to the early formalization of the Shi'i identity. So number one, the crystallization of a Shi'i canon, and number two, the crystallization of an early Shi'i identity. These were the two main challenges in the early period of Ghaiba, in my humble opinion.
Thank you very much, Sheikh. Professor Rizvi, following up from what Sheikh just mentioned, in that historical era, could you possibly identify two great thinkers who you think are of significant importance? I hazard a guess that your Twitter handle, I believe, is Mullah Sadr, and I hazard a guess that one of those will possibly be Mullah Sadr.
Yeah, there's no surprises there. And also because of the fact that I'm primarily interested in philosophy, I'm going to nominate two philosophers. I think the reason why I picked them, and I'll say who they are in a second, although you know who one of them is because what happens in the intermediate period, and especially in the Safavid period, so the 16th and 17th century in particular, is that you get a crystallization of an attitude towards knowledge and to the tradition. What is the Imami, the Shi'i tradition, which to a large extent still remains the case today. Although, of course, there are ways in which they're being contested right now. So the crystallization of that tradition happens in that Safavid period. And what happens is that there is a certain reception of these early works, compilations of hadith and exegesis that Sheikh Jafar was talking about earlier in the 3rd and 4th century in particular, from about 300 to 400 Hijri, as well as a further refinement of what had become the dominant theological school, which of course is the school ushered in by Khwaja Nasiruddin Tusi and his student Allama al-Hilli around the year 1300. So of course, that's the key kind of landscape of what I'm talking about. The two figures are Mir Damad, Mir Muhammad Baqir Damad Astarabadi, who dies in 1631 and was a very prominent jurist, philosopher, theologian, exegete, occultist of his time. And by the end of his life, he became the Shaykh al-Islam of Isfahan, which was the most significant clerical position, religious authoritative position in the Safavid Empire. And of course, the second person is Mullah Sadr Shirazi, Sadruddin Muhammad ibn Ibrahim Qawami al-Shirazi, who dies a few years later, 1636, and of course, Mir Damad's students. Now, the reason why I picked them, as I said, is about the way in which they reflect and refine the tradition which came before. And the way in which they do that is through a pivotal concept which is known as tahqiq, or a critical reflection upon arguments that have come before. So tahqiq is the idea that one does not merely imitate previous arguments, this notion known as taqlid, but rather one rethinks, refines, modifies, extends, creates anew, critically evaluates the arguments for themselves and shows one's own skill as a scholar in doing this. So this is the idea of tahqiq, which of course did not originate with Mir Damad and Mullah Sadr, but in many ways in the Shia tradition, they're the two who exemplify them. They also, alongside this notion of tahqiq, they had a holistic idea of knowledge and what the pursuit of knowledge was. And of course, given the theme linking to the birth, of course, of Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam, the point here to mention is that they are two of the significant figures who start to incorporate various sayings of Amir al-Mu'mineen into a wider philosophical and metaphysical vision of reality. So if you want to understand what the nature of reality is, the nature of exegesis, engaging with the Quran, understanding what the hadith of the Imams are, then one brings in some of the important sayings and reflections of Amir al-Mu'mineen into that milieu. So whether that is elements from the so-called Diwan, the poetry of Amir al-Mu'mineen, whether it's some of the famous sermons from Nahj al-Balagha and the short sayings from the Nahj al-Balagha, especially, for example, the first sermon of the Nahj in particular, and also some other famous statements and sayings which are attributed to. And one of the things also they do is that they really orient the tradition in a way which, as I said, links together philosophy, mysticism, the occult, the understanding of the Shia tradition, by focusing in on one very specific kind of technique for doing that, which is rather interesting, which one finds in Mir Damad as well as in Mullah Sadr. In Mullah Sadr, you find it in his commentary on the Quran, his exegesis on the Quran. And this is the idea that the huruf muqatta'a, the discrete letters found at the beginning of certain surahs of the Quran, constitute a code for understanding the nature of the Quran and also reality itself. So what they do is they come up with a formula which links together all these letters of these huruf muqatta'at, these discrete letters, and they come up with this very famous phrase, which is Suratu Aliyin Haqqun Numsikuhu, that the path of Ali is truth that we adhere to, that we cleave to, that we follow. And so there's a very extensively kind of embedded Shi'i attachment to walaya, which lies at the very core of this wider vision of what metaphysics is, the nature of reality, the concepts that we use to make sense of our world, and of course the language that we use to then convey and communicate that. And so for those reasons, I would pick those two. Of course, I could say a lot more about the specific doctrinal positions, but I would focus perhaps more on this wider method and key that they bring together between the two of them.
Thank you, Professor Rizvi. That was fascinating. Of course, the theosophy of both those scholars and the existentialism that they expounded is quite different from the Western existentialism, isn't that correct? Because their focus was God.
Yeah, so the term existentialism, I think, is somewhat misleading. It's rather this notion of existence or being as a foundational reality which unites everything, right? So it's a certain vision of the unity as well as the way in which things appear and manifest themselves to one another. So modern existentialism is primarily one in which the Nietzschean idea of the death of God is very much taken. It's about the struggle of the human condition. Whereas this focus on wujud, on being that one finds in Mullah Saad, of course, Mir Damad is a slightly different position, because for Mir Damad, it's only God which is purely existence, and everything else has a very kind of derivative sense of what existence is. It's more the case that everything stems from God, everything is about that connection from God, everything comes from God and is ever moving on the path towards God. And that is the path that we need to be consciously on. And that, of course, is precisely the path that is then manifest by the wali, by the imam, and he is the one who then takes us to our destination on that path.
Thank you, Professor Rizvi. Sheikh Ladak, would you mind letting us know two of the most significant scholars in the contemporary era that mean a significant amount to you?
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I think we might want to precede this question by asking ourselves, what is it that the Hawza Ilmiya wants to contribute and achieve? And then we are able to see the vision of these contemporary minds in accordance with that goal. So if we were to say, for example, that the Hawza Ilmiya is primarily there to provide muballighin or resident ulama, then of course we would judge scholarship coming out of it in accordance with those aims. If, however, we were to state that the goal of the Hawza Ilmiya was to contribute to the human and global endeavors and the emerging trends that exist around the world, then again we need to readjust our understanding of what we mean by the most significant contemporary thinkers. That aside, it would also be difficult to just name two, because we then end up thinking about isolating these individuals, and rather they are actually part of a wider trend. So there are a number of mujaddideen and renewers that are either those who are present who have recently passed away. We could probably start with people like His Eminence Shaheed Muhammad Baqir al-Sadr, Sayyid Muhammad Hussein Fadlullah. If we go into some contemporary scholars, we would mention, for example, Sayyid Kamal al-Haydari, Haydar Hubbullah, Ayatollah Ibrahim Jannati. But what I want to be able to do is kind of just divide two trends. So if we go to the traditional fiqhi trend, we can identify one personality, and then from my own area of interest, which would be Quranic studies, I would like to then identify a second individual who I feel has provided us with a great shift in approach. So in the traditional fiqhi model, the person I would highlight is a scholar who passed away very recently, Ayatollah Yusuf Sani'i. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless him for his work. Sheikh Sani'i is well known for institutionalizing a new method of ijtihad. And actually, as much as people come to think of his name being associated with very radical ideas, actually he is very much vested within a mainstream usuli framework. However, his role of evolving the thinking of the system of ijtihad was that it was rooted in the idea of moral rationalism and our understanding of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala not being able to do any injustice to anything, any person, and as an outcome of that, how we then begin to understand some of the laws that are within that. Ayatollah Sani'i actually made a jump in evolving the scope of rulings, and he helped in the continuity of fiqh. And actually, as much as his ideas were very, very provocative, his ideas were within the scope that existed today. And the reason why I think that's important is that it shows that there's an expansion in the thinking that is existing within an existing framework. The second person I would recommend to our dear audience to be able to look into is a scholar, again, who passed away maybe a decade ago by the name of Ayatollah Muhammad Sadiqi Tahrani. May Allah bless him as well. Ayatollah Sadiqi Tahrani was an eminent student of Sayyid Tabatabai. So we know Allama Tabatabai was the author of the Tafsir al-Mizan, and with that methodology that was enshrined by Sayyid Tabatabai, the tafsir of the Quran by the Quran, Ayatollah Sadiqi Tahrani took that methodology and maybe evolved it even a step further and ended up writing a very large commentary called Tafsir al-Furqan. And the reason why I pick him is that we have a number of scholars who in the recent or in this last decade have taken Quranic studies forward a great deal. For example, we have Ayatollah Sayyid Muhammad Taqi al-Mudarrisi, we have Ayatollah Hadi Ma'rifat. But the reason why I choose Sadiqi Tahrani was his insistence on being Quraniyun, or being amongst those who will establish the grounding of all matters through the Quran, and everything has to then be judged through that lens. What I see as part of the evolution of the times in which we're living in is that this idea of having a Quranic lens and everything else is judged by that, becoming more and more prominent, becoming more and more validated as well. And I think that this is providing us with a great jump, a big leap in the methodology of our school of thought. And I feel that if our audience acquaint themselves with these sorts of scholars, they will become very appreciative of a new way of approaching the religion of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Ahsant. Thank you very much, Sheikhna. Professor Rizvi and Sheikhna, we have just about 7 minutes left, so if we could keep the next few answers brief but still profound as you have been so far, that would be much appreciated. Professor Rizvi, keeping with the contemporary era, what do you think are really the key exigencies of our time, for instance, technology, in the development of religious scholarship?
Just a question of the scholarship, it's also what I would consider the, I guess the demands and the challenges that the Hawza in particular faces, and what, in a sense, do people want from it. There are two things, or rather three things, which I think are general challenges which are very problematic, and then the question is, how do we then deal with that? The first one, of course, is what nowadays is known as the Anthropocene, the idea that humans have fundamentally not just messed up their own lives, but have actually messed up the cosmos, the world in which we're living. And we hence are living in a climate emergency, and we have to deal with that sort of issue. We have to change the way in which we live and behave within society. That is a very immediate problem that we face. The second one is what is sometimes known as epistemicide, and the fact that different modes of understanding the world, inquiring into knowledge and the way in which we grasp the world and understand ourselves, have been obliterated, have been flattened out, have been destroyed by what has become a dominant mode of doing that, which arises out of Western colonialist modernity. And so in a sense, we need to think about how it is that we can recover elements of our traditions, which are broadly gone, but also how it is that we can then bring our traditions into conversation with other traditions globally to, in a sense, push back against the dominance of, as I said, a Western colonialist modernity. And the third one, I guess, which is related to that, is one about ethical values, norms, and ideas about how we should live, which again are being constantly questioned and interrogated in the ways in which it's extremely important for the Hausa, for those who are scholars, then to have the right sort of training to deal with that and the other two challenges. That is clearly, I think, a big task, a big ask in many ways to do. But the one first step in that would be a recognition that these are challenges, that these are problems that need to be found solutions to, or at least attempts to relate to. And also alongside that, a recognition that the traditional conception of the Hausa as something which produces fairly closeted scholars of legal traditions and legal comportment is just insufficient. We need to go far beyond that. It's not just about adding sciences to the mix, but rather really thinking about what the pursuit of knowledge is and how does knowledge inform the way in which we live our lives, and the way in which we want to form our own selves and communicate that to others.
Thank you very much. We have 4 minutes left, so I'll pose this question to both of you, probably starting with Sheikh Ladakh, if you don't mind. And if you could keep the answers to 2 minutes, that'd be excellent. And traditional scholarship is traditionally, well, is currently viewed to be unidirectional. So flowing, for example, from the marjaya to the layperson one way. How do you see the current use of technology or other means changing that and having a more bidirectional relationship between the lay people and the marjaya or scholarship? Sheikh?
I think that model is already shifting on the ground. So for example, there is some work being done by Dr. Ali Raza Bajani and others coming out of Oxford that looks at the other roles of, or those who might be sit between the grassroots and the Maraji, and finding that actually one of the most dominating forces is actually the resident ulama. Aside from that, I think we need to reconfigure the way in which we imagine this religion, and I completely concur with Professor Rizvi's comments about the Anthropocene and trying to realign our thinking. I think we are still in such a dogmatic, nationalist, maybe at best internationalist type of vision of our faith. And we're still in some ways even fighting the Dar al-Islam, Dar al-Sulh, Dar al-Kufr motif. So I think if we begin to think about the role of the Maraji, I would like to see that the Maraji are no longer clamored in one or two particular locations, but rather need to be based across the world and developing or being party to the development of more local schools of thought around the world. In regards to the technology side of it, I think we're obviously on the cusp of artificial intelligence. And I think when it comes to the outdated ways of interacting with our Maraji, such as through websites that take us a month to get responses and sometimes diverse responses, I think there is an urgent need to update our technology, and that should be based around artificial intelligence. So I think these are certain things that our audiences need to be considering now.
Thank you, Sheikh. Professor Rizvi, final thoughts, 1 minute?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. I'd say two things. One is communication, how communication is articulated between communities and between the Maraja and centers of authority, and how that has to be much more collaborative and joint up. And secondly, an understanding that relationships are about mutual flourishing. They're not just about command and control, or rather mere sort of imitation and following, but rather, we're all together as Ahl Wilayat, as Ahl al-Walaya, to work together for certain common aims to help our flourishing and our path back to God, to the one with the Imam. And that's something which has to be recognized. Everyone has a role, expertise has a role, and has to be recognized as such.
Ahsant, Sheikh Lada, Professor Rizvi, thank you so much for your time and for sharing your wisdom with us today. It has been a real pleasure spending this half hour with you. Thank you also to Sir Jawad Kazvini and all those working hard behind the scenes to make this conference a success. And thank you especially to the audience for your participation. I leave you with this final thought. In a tradition attributed to Imam Jafar as-Sadiq alayhi salam, the Imam says that one of the roles of the scholars or ulama is salvific, to protect the people. In reciprocity, please join me in praying for the well-being and health of all those scholars who are pursuing truth and knowledge around the world. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jazakumullah khair. I apologize for that inconvenience. Thank you, Dr. Sayyid Sajjad and Sheikh Ja'far, for a panel packed with substantive knowledge. I myself learned a lot I had not known about the realm of Islamic studies. Most of us don't know the struggles students in the Islamic seminaries go through to accomplish their goals of serving the Ahlul Bayt and to serve their communities. Well, everyone, you know what time it is. I want you all to smash that hashtag Imam Ali 2021. Let us know your experience. Where are you watching from? Send us feedback, questions. Let's not let the Imam down, and let's get that hashtag trending. And we want you to interact with us. The theme of our conference is reform, and we aim to become a successful and self-sustaining community. It's important for us to begin to make the essential changes required of us. In our next panel, titled Muslim Influence on the 2020 Elections, we will learn more on how impactful civic engagement can be and how important it is to encourage our communities to become more politically active, despite many cultural stigmas that are tied with civic engagement. Brother Tariq, I am looking forward to the questions you'll be asking. The floor is now yours.
Thank you very much, Sayed. And Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to everybody in attendance with us here today. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our portion of the 2021 Imam Al-Ali Spirit of Reform Conference. I would like to first start by thanking Sayyid Jawad Qazwini, the Ummah Organization, and Ahlul Bayt TV for hosting this wonderful event in honor of our beloved Al-Amir al-Mu'mineen. And I'm very excited for our distinguished panel and our topic of discussion today. My name is Tariq Turfi, and I'm from Dearborn Heights, Michigan. I'm honored to moderate this panel today. I'm a fourth-generation American Muslim and have been involved in politics, the electoral process, and government in many different capacities throughout my life. Currently, I am an attorney at Guerin Lukow Miller PC in Detroit, Michigan. First, I would like to introduce to you Sister Zainab Suwaij. Zainab has been involved in political activity since her high school days in Iraq, where she was involved in the uprising against Saddam Hussein in the early 1990s. Later, she graduated with degrees in chemistry and dentistry, but still found in herself to be committed to the political process. She was a teacher at Yale for 7 years and later founded the American Islamic Congress, where she currently serves as the group's executive director. Next, I would like to introduce Brother Jihad Saleh. Jihad contains a graduate degree from the Princeton School of Public and International Affairs and has actively worked in support of many democratic political campaigns since 2007. Jihad helped develop and deliver the first ever Muslim American resume book to the Obama transition team in 2007 and was an advisory group member for both the Faith and African American engagement directors for the Biden-Harris 2020 presidential campaign. Currently, Jihad is a senior advisor for advocacy and government affairs at Islamic Relief USA based in Washington, D.C. And last, definitely not least, I would like to introduce Brother Suhail Hassan. Suhail graduated from George Washington University with a master's in political management in 2011. Suhail worked for the Obama for America campaign in 2008 and remains involved in the Democratic Party. Suhail is the president of the South Asian Chamber of Commerce and currently owns a real estate development company that specializes in multifamily complexes located in the greater Houston area. Our topic today is Muslim American involvement in elections here in this country. This topic is so relevant to us as American Muslims today, and it really could be expanded over hours and hours of discussion. However, in order to facilitate a nice and thoughtful discussion, we're going to be circling around this panel, covering some topics that I believe are really pertinent to us as Muslims participating in this country's electoral process. First, I want to begin with Sister Zainab Suwaij. Sister Zainab, in your introduction, I touched briefly about your involvement in Iraq with the uprising against Saddam Hussein. There are often competing viewpoints on free democratic elections because the unfortunate reality of many Muslim nations is that these voting procedures are not always consistent with the smooth processes that we enjoy here in the United States. Coming from that background, how do you feel we as Muslims perceive a free democratic election?
Thank you very much, Brother Tariq. Assalamu alaikum. I'm glad and honored to be with you this afternoon to join this very important and timely conference. I would like to thank Sayyid Qazwini, Ahlul Bayt TV, and Ummah for putting this panel and this conference actually together. The importance of having a free election as well as having a system that believes in democracy, freedom, and gives people the space of practicing their democratic rights, it's priceless. I lived in a community, I lived in a country before. These privileges that we are seeing right now was not available. So when I came to the United States and I was able to go and vote freely for the first time, I felt this is such an important matter. My vote and my voice really matters and make a change. And this is something that I was always felt compelled to share with many people around the world during my speeches or my talks that I give while I am traveling and giving or doing many lectures around the world. Democracy is a process. definitely our voice matters and can make a change. There are many people that I see, they say, well, we don't have to go to vote. Our vote does not count. And many excuses like that. In fact, this is something wrong. We have to take the lead to make that change. We have to make our candidates a person responsible when we give him or her our vote. These kind of the practice of election itself can make a huge difference, because we as American Muslims or any citizen living in any part of the world, we enjoy the freedom of giving our vote to the candidate we wish. What we see of a benefit to us on a personal level, to our community, and to our country in general. So this kind of hesitation that I see sometimes from many people, that they don't want to participate, it's really a lost voice. And you don't want your voice to be lost when you are in a country that your vote can count and can make a difference and can also develop your community, your society, and yourself into it.
And that's some very great insight, Sister Zainab. Now I want to turn to Brother Jihad. And Sister Zainab touched upon the fact that there's a process, the fact that there is a political process in America that's been tried and true for many hundreds of years. Brother Jihad, you have a background in working in Washington, D.C. and on Capitol Hill for many years and working for many administrations and campaigns. From that perspective, how do you feel Muslim Americans can participate in this process, and speak on the grassroots perspective as well?
Well, first of all, assalamu alaikum to everyone. Just make sure everyone can hear me clearly.
Perfect.
Right.
Loud and clear.
Brother Tariq, thank you so much for having me on this meeting. And I'll thank you for Brother Sayyid Jawad Kazvini for inviting me. And it's a privilege to be on with my two esteemed panelists. I do want to say just briefly, as a follow-up to Zainab's wonderful response, we also must always recognize that elections in the United States are participation, or the ability to participate and to vote is not always free and democratic. We have to recognize that still, quite often, particularly in large parts of the Muslim American community, particularly African American and Black and brown and working class communities, still consistently have to go above and beyond, have to travel farther, wait longer, have less access to voting stations, or have greater scrutiny or ability to register at times, and then the impact of gerrymandering. And as we see now, still consistently political parties that are, again, even just after this recent election, are submitting again ways to make it much more difficult for Americans to vote. A society supposedly built upon one of the most sacred acts is the ability to vote. We're consistently making it harder for people to do that. So I just want to recognize that as the Muslim American community, and particularly sections of the Muslim American have been essential to expanding and protecting the vote, it is part of our sacred duty to continue to follow through in that struggle. And so that leads to actually to my second part, this ability to be advocates, struggling strivers for expanding and strengthening America's democracy. And I think that one way that I think Muslim Americans, when I look at the work of Muslim Americans across the country, as my work as a humanitarian advocate, it was mentioned I work for Islamic Relief, the nation's largest Muslim humanitarian, anti-poverty, anti-hunger organization. And I have the privilege to be able to work with Muslim American organizations and others, Christian, Jews, and secular organizations, but increasingly over 200 Muslim organizations nationwide that are food pantries, health clinics, homeless, shelter, domestic violence organizations. Muslim Americans are responding, one, with their donations, their volunteer time, or their own professional capacity in these type of spaces to help Americans in need. But quite often what I'm seeing is even organizations, whether in Houston or Los Angeles or Detroit, that are involved and support these type of programs, responding to the needs in America. And these are issues that we want our government, we assume our government are also responding to with programs, funding, and so forth. We found out that very few, seldom do Muslim Americans actually advocate, reach out to their public officials, engage federal departments, state departments on an advocacy level. So we're doing the work on the community level, but we have to recognize also we have a vital role to also to raise awareness of how federal government, local governments, our elected officials do better. Remember, these institutions were created, if we believe that saying, if you know, the famous saying by Abraham Lincoln, that a government by the people, for the people, of the people, and for the people. Well, it takes that civic engagement. If you want to take it down to the most basic element, just think about it. Most of us here, I think, or attending or listening are adults. We all pay taxes. That's one thing they say. Two things you guarantee: you die and pay taxes in America, right? Those are two things. But if you're, how often have we Americans, as Shi'i Muslims and Muslims in general, paying our zakat and paying our qums, right? We make that and even when we give that money to communities or organizations that implement it for us, we hold them accountable because they're executing they're taking our money and using it for a cause of a law as part of our religious obligation. All of us are paying taxes. How often have we ever called our member of Congress and said, I would like to know, I want to know that my tax dollars are going to fund this program to help the homeless or help to reduce higher education fees and so forth. So this kind of secular zakat that we all have to pay, and many of us pay more in our taxes to the federal government than we do in probably our religious tips. How do we go about holding them accountable? So if we have that frame of mind, Muslim Americans are doing important work that's vital to the rights, the opportunities for all Americans. But how do we also say that we can't do it by ourselves in our own institutions, but we got to hold accountable government to also put stronger programs and so forth to respond to hunger and homelessness in that own particular framework, right? So I just think that's an example of the way that we should think about how we're engaging more so with our elected officials, and particularly I would say in this Biden administration that has put such a, right now during the time of COVID, racial injustice, economic insecurity and so forth, these are critical issues we should have a say in also.
Right, Brother Jihad, and you know that's a very critical point: advocacy and engaging our political leaders at the local, state, and federal level. And now I want to turn to Brother Suhail, because on that point, I want to transition to the question of mobilization. You know, how do we mobilize as a voting bloc, as a ummah, as a Muslim community at the local, state, and federal level to really push that advocacy? How do we accomplish that? I mean, we look at the state of Michigan and we saw a razor-thin margin in 2016 of just 11,000 votes between former President Trump and Hillary Clinton. In Michigan, there are 270,000 Muslim Americans. You know, this is something that when you look at the numbers, we can truly make a difference. How do we mobilize in that form?
Absolutely. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Thank you all for joining us for this discussion on Muslim involvement in the American elections at the Imam Ali conference, of course, celebrating the spirit of reform. Special thank you to Maulana Syed Jawad Qazwini for the invitation and for all that he's doing on behalf of social, political, religious, and humanitarian issues all over the world. And of course, thank you, Brother Tariq, for leading this discussion. I'm honored to speak alongside our distinguished panel, Sister Zainab, who I had the honor of meeting and spending time with during the inauguration of the governor of Virginia, Mr. Terry McAuliffe. And, you know, she just has such an impressive resume. I was joking earlier that in high school, I was having trouble passing algebra. And of course, here she was organizing and planning towards overthrowing Saddam Hussein. And of course, Brother Jihad, who's, you know, a senior advisor, and he's just been working almost his entire career on behalf of issues that are to the Muslim community. So thank you. And to answer, I think it's first important to note the spirit for this conference, for which we're using this as a tool to spread knowledge all throughout the world. And that is, of course, in the honor and values of the teaching of Imam Ali bin Abi Talib, of course, the son-in-law and the cousin to Prophet Muhammad. And it's important to note that all the countless contributions that Islam has given to the world, one of the most important amongst these, and really defined by Imam Ali for the first time in history, was the fundamental principles of our democracy and our government, and a government that's based on justice, equity, and prosperity for all. So I think it's important that we frame the conversation from the lens of the teachings of Imam Ali, which really provides us as citizens of this great country an obligation to do our civic duty, not only as Americans, but of course as Muslims, because neglecting this duty, you know, renders us complicit in the election of those leaders who, of course, do not represent the interest of our community and Islam in general. So when you ask the question about how do we mobilize, it's really making it, the answer is really indoctrinating it into our religious beliefs and understanding that it is our religious obligation to do so. And, you know, when you look at the Muslim vote, as you had alluded to in Michigan, I mean, let's look at our community in general and our ability to be a significant factor in deciding these elections. So there are an estimated 3.45 million Muslims that live in the U.S. and it makes up about 1% of the total population. But our concentrations are in key swing battleground states such as Michigan, Florida, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, right? And this is where we can especially make our vote impactful. And obviously everyone here knows the stakes are particularly high in states like Michigan, which Tariq just talked about, which of course we all know very well. This state has, you know, registered around 270,000 registered Muslim voters. And this is where a state where, you know, Hillary Clinton lost to Trump in 2016 by less than 1 percentage point, a little over 10,000 votes, as you mentioned. And now, of course, in this past election, Biden defeated former President Trump by just a mere 150,000 votes. So think about the role that we as Muslims can play in these battleground states. The traditional ones that we know of, like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Florida, and Wisconsin, but now even in states like Georgia, and of course, my home state of Texas. So when it comes down to it, you know, we very much have the ability to swing the election. And now the Muslim vote is necessary as a part of any campaign strategy to win, just like we helped Biden win in this last election. So already we see a huge jump in the 2020 elections in terms of, you know, the involvement of our community in the political process. We just now need to continue these efforts in the future.
Brother Jihad, I want to touch on a question that Brother Sohail brought up. We as Muslims, we face a perplexing reality with our on the issues stances when choosing somebody to vote for. Can you speak of how the 2020 election kind of equalized those positions and how Muslims grapple with the on the issues of what's important to us, whether it's foreign policy or domestic policy?
No, that's an excellent question. And then we also have to recognize and respect that the Muslim American community, like any other community or communities, is not monolithic. It has very different components to it, whether it be by race, whether it be by regional, gender, age, and so forth. And particularly also one thing that we, as Americans, not just Muslims, don't talk about, but social economic status and how that also has an impact on your concerns and how you might primarily vote. But in that, you know, one thing that was unique across the board, I felt, and it opened up new opportunities for the Muslim American community of how it understood itself and how it was engaged, was that, as we know, unfortunately, in 2020, we had the COVID pandemic, which in that many ways was a great equalizer. In that sense, that it's very hard to make an argument that there was any other issue, regardless of what community or identity that you're from, is that was not your number one primary issue. It was an existential threat to so many lives. So many people lost their lives. People know who had family members who were sick and lost their lives in the United States. And this is the same for the Muslim American community across our differences in racial and gender differences. But we also recognize that certain components or certain parts of the Muslim American community were particularly susceptible, meaning Muslim communities that live in urban cores or poor suburban areas that are health deserts, food security deserts, and so forth. The places that we often saw most impacted by COVID, in places like in New York and so forth, these are areas where Muslim Americans have large populations. So we can't assume that no one can make the argument that, well, COVID was not the Muslim American primary issue. And I only say that because, again, in past elections, and I think and I'm going to say this, I support the Hillary Clinton campaign, but I was quite disappointed when she had the one single time she had the opportunity to speak about Muslim Americans in one of her televised campaign, was someone asked about the Muslim American community, and her only reference was to say was, oh, the Muslim American community is great. They've been helping us work on national security issues, counterterrorism issues. Is that the only way she understands the Muslim American community? Is that what Muslim Americans are most concerned about? Are Muslim Americans in our diversity no different than most other Americans in the sense that we want safe communities, good schools, healthcare, jobs that pay us something that we can retire to? So in this sense, I felt that 2020 campaign and election created opportunity where that all Americans, by most campaigns, were engaged on some of these most singular issues: the COVID pandemic, the economic security, and also these existential threats like climate change and the importance of racial injustice and the reckoning that, and particularly as the Muslim American community being a minority majority community, also all these four areas fall in confines of things that we face on the daily across the board. So in that way, it created opportunity. And I felt that Muslim American organizers, community organizations were very receptive to these, and we could do much better. But in context, prior elections were much more ready to strike, to take advantage of these forms of open invitation to speak on these issues and contribute to them through policy dialogues, advisory groups, and so forth.
Sister Zainab,
I would like to add one thing to what Brother Jihad have just mentioned about the issues of American Muslims during the election, and how important it is to focus on our domestic issues. Our international issues, we come from very different backgrounds, many different countries, but people tend to have that tendency to think of an international diplomacy or foreign policy and about many different countries, whether they come from or they care about. And this is not bad to care about, but the most important thing is our immediate issues that we are facing on a daily basis inside our country, inside America. What is our families are facing? What is different people from different backgrounds, whether it's a healthcare, whether it's employment or the pandemic issues, and many other subject that it's been on the surface. So I think we have to be united. We have to have a mindset of focusing on our internal issue and how to become a strong voice against what is really against our benefit inside the country as a citizen. So,
well, Sister Zainab, I mean, I want to speak to that just briefly. I think one of the causes for that was in the campaign, and I will say because I was part of the process in the sense that for various reasons, historically, the Muslim community in campaigns and elections is largely spoken almost synonymously for at least past 20 years as also the Arab and South Asian communities. And there's nothing wrong. These are central key components. And there's also the Persian and Turkish and so forth. But these are dominant, huge groups. But as we all know, it's actually only two of the three major groups. The third other major group in the Muslim American community is the African-American Black experience. And part of the campaign I saw the first time where even Obama and Hillary never really touched upon this was also creating space where also the African-American Muslim community was equally engaged as a Muslim identity. And that helped create a balance that where sometimes, again, it's perception. I don't even believe that Arab Americans, South Asian Americans, so forth, only are concerned about international affairs. But having that anchor, also having African-American Muslims in part of the dialogue and be engaged, was able to pull back and say there's key issues that are domestic. And then two, if you see a lot of the engagement or those Muslim Americans who were formerly part of the campaign, who were advisors, they're also very much of a newer, younger generation. Most of them are younger than me. You can see the gray in my beard. I'm not young anymore. And I think there is also a sea change going on now, a whole new generation of Muslim American youth who have been born, raised, and know nothing else but the United States, compared to parents who were building that path for the past 30 or 40 years, but still maybe has a greater attachment to what was going internationally. Muslim youth who are much more involved now are attuned to what's happening themselves as clearly as American citizens who are able to make that balance of concerns domestically and also still those international policies too.
And Jihad, that's a perfect issue and a perfect real transition to Brother Suhail. You know, I want to discuss our participation as Muslims in elections, not because we're Muslim, but because we're American. You know, like I said in my introduction, I'm a fourth generation American citizen. I only know the American process. And I feel like as we are in a transitory period between individuals that emigrated from overseas to individuals that are born and raised as only American citizens. How does that take into effect where we go as a faith, as an ummah, as Muslims in America?
No, you're absolutely correct. And, you know, this is a good opportunity to look at our friends in the Jewish community who have really, over the last, 4 or 5 decades, been able to embed themselves into the political process. And as, you all correctly stated, many of our parents, of course, were immigrants to this country, and we therefore are first generation Americans. But it's therefore our duty to try and do better by our children so that they can in turn try and do better for their children. Now, we've already started to shatter this glass ceiling of sorts with the elections of several Muslims in local and national positions. Of course, we have Keith Ellison and Andre Carson, both congressmen who are kind of the trailblazers for this. And now they've been joined by, of course, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib and Omar Ilham. So it is important for us to continue to engage in these elections on a local level. And, there are several Muslim organizations that are like Mgage, for example, that are dedicated to helping our community engage in this political process. So I would encourage you to get involved and, for our viewers to do their part, because, time will only tell what this new generation of American Muslims will achieve for Muslims in America, and indeed for all Americans.
And I see we have about 4 or 5 minutes left. So my final question to you all as panelists, we can begin with Sister Zainab and then move to Brother Jihad and then conclude with Brother Suhail, is I want you to give a 1-minute spirited elevator pitch for the importance of participation in the American electoral system. I want you to really dig deep and touch base with our panelists and inspire them to get out into the voting booth in the next election and every election thereafter.
Thank you very much. I think it is important to follow the path as we said, in a deeply spiritual way. Our religion and our beliefs and our what we have learned throughout the years in the United States, whether we are the first generation, second, or just like Brother Tariq, who is the 4th generation, we have to improve our mindset. We have to be part of the decision making. We have to put our vote out there to change our life for the better. We have a great young American Muslims in colleges. Some of them are just graduated. Some of them are looking into future political participation in the government. So it is important to have that voice being heard. The other thing which is very important is our domestic issues and how we deal with it, and how we put it on the surface. Muslim community has a huge history in America in rebuilding and being part of the defense department, being part of the education, being part of the investment, being part of medical and many other fields throughout the history. And it is important, and it's about time that our voice become louder, our decision become united, and also our action show part of it as proud American Muslim citizens in the United States by participating in the elections, as well as being members who people will vote for, whether on a city council level or in a Congress level, or maybe in different positions. So with that, I would say our future as Muslim Americans in America, it has a great potential if we focus on our goals and if we unite our vote. And it's okay to vote Democrat or Republican or whatever we wish to do, as we are in a free country. But it's important to put our goals straight and to focus on development of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Zainab. Brother Jihad?
Thank you for this opportunity to speak on this quickly closing panel. But I'll say this, I'm going to focus on more of a grass tops level, where I believe there is an importance of organizing Muslim power, collective developing issues, campaigns, and mobilizing people with their interests recognized in what those positions are. And I think so there is a greater need for Muslim American trained community organizers coming out of the tradition of the Industrial Areas Foundation. If people ever heard of the IAF or PICO, or now called Faith in Action, look these groups up. I mean, the famous book, Saul Alinsky, Rules for Radicals. It doesn't be radical, but it's about community organizing. And I think that's important. Muslim Americans, Islamic centers, social services organizations, and so forth at the local level, investing, particularly in our youth, but anyone can be trained on becoming a community organizer, understanding how to build power in coalitions and how to build power from the grassroots up, from the needs of communities, which turn then ultimately into campaigns on electoral votes and influencing elected officials. And in that process, people can become if they want to run for office. But we need more Muslim Americans to be in the community organizing model. And if people are looking specifically for now emergent organizations that train Muslim Americans using some of these older models from the Industrial Areas Foundation or Faith in Action, but in a Muslim paradigm, there's groups like the Muslim Power Build Project, Muslim Power Build Project, that's connected to a great group many people are hearing about, the Muslim ARC, Muslim Anti-Racist Collective. I think folks should look into these, and we need to start investing, as we've seen in Christian and Jewish communities, our communities having trained community organizers that help develop that understanding of political power, organizing, and campaigning.
Thanks, Brother Jihad. And that's great tips and great plugs of those wonderful organizations. And lastly, Brother Suhail.
Thank you, Brother Tariq, and thank you everyone for listening to us. Just to tie this all together, again, the topic of this conference is in the spirit of Imam Ali, and of course, the spirit of reform. So what does that reform really mean? That reform really means for you to take action, and it is therefore your civic duty to take action on behalf of your community. And we have already talked about earlier on how just your vote can have an impact on swaying your local elections and can really mean who would be your elected representative representing you in Congress. So, and finally, I'd like to leave you with this and saying that, this is just the beginning. Here we are in 2021, and our community is just getting started. The future looks bright, and we look to you out there that's listening right now to do your part and to take part in our political process. Thank you.
And thank you, everyone, for following on with us at home. Thank you for everyone watching this amazing conference. Again, thank you to Sayyid Jawad, the Ummah organization, Ahlul Bayt TV. And we wish you all a congratulatory weekend and celebration of the birth of our beloved Imam. And hopefully we can all stay safe and healthy during this time. And we wish you all a very good rest of your Sunday evening or evening wherever you may be in the world. Thank you very much.
Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Brother Tariq, those questions were on point. Thank you, Sister Zainab, Brother Suhail, and Brother Jihad. You all did an amazing job in motivating us to become more engaged in political action and civic engagement. Your words give us hope that we can accomplish so much if we set our sights on a specific goal. But obviously, the secret is to work as a team and all bear that collective responsibility. We're going to start to transition into some humor and happiness, since after all, we're celebrating the birthday of Imam Ali alayhi salam. I'm extremely excited to introduce and enjoy our next performer again. Yesterday, I couldn't stop laughing when he was performing, honestly. And we got so much positive feedback from our beautiful viewers. So we're in for a treat again, ladies and gentlemen. Preacher Moss has been on the forefront of Muslim comedy for over 20 years and was one of the founders of the highly acclaimed Allah Made Me Funny tour. Brother Preacher Moss, the people want some more of that sauce, Ak. And don't forget to let people know where they can find you as well. The floor is now yours.
Thank you, sir. And we got to get you another background, brother. we got to get my brother another studio. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everybody. I hope you're doing well. This is part 2 of the comedy. Normally, I don't do this, but with Sheikh Saeed Jawad, I'm like, okay, brother, I'm not going to talk about. I'm going to come on 2 days in a row. I'm going to give a big shout out to the panel that just happened before. My main man, Jihad Saleh, dropping science and drinking Kool-Aid at the same time. Alhamdulillah, brother. I saw that. Well, brothers and sisters, I'm here to tell you I'm a special kind of Muslim. If I could be my own sect, I'm a Muslim that's trying to get from day to day. And I think we need to share that. We need to have some fun with that, brothers and sisters, because I don't know about you. I've been a Muslim for a long time, over 30 years. And I have to say this. Muslims are all right with me when you start looking at the rest of the world. I mean, I was down in Texas. Texas had a deep freeze. A Senator Ted Cruz, left his state and went to Cancun in the middle of a deep freeze. That's not what got me upset, brothers and sisters. It's not that he abandoned the state of Texas. It's that when the man came back to a state that was freezing to death, he didn't have on a coat, a jacket, a parka, a sweater, a scarf. He had on a tight Izod Lacoste shirt. It looked like a male onesie. And this guy just didn't worry about it. But I have to say, I'm venting a little bit. The reason is I'm tired of people picking on Muslims. I'm like, look at you. That's the perfect thing. Whenever somebody picks on a Muslim, you just need to look and go, hey, look at you. Mic drop. Okay. And I'm going to tell you what, people don't understand Muslims, because we're an eclectic group. See, even when I became Muslim, I took my Shahada. It was funny, because I'm going to be honest. When I became Muslim, I didn't tell my mother right away. I tried to drop clues that I was Muslim. The problem is I dropped really bad clues. The clues I dropped for my mother I was Muslim. I stopped drinking. I started hanging out with the fellas. I stopped drinking. And I stopped chasing ladies. Yeah. My mom didn't think I was Muslim. She thought I was, yeah. And the worst part about it is I didn't tell her. We're about to have a conversation. And I'm trying to tell her that I'm Muslim. She thinks it's something totally different. Totally different. Now, you guys know, I don't know if you know, but when you become Muslim, you fall in love with the phrases, the language, the syntax, if you will, the lexicon. My 3 favorite phrases were Assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum assalam, and I used to say them together. The other one was Kayfahalik. I saw my mom one day. She's like, baby, I need to talk to you. I was like, Kayfahalik, mama. She was like, I care for alcoholics too, baby. That's so thankful. That's so great, thoughtful of you. The other word was deen, spelled D-E-E-N. Now, you know what deen is. It tells you, as Muslims, you got to communicate better. Deen is D-E-E-N, means the faith. But to my mom, she thought it was an actual person. So there we are at the dinner table. I'm trying to tell her about my new faith. She thinks there's something totally different about to come down the pike. I was like, Mom, I need to talk to you. She's like, I said, I've been going through some changes. She's like, I know you have, but that's all right. I said, I've made some changes in my life. She said, okay, not too many. I said, I'm trying to get my life straight. She was like, straight is good. Straight is good. I said, Mom, I stopped drinking. She said, that's good. So hang out with the ladies. I said, that's good. I said, Mama. She goes, what? I said, I got Dean in my life. She was like, who is Dean? Don't you bring Dean around here. I will kill you and Dean. The worst part about it is she gets it all wrong. And then she tells my dad and gets him all worked up. Now, my dad is a classic elderly black man.
And I don't know what happens. Maybe it happens across cultures, but fathers at a certain point in time, their communication always sounds like a car trying to start in the cold. So my father walks in with me. He's like, he wanted to say, "Hey, son, your mom's upset. Tell me what's going on." He sounded like this. That's a whole sentence, brothers and sisters. I'm like, what? He was like, I was like, "No, pops." I said, "I'm a Muslim. Deen means faith. Deen means faith." He's like, "Hold on a minute. Mary, get in here. The boy seen a woman named Faith." See how that works out? Funny stuff, people. In fact, when I first became Muslim, I'm going to tell y'all something. I was so trusting. I followed the guy around for 3.5 weeks. I thought he was a sheikh. You know why? Because he had a beard all the way down to his knees. In fact, brothers and sisters, let me throw this out here. You know, it was a pretty beard. It was one of those beards where it shines at night. Like if you could put a microphone on it, you probably hear some beautiful sounds like, oh. Now, he was not a sheikh. Turned out he had taken his shahada about 2 months before me. So it's a case of the blind leading the blind. But I always say God gives you clues. Allah gives you clues that is not what you think it is. My first clue, we were hanging out. Thank you, Sister Fatima. My first clue is we were hanging out, Washington, D.C. We heard the Adhan go off. His name was Abdullah Black. He named himself. The Adhan goes off. I was like, "Hey, Abdullah, you hear that? That's the Adhan." He goes, "Is that what that is?" I said, "Yeah, man, you want to go pray?" He was like, "Why not?" And people, I'm going to tell you how Muslims are. We started walking. They saw that beard. They got hypnotized. And all of a sudden, they were like, "Please, Sheikh, lead the prayer, lead the prayer, lead the prayer." Now, keep in mind, I haven't seen him pray in like 3 weeks. Yeah, lead the prayer. I was like, "Dude, don't lead the prayer. He said, "Preach. These people love me. They just made me a sheikh." And then a little tear rolled down. So you went to read the prayer. I'm going to just say this to keep it smooth, brothers and sisters. I was a part of the longest, potentially the longest Asa prayer in the history of mankind. It was just him standing in front of people, not knowing any surahs. He was just like this. In fact, he didn't even salam out. He just turned around. He was like, "Y'all good?" Now, here's the second reason I know he might not be a sheikh. We were sitting around and he's like, "Preach, I like hanging around with you." I said, "Likewise, my brother." He said, No, you don't understand. I feel like I could be myself with you." I said, "My brother, always feel like you could be yourself with me." As soon as I said that, he pulled out a bag of marijuana. And I was like, "Yo, I can't be myself like that. I know I'm new, but I know we can't do that." He goes, "Oh, man, relax." "Yes, you can." I said, "No, you can't." He goes, "Yes, you can." I was like, "No, you can't." I said, "Dude, you cannot do that." He said, "Preach, relax." He goes, "This weed right here, this weed?" He goes, "This weed is halal." I was like, "How is it halal?" He goes, "I bought it from another Muslim." My point, brothers and sisters, is that you have to enjoy life, man. And you know, the funny part is when you become Muslim, when you convert, all of a sudden you're like everybody's target to get married. You know, you need to get married now. You need to get married now. You need to get married now. You know why I'm so good right now talking with nobody in the room, nobody listening to me? Because I've been married 18 years. All right, I digress. My wife's not watching. I mean, hopefully not. But you know what? And you got to celebrate your wife. I tell brothers, you know, celebrate your wives. You know why? Because people, they put things on Muslims all the time. I was seeing something, you know, Muslim women are oppressed. Muslim women are oppressed. I'm like, no, they are not. I married a Muslim woman. Listen to me. I'm oppressed, happily oppressed. But I'm here to just say, you know, just these things that people are going out saying. And I'm going to say something because a young man interviewed me for I believe it was this project. It's a Shia brother, young brother. And it was funny because I'm going to show you the look on his face when he realized it wasn't Shia. You ready? He goes, let me show you the look. And I told him, relax. I said, we're all brothers, man. I'm going to tell y'all something. If the police were to bust both of us, we're going to get the same time. So I'm going to tell folks, we need to come together. You know why? Because there's just stupidity abound. All the hate groups now are getting nonprofit status. So I'm telling all of our communities to pull together. And I'm the one to help us. I'm an expert because I realize little clues and stuff. They test us to see if we're stupid. Muslims, we need to be more aware of the little tricks they do, like the weather. I'm old school. I'm 54 years old. The reason I'm saying this is because they have everybody duped. When I was growing up, we didn't have 24-hour weather. You know why? Here's the reason. If it was 80 degrees at 1 o'clock, there's a good chance it's going to be 80 degrees at 1:02. You don't need 24-hour weather. Let me show you how the weather report used to be back in 76. To find out how the weather is, let's go out to Joey. Joey, how's the weather? Oh, it's good. Thank you, Joey. That's it. Now they have 24-hour weather to distract us. And they insult us when they give us the weather, brothers and sisters. You can look it up. I'm not lying. I am not lying. This is my proof. The next time you look at a weather report, realize they don't give you the weather. They give you the weather and then they tell you what it feels like. I'm serious. They give you the weather and then they tell you what it feels like. Like you don't know what it feels like. I'm down in Texas, Houston, Texas. They actually had a guy come on. It was during the summer. He goes, here in Houston, Texas, it's 103 degrees. Feels like 103 degrees. I know what 103 degrees feels like. Feel like hell, man. Shut up. They make it seem like all of a sudden we need to have somebody go to school, get their bachelor's, master's, and PhD just to specifically tell us how it feels like. I took some cough syrup on an empty stomach, brother and sister. I had a dream. You know what my dream was? That there was an actual feel-like guy that worked in the meteorology service. I was watching, the guy came out. He says, well, to find out the weather, let's go out to Bob. Bob, how's the weather? He actually goes, here in Houston, Texas, 106 degrees. To find out what it feels like, let's go out to Bob. How's it feel like, Bob? Feels like I can't have more kids anymore, Joe. Back to you. That's my point, brothers and sisters. Do we really even need this? Do we really need this? So I just came on to express myself and be amongst friends and family. And I say, don't suffer fools and hypocrites. You know why? Because we're smart. I figured this thing out, and I want everybody to think about it. If you want people to stop hating on Muslims, hating on Black people, hating on Native Americans, whatever your persuasion, Sunni, Shia, this is what we did. We need to come up with legislation like Jihad said. You need some legislation. If you're going to call me a slur, this is the deal. You got to have a license to do it. You can call me the N-word all you want, but you're going to pay me. That's right. And anybody, and if somebody says something about Muslims, I'm like, hey, you have a license to talk about us that way? And if they don't have a license, then we get to charge them a penalty. Like each time you say a slur against a Muslim or African American or Native American or Latino, I believe the fine should be at least $30,000 to $40,000 for each slur. And I guess what? I'm telling you, you realize just how broke racists are. Listen, brothers and sisters, I'm in Nashville, Tennessee. I ran into a guy. He was homeless and racist. I didn't know you could do both. Did you? And I'm sitting here with this guy. And he goes, did you see my sign? I said, yeah. He goes, you can't read, can't you? I was like, yeah, bro, I can read. You spell work wrong. There's no E in work. This guy got all upset. My point being, brothers and sisters, we have to come together because I'm sad to say it. People who are doing racism and Islamophobia, the quality has gone down tremendously. And like everybody can't do it. Everybody believes they could do it. Years ago, I was on a KKK website doing some research. Now, let me tell y'all something. Don't feel special. They hate everybody. Blacks, Latinos, gays, lesbians, Jews. They hate everybody. I mean, Black people still number one. Hey. But they hate everybody. And I was on this website, and here was the interesting part. They wrote an article about every group they hated. And brothers and sisters, I read them all. And let me give them a little credit. I don't know who wrote the articles, but whoever wrote the articles made very, very compelling arguments. I was reading an article about black people. Heck, about 10 minutes into it, I stopped liking black people. I was like, we are out of control. But I see my time is about up. And I just want to make sure everybody knows that I appreciate you having me on that platform, on your platform. Sheikh Saeed Jawad, thank you for having me on your platform, brother. You know, we decided we're going to make it happen. We talked about it. Beautiful, brother. All of you folks, I hope to see you. Check me out on Instagram at Preacher Moss. Let me know what you're thinking. Let me know how you're feeling. I have a show called The Shout Out Show. It's a daily show. And Sheikh Saeed Jawad, I want you on my show. I want people on this platform on my show so we can get together and start having some really good vibe and unity. So other than that, I'm about to bounce because you know what? This is my house. Take care, everybody. Preacher Moss. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Big ups. Back to you, Ak.
Preacher Moss with the sauce, as always. Thank you so much, Aka, for continuing to spread laughter and positivity within the hearts of our community. I really want everyone to show Preacher Moss some love on his Instagram, his Twitter. Look up his videos on YouTube. He's very hilarious. You know, I love him personally. Before there was COVID, there were still people studying online and in virtual settings. And our next panel is titled Digital Islamic Education. Many individuals are interested in receiving education in seminaries and formal academic settings, but they can't really go to cities like Qom, Karbala, or Najaf to do so. Digital education has become an increasingly feasible option for many individuals in this position, and is in fact just as tedious as attending classes in Qom or Najaf. I personally look forward to hearing more from our respected panelists and would like to now open up the floor to Sister Sadaf to guide us through the panel. Sister Sadaf, the floor is now yours.
Assalamu alaikum. I think we're having a bit of a difficulty finding Sister Sadaf at the moment.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
We apologize for a little bit of the difficulties trying to get Sister Sadaf involved. Why don't we take a little bit of time to introduce each of you. Sheikh Bilal, I know you yourself, mashallah, have attended Hawza. So now my job is done. I'm going to open up the floor for Sister Sadaf. I apologize for that.
I'm really very, very sorry. I had some technical difficulties. Assalamu alaikum, everybody.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
So assalamu alaikum, everyone. My dear brothers, my scholars, my sisters. My name is Sadaf, and I will be your moderator for today, inshallah. The topic that I've been given is very close to my heart. I hold a master's degree in English language and literature, and I have been a teacher for the past 20 years. I currently teach English to refugees for a nonprofit organization in Canada. And I've also been a part of the Islamic Madaris, of Islamic Madaris, both in Dubai and Toronto for the past 14 years. My current role is that of teacher's chair at Al Hadi Madrasa in Toronto, and I've written teaching guides for the MCE Tarbiyah curriculum and served as a trainer for teachers in Madaris in North America. I'm also the Tarbiyah curriculum coordinator in North America for Nasimco Center of Islamic Learning. And I'm also a member of the Jaffrey Education Committee of the ISIJ of Toronto and run a program that's very close to my heart, along with a very able team. And the program is called Book Cloud. It's a book club for children. And I'm very, very honored today to be in this discussion with my esteemed panelists, Sheikh Bilal Hussain and Dr. Farooq Bandali. I'm going to start with my introduction. So Sheikh Bilal does not need an introduction, especially if you are in the North American community. He was born and raised in New York. He's a graduate of the Temple University in Philadelphia with a degree in finance. He has studied in the seminary of Najaf al-Ashraf for over 10 years, mashallah. And currently he's a resident alim for the Shiat Nashri Jamaat of New York Center. His work as a cleric in the US is focused on the development of the next generation by helping them develop a well-informed identity of what it is to be a Muslim and how to live according to our faith in a foreign land. A much needed project for sure. Sheikh Bilal is the director of the Zahra Trust, USA, a humanitarian relief organization that works with orphans, widows, and refugees around the world. Besides his accolades, he has a great sense of humor, and his chai and chat sessions are something to look out for. Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh Bilal. How are you doing today?
Alaikum salam, alhamdulillah. Glad to have the opportunity to have a great conversation about digital learning while doing digital learning.
Inshallah. Okay, so my next esteemed guest is Dr. Farooq Bandali. Dr. Farooq has his Doctor of Pharmacy from the University of Texas at Austin. He then completed 2 years of residency with focus in critical care and also holds a teaching certificate. He subsequently was a professor and clinician at Rutgers in New Jersey for 9 years. He's been working in pharmaceutical and medical device for the last 6 years in medical education and research. And he's the co-founder of Taqwa Media, an Islamic publishing and distribution company, and has employed a varied digital technology as a clinician, academician, researcher, Islamic publisher, and distributor. Dr. Farooq and I have worked together in the past as teacher trainers for the MC Tarbiyah curriculum. He's the father of 2, loves hiking and telling stories. So, assalamu alaikum, Dr. Farooq. How are you doing today?
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah, Sister Sadaf. I too am very excited to be holding this digital education, just like Sheikh Bilal is in this digital space. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, Sheikh Bilal.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Okay, so our topic today is digital Islamic education. In February 2020, COVID-19 impacted us in unprecedented ways. It affected the way we live, the way we grow, the way we contribute. One area that it has especially affected us is how we all learn. It has affected children, parents, students, teachers, scholars, communities, and the global society. We have had to pivot and quickly adopt to digital ways of engaging. So, however, the challenge has been now more than ever, we are living busier lives. Our bosses expect us to be online all the time, and we're constantly plugged into the virtual digital world. In the spirit of reform, the title of today's session is Digital Islamic Learning, Digital Islamic Education, and we're going to be using this platform to address some fundamental questions that we have had on our minds, and inshallah address the discussion holistically. I'm going to navigate through the discussion by asking Dr. Farooq and Sheikh Bilal questions. So I'm going to start with Dr. Bandali, Dr. Farooq Bandali. So we've been living in a world of information overload, Dr. Bandali. In 2009, there was a Harvard Business Review titled Death by Information Overload. There's an exponential increase in channels to receive the digital information. And there was a recent article showed that there are more than 100 plus social media websites that were created in 2021. Now, I, as a parent, as a teacher, as a mom, feel very overwhelmed in navigating and how much information is available to us. There have been a lot of courses that have been offered, and you just don't know what you want to sign up for and what you don't. So with all your experience as parent and educator, how do you think that we should navigate all of this and discern needed information from noise?
Jazakumullah for your question, Sister Sadaf. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, bismillahir rahmanir rahim, and also thank you for your kind introduction. So, before I answer the question, I wanted to congratulate everybody on the birth anniversary of Imam Ali alayhi salam. I wanted to also share our condolences to everyone on the death anniversary of Sayyidah Zainab alayhi salam, and thank Sayyid Jawad Qazwini and the entire team to organize this conference, and also really honored and pleasure to be here amongst this esteemed scholar. So, back to your question, we navigate needed information and Islamic information from noise through defining our purpose. And the crux is, as Muslims, where can we go and find our purpose? And the best place really is the Holy Quran. There are two verses that I wanted to share. So the first verse, when we look at the Holy Quran from a purpose definition, is in chapter 51, 56 through 8, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said, I have created the jinn and the humans to worship me. And other translators have translated this as serving me. So if you were to take this idea of serving Allah, you're not by serving Allah, you are serving, you also must serve Allah's creation. The second verse is 67:2, where Allah says in the Quran the idea of that we have created a test with those with the best deeds. So if we think about sort of the intention behind Islamic education, it is really to help us holistically. And so it is intended to help us think and speak and behave and really feel. And to be able to navigate these life struggles and to be able to attain happiness and felicity, both in this world and the hereafter. So the case that I want to make today is, as professionals, as students, as teachers, we navigate our, if we were to go down the road and say life is comprised of mind, body, and soul, and if we all agree on this concept, we would note that we go through our mind and body in a formalized and structured manner. What do I mean? Whether you're a pharmacist, whether you are a social worker, journalist, it doesn't matter. You go to go get an education for almost 14, 16, 18 years and hold a career. For those that focus in also on body health, you think about what you're going to eat and how you're going to exercise. But yet we relegate our spiritual growth and the growth of our soul to an unformalized and an unstructured approach. Let me give an example. If I was to think about myself and say, if I'm in my 40s and I have been to, for example, 40 Muharrams. If you were to ask me, your first Muharram when you were 15 and you can recall, do you recall learning Islam 101 and then the second year Islam 102, so on and so forth? And the answer, the audience, if you ask most people, they'll say, no, that is not the case. And the reason is because it was not designed for that. It was designed for a different purpose. And so if we think about sort of all the noise that exists out there, and ask, how do we sieve needed information from noise? The reality is to really get to the crux and to really go to the Quranic purpose. There's a final point before I pass it back to Sister Sadaf that I wanted to make, and that is the idea that Islamic education is thought to be for young children and for tweens and for teens. In reality, it is actually for everybody. It is the most important thing we can be doing, more important than any of our other roles. And so there's a hadith that we all know, it's not new, from the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him. And the hadith says, get knowledge from the cradle to your grave. So if I was to present this idea, which is not a new idea, one of the critics or criticisms about this is most people will say we don't have time. So we live busy lives, and if we were trying to sieve needed information from everything else that's out there through our purpose, how are we going to navigate this? And so recent research has really depicted the idea that previously we were taught for the longest time, manage your time. Now more and more, I work in corporate. We get trained to say, it is not about time management, but it's really about priority management and energy management. Figure your purpose and then go after the priority management and the energy management. So Jazakumullah, sister, for your question, and I hope that answered your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farooq. It did. So Sheikh Bilal, now that Dr. Bandali has spoken about the purpose, I would like you to tell me how can we benefit from digital learning, and what digital resources are available to us right now?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. The idea of digital learning is actually bridging a gap that exists for especially the Western world. One of the things that we suffer from the Western world is our environment isn't a Muslim environment. So our interaction with Islam typically becomes limited to either, for example, in the Husseiniya or specifically at home. And outside of that, it's very difficult to have access to Islam. With the advent of digital learning and the availability of digital resources, we can now create a more complete Islamic environment, that I can be exposed to Islam in locations other than simply the Husseiniya, other than simply when I'm at home with my family. That's a really important concept that allows us to now bring about that shortcoming that we had of living in Western countries, not being able to talk about Islam, not being able to see Islam on a regular basis, to now making Islam a part of our day-to-day lifestyle and a more comprehensive view of our environment. Another great factor about this is opening up to individual learning, right? Historically, what happens is we have a lecture. We go and we sit in the lecture. Now, it may happen that, for example, the needs of my community, the lecture is well reflected to fit the needs of my community, but not my unique individual needs. For example, it may be something that I heard as a lecture before. It may be something I've read about. But the limitation of my availability to Islamic knowledge was that one lecture that was happening in my community center. Now, with the advent and the availability of digital information, I can continue my learning and growth process individually, as opposed to only being able to access those resources that my community center makes available to me, which is a great process to open up for ourselves. Also, the other factor that we take advantage of digital learning is by learning about source material. Many times when we want to have a conversation about faith, we say, I heard. Most conversations, it's one person who has listened to one lecture talking to a person who has not listened to that lecture or listened to a different lecture, and the conversation is, well, I heard them say this, I heard this before, I've heard this before. Now imagine that by the use of these digital resources, when I have a religious conversation, I can reference source material. I can go back and I can read these books and have access to information that otherwise would have been foreign or difficult for me to have access to. This is a great concept that opens up the availability of information. And let me tell you something, this isn't a hypothetical situation I'm talking about. I'm not saying that this is something in the future we'll be able to do. Alhamdulillah, we can do it today. Whether we look at full-time learning institutions for our children that are available online now and are using digital platforms to give full-time education to our children, whether, alhamdulillah, Wali al-Asr School in Canada is doing a great job with this. The Rise Academy out of Sabah Center in California is doing this. We have a variety of online Hausa projects that are available. E-Hausa out of Sydney, Australia is running. We have the Mizan Institute in Texas running. These institutions are sitting there providing us detailed information. We have a variety of, for example, digital libraries that are available now, whether we take a look at the Al-Islam Library, Islamic Mobility, we take a look at Wikishia even now is stepping up and becoming a great resource that people can access, and a variety of other materials. The content is now out there. It's about us availing the opportunity to make Islam a part of our lifestyle. And that's something, hopefully, platforms like this, where we're having these conversations, will, inshallah, open us up to the opportunity of availing these chances and looking more for digital learning.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Sheikh Bilal. So Dr. Farouk, in 2021, what role do you think parents and teachers, in 2021, what roles do you think teachers and parents will play in supporting children and students to be successful in Islamic education?
Yeah, I just to piggyback on what Sheikh Bilal was saying, I think quite simply, the role we play both as parents and teachers is to be role models. So our child and our student sees what we do more than hears what we say. So as to speak, we're having to walk our talk. Yeah, so it is important to embark on this journey of Islamic education. But now, because of COVID-19, we have been thrust into and forced into this digital space. And as a clinician, and somebody who's got experience in infectious disease, I'm concerned that COVID or COVID-like phenomenon are really here to stay in some sort of a hybrid model. And so if nobody can predict the future, but if we are having to navigate this, one of our roles as parents and as teachers is to take our families and our children to heaven, is to take our students to heaven, right? And so in my lived experiences, the challenges that we see faced, whether in families or in communities, exists, and there's deep amounts of challenges, and it exists. In my humble opinion, I think it is this lack of sort of spiritual growth or the spiritual journey that is undertaken in a systematic and a formalized manner. So if I haven't challenged myself with the question, what does God expect of me, or how do I build out a relationship with God, with God, my parents, my spouse, my children, community members, friends, even strangers, I am more likely to then face these numerous self-imposed challenges. So in summary, I feel it's a lifelong learning process, and really the role that we can play is to embark on becoming better and better, role models in the spirit of reform that this conference is about.
Yeah, inshallah. Thank you, Dr. Farooq. So Sheikh Bilal, now that we've briefly discussed the role of the parents and the teachers, with all that's out there, what do we need to be careful of when evaluating this digital content?
So the same way that there's nothing that's absolutely good in today's world, there's nothing that's absolutely harmful and bad. We have concerns. We are worried about the content that we expose our children to. We are worried about the content that we're exposed to. And part of that is not accepting everything at face value. There's a few points to pay attention to here. First and foremost is paying attention to making sure that what we're following and what we're listening to is validated information. What are we reading? Who are we listening to? What are we watching? One of the advents of digital learning that we've seen that is somewhat problematic is what's the forwarding, posting information without being sure, what am I posting? What's the real value add? Did I make sure that what I'm saying is truthful? Am I conscientious of the content that's being passed around? This is a really big responsibility, that if my name and my identity is going to be tied to a piece of information, it's not sufficient enough that I click the share button or I forward it, but rather, did I validate? Am I sure that what I'm saying and what I'm sharing comes from an authentic source, that information is correct? This type of validation becomes very important, especially in today's day and age, where there are many people who want to speak on our behalf and share information. We have the advent of fake news. And whereas it was considered something that was rare, that didn't happen very often, in the past 4 years, it's become commonplace, and it's almost become accepted that this is part of the content that's out there, and it's on the reader, the listener, to be conscientious, to pay attention to notice the details and see, what I'm listening to, is it correct? Is this okay? Further to that, aside from just paying attention to the validity of information, we now need to start talking about, is this good for me? Am I reading something that's appropriate for me? Is there really a value add by this information? And to that end, censorship is very important. And censorship is still valid. We need to be censoring our children when they're accessing information. We need to censor ourselves. I'll give you an example. Back when, unfortunately, the Daesh-ISIS situation started, these Daesh and ISIS individuals started posting terroristic videos. And unfortunately, the caliber of these videos was things that, for example, were acts of war that were being put in video and put out onto the internet. And not just people, but children started watching these videos. And some of them were very graphic. And let me tell you something, just because it exists and it's out there doesn't mean we should be consuming it. Think about it this way, right? Acts of war historically, if a person lived through a war, you weren't normal after that experience. Your life was changed, your personality was changed, you were a different person because of that act of war. Now all of a sudden I'm putting it on the internet and I'm letting everybody see it. How is it possible for people to process this information and still be normal? This is a problematic approach. So we have to be careful and conscientious, and censorship is really important, even with the regard of talking about censoring. Who has the right to speak about Islam? What are the topics that should be discussed? And we have to validate every piece of information. Is it truthful? Is it useful? Is it beneficial? What's the long-term impact of this information on me, on my children, before I go and I bring something into my house? So this is stuff that we really do have to keep working on, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you, Sheikh Bilal. So Dr. Farooq, back to you. How should parents and teachers be empowered to nurture growth in families and students? Are you aware of any case studies where communities have efficiently employed digital tools to promote Islamic education?
Sure. Thank you for your question. I think there's a two-part question here, and this response may take slightly long. But so when it comes to the idea of empowering parents and teachers, I think there has been almost 4 decades of research, looking at trying to assess student development in classroom settings, and translating those assessments even in Islamic schools and weekend schools and so on and so forth. And the reality of the matter is the whole assessment, as important as it is, the crux of this is, does it translate into change in behavior? And I think this idea of change in behavior is where there is much growth. There is some additional growth that is needed. But I'd love to turn back to to Islamic principles, and it's not this next discussion is not intended to be in any depth, and Sheikh Bilal here as a scholar can certainly inform to this topic much better than I can. Having said that, though, I would like to sort of give the idea of that we all must have heard about before. This is probably likely not new. It's the idea of murakkaba and muhasaba. The way to break it down quite simply, it's in the morning you wake up and you set goals. In the evening you go and you self-assess. Yeah, and so I think one of the things that parents can do is to implement this. Now, our viewers, likely there may be people from an entire spectrum where people have already implemented this and they may be seeing success. And there may be some of us who are still new to this idea and trying to figure this out. I think it's a phenomenal Islamic principle. And one of the ideas when talking about muraqabah and muhasabah from a family perspective, I think when we self-assess and be critical of ourselves, we should take the approach of looking at virtues. So the virtue of love for God, the virtue of the virtue of honesty and compassion, patience, respect. And with one of my favorites in terms of virtues is the idea of nobility. When I think about nobility, I'm thinking about the Islamic principle of makarimul akhlaq. It translates quite simply to, I'm kind to those who are kind to me, right? And so one of the areas that we are most likely to have a challenge with is those that are most closest to us, our family, our friends, our community members. And so I think this idea of muraqabah and muhasabah, can really help with this behavioral aspect in the family. But at the same time, I feel like Islamic weekend schools, as well as Islamic schools, full-time schools, can continue to hone in on those that have already implemented this. So that's one piece to your question. The other question was, are there any communities that have implemented this, and or any case studies per se? So I can speak to 3. So one, case study for myself is a community that I have been involved with now for the last 3 years, and this community has existed now for upwards of 10 plus years in different forms, a digital-based community. It's under the leadership of Sheikh Dr. Muhammad Ali Shamali, and it was initially established, because people were in Canada and in UK, it was established to promote learning through a number of different ways, through a digital platform. This is way before COVID, by the way, obviously, and then subsequently there were retreats that were being held. Currently, to the best of my knowledge, I think there are 300 plus families engaged in different formats. One of the most amazing principles about a community like this, one of the principles by which it's founded on, is the idea of social wilaya. Social wilaya is that my job is to gain the pleasure of Allah. In order to do so, I must gain the pleasure of the believer by the teachings of the Holy Prophet and the Ahlul Bayt. And so I think there has been amazing success in developing such communities under such leadership that can really help us propel. A second is just none other than Sheikh Bilal. Sydney is far from me, New York. I live in New Jersey. But Sheikh Bilal, not only in his weekends classes, but also during the week, engages young children, and through his relationship building, my son is part of it and is thirsty to be part of his sessions. Yeah, and so I think the idea of relationship building, this idea of social walaya, is huge. The third is, you mentioned the Tarbiyah curriculum. I think the Tarbiyah curriculum is is amazing in that it has employed current day methodology from a pedagogical perspective. And because of COVID, we've had to now implement this digitally, in US and Canada. So I hope this sort of answers the twofold question that you had for me.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Farooq. So Sheikh Bilal, in closing, we have like around 4 more minutes left. So given the adoption of digital technology, do you feel community centers will become obsolete? And do you have any other words of advice for us?
The idea, does the community center become obsolete, reminds me of the joke where a man comes to the sheikh and says, Sheikh, I saw Jama'ah, people were praying in Jama'ah on TV. When I'm at home, can I pray Jama'ah with them? The sheikh replies, sure. And then after that, put a black cloth on your fridge and do tawaf too. No, digital learning is not taking the place of a community center. Rather, digital learning is something that should be expanding the role of the community center in our environment. It makes the community more important for us. It creates, first off, the community center now adds on the responsibility of creating and directing people to content and information to help them through this process of navigating all that's out there. We also take a look and we see about the idea that this community center now helps people bridge the digital divide, that there does exist the digital divide today in our communities, whether we take a look at seniors, immigrant families, young families that don't have access to the same resources. And we need to rely on our community center to create and promote those tools and resources so that everyone in our community can adapt and develop the information that's there. Second to that, and in addition to that, it's very important to remember that Islam is not simply knowledge. It's about character, it's about spirituality, it's about that community. When we see our Holy Prophet telling us that a blind man who comes to him and says, Ya Rasulullah, is it allowed for me since I'm blind to pray at home, or must I go to the masjid? And the Rasulullah said, even if there needs to be a string tied from your house to the masjid, go to the masjid. That's telling us the importance of that community and that interaction that comes. Learning is not simply the book. Learning is not simply the lecture. It's the interaction. There was a pious Sayyid who used to tell me, he says, I heard when my youth, and I tell you today, more learning is done in the hallways than in the classrooms. In Najaf, there's a statement that you learn that there's knowledge on the wind in the city of Najaf. All of these talk about, and the point of these statements is to talk about that communal aspect. We can't and we will never break away our community because our Prophet enforced this concept. And we look at digital learning as a supplement to our community. We look at it in addition to our community, not in place of our community. And which is why one of the key things that we're taking a look at is this process of continued growth and development and the adaptation to new information and knowledge and improving our process of learning and development. In a final note, what I'll mention is this. There was a time in the history of Islam where we were at the head of science, math, and medical infrastructure. All of these things were our leading sources. And then eventually Europe overtook this process and we were no longer the leaders of this knowledge and information. What happened was that the advent of the printing press was something that the Ottoman Empire refused to adapt to. So the rest of the world took knowledge and books and information and spread and grew. And we went from being leaders to followers in all of these subjects. Today, we have an opportunity again that as technology is developing and resources are developing, are we going to take a backseat and let others lead the process of education and learning? Or are we going to adapt and learn from this process? And that's why this is an important conversation that inshallah we continue to keep developing.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Bilal. I would like to end here, and I would like to say that 30 minutes is not enough for this discussion. There's a lot more that we would all like to say on this, but inshallah, you all benefited from it. And Sheikh Bilal, thank you for your wisdom. Dr. Farooq, thank you for all the information that you shared with us. If you would like to get resources from Dr. Farooq, you can follow him on Instagram at Taqwa Media, and he will inshallah share whatever he can. And with that, I would like to end. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, everybody.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam.
Dr. Farouk and Sheikh Bilal, you did an amazing job answering those essential questions. I really hope this panel has served as an encouragement to everyone who has been on the fence about taking online Islamic classes. You know, you'll never regret increasing your knowledge and education. And thank you, Sister Sadaf. You did wonderful. Before we get into the next panel, I want to mention that our official sponsor for the event is the 5-star Bear in Karbala, where spirituality meets hospitality. Okay, guys, I really want you to interact with us. Please use the hashtag Imam Ali 2021 and let us know how you feel about the event. We truly care about your opinion and we love our beautiful viewers. Our next panel is titled Mental Health and Teen Addictions. It might be a somber subject, but it's really something essential for us to talk about. It's a fact that addictions plague our community, and addictions usually begin at a young age, and they're really hard to shake. Cultural stigmas within our communities lead parents to deny this problem would ever exist in their household, and that's truly part of the problem. I'd like to now open up the floor to our moderator, Sayyid Yasser Diya-Ad-Din, to guide us through our next panel. Sayyid Yasser, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Sayyid Muhammad, for that introduction. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, dear viewers, wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate you all on the blessed occasion of the birth anniversary of Amir al-Mu'mineen, Imam Ali, alayhi salam. My name is Yasser Diya-Ad-Din, and I'll be moderating this session live from Vancouver, Canada. Just a little bit about myself. I am currently studying kinesiology at Langara College here in Vancouver. I strive my best to participate and serve the Muslim community here in the Lower Mainland alongside the Muslim Youth in Motion organization. I love learning about physical and mental health, and I am stoked to be able to moderate today's discussion, which will be on teen addictions. I know this is one of the last sessions of the event, but please hang in there. I promise it'll be worth it because I am honored to be able to introduce the respected panelists joining us today. Firstly, we have Sheikh Jihad Ismail. Sheikh Jihad completed a bachelor's degree in interpreting and translation from the University of Western Sydney. He decided to pursue his religious education at Al-Azhar University, and after he graduated and returned to Sydney, and after reading many Shia books, he decided to convert to the Shia school of thought. The Sheikh then went to Qom, Iran to modify his religious studies to the Shia school of thought. Sheikh Jihad is currently a freelance international English speaker and has held numerous government and non-government positions, the main one being an official government translator in the Australian court system. Alongside him today, we have Sarah Walji, who is a Canadian registered nurse working with the emergency psych department at Oakville Trafalgar Memorial Hospital, while simultaneously completing her master's degree in global health. Sarah represents Young Nurses Internationally as a board member with the global campaign Nursing Now. Sarah has presented to global audiences in Qatar, Singapore, the UK, the States, and has participated in global healthcare service delivery in South America and the Middle East. In the past few years, Sarah has run for both municipal and federal office. So although one is all the way on the other side of the world from me in Sydney, Australia, and the other is a fellow Canadian neighbor, with me here today, we have Sarah Walji and Sheikh Ismail, Sheikh Jihad. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
So we have a lot to cover in our topic today with only a limited amount of time. So I'll jump right into it by asking Sarah to give us an overview of the topic. So what are addictions and who are the most susceptible to addictions?
Okay, thank you so much for opening up that discussion point for us today, Yasser. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I begin in the name of God, the most beneficent, the most merciful. So let's begin today's discussion by evaluating what exactly is an addiction. What are the risk factors that are associated with addictions? So when we say the word addiction, we oftentimes affiliate it with heavy uses of substances of various sort, including alcohol, including recreational drugs, but it is far more than that. It includes behaviors such as excessive internet use, such as pornography, such as engagement within risk behaviors that we will be discussing today. So the word addiction itself is used to refer to the engagement within a behavior or a use of a substance that is out of control, that in turn leads to a negative impact on an individual's life, causing them harm in some capacity. It is a chronic disease involving changes within the brain where there's a disruption in the neural pathways. Dopamine is released in excess, and I think we were in discussion surrounding this when we did touch upon the social media panel, so I'm glad that there was mention of this earlier. But basically, dopamine is the chemical that stimulates that high for us, that gives us that motivation piece, that makes us excited. And it is released in excess when individuals do engage within some form of addictive behavior or substance. And to sustain that pattern of behavior or that risk related, basically the brain needs more of this coming in. And that in turn creates a higher tolerance, which in turn creates additional use or engagement within these behaviors. So oftentimes when describing an addiction, there are 4 C's: a craving, a loss of control in the amount of use or the frequency, a compulsion to use in excess quantities or additional quantities, and consequences, use despite the consequences that are affiliated with these behaviors or these substances. Some of the risk factors are genetics. So some individuals are more susceptible to genetic-based patterns where they are more engaging within the risk-based behaviors. They have a higher susceptibility to addictive properties of certain substances, interactions within the brain. So this whole idea of feeling good, the release of dopamine, the immediate reward experience is really big. The environment an individual comes from, so the home environment, the home life of this individual, the society that they're actively a part of, the community of support. Are there other individuals who use this as a type of coping strategy, for instance? Other mental health-based concerns. About half of all individuals who do go into a substance use-based pattern of behavior do oftentimes have some kind of mental health-related concern at some point within their lifetime. And then coping with thoughts and feelings. So people may turn to an addictive behavior or substance as a means of coping with a difficult situation or regulating the emotions affiliated with that situation. And today we will be focusing on teens, because teens and young adults are very much more vulnerable to the addictions-based topics of discussion. And the reason for that is because they're very much in that development phase. The brain is still at a point where it's still developing. There's a limited impulse control, and in turn, there could be subsequent impacts that stay with this individual over the long term and negatively impact their life for the long duration of it. And we'll get into that when we do go into certain types of addictive related discussion topics today.
Thank you for that, Sarah. That's a great point. It's important to remember the environment and the risk factors for being falling into addictions. So, Sheikhna, I'm sure that you've experienced situations of teen addictions before. So what are some common types of addictions you see in the community, and how do you see the community presenting it?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الطيبين الطاهرين. First and foremost, thank you for allowing me or availing me of the opportunity to participate in this great event. And I thank Sister Sarah for a comprehensive definition of what an addiction is. If I may add, with her permission, that I deal more with the behavioral addiction or dependency, because we have two, the chemical and the behavioral. So I deal more with the addictions towards or dependency towards, for example, pornography, gambling, and so on and so forth. I'm not that much into drug dependency and so on and so forth. That I leave to the expert. And alhamdulillah, we have a lot of people within our community that have dealt with these kind of addictions and dependencies. But from as far as the community is concerned, and as far as my work is concerned, and I'm speaking humbly from my own experience with people who have developed some sort of a dependency or behavioral dependency towards, the social media and gambling and so on and so forth. I found myself, from my own personal experience dealing with these cases, that by myself alone, counseling these people or giving therapy to these people is not going to be enough. So what I've done is I've involved a team of psychologists and therapists, both who are trained in their field as counselors and as psychologists, and as well as being very much in tune with religious teachings and they themselves are very spiritual and very practicing Muslims in their own way. So initially, the community is faced with these particular predicaments and these particular situations. So they are referred to me through either the mosque or through online services that we have, or Facebook, or what have you, through private messages. So they come to me, and that's when the first initial consultation starts. However, having said that, it is unfortunate that the community still treats these dependencies as a big taboo, that they don't want to speak about it, and they don't want to actually believe that it is happening within their own household. That is something that we need to address first. That being a Muslim, and I say this very conservatively, being a Muslim does not mean guaranteed immunity against these dependencies. We need to take into account, as Sister Sarah said, the environmental, the family, the economic pressures, the peer pressures, and all these combined together are giving rise to exacerbated form of dependencies. So first and foremost, you need to break these particular stigmas in the mind of the community, and in particular in the mind of the parents. Although it is difficult, although it's challenging, but we need to be realistic, and we can't just remain idealistic that this is not going to happen within my household or within my setup as a family. And when it happens, I just cannot deal with it on the basis of anger, rejection, dejection, you know, and saying to my kids, for example, if you don't stop, I will disown you. These so-called conventional methodologies cannot work in the challenges that our youth are facing today. So we have developed that system of counseling these particular dependencies by team effort and referral services within the community. And we find that it is working really well when we engage the services of therapists and psychologists and doctors in that regard. And parents or the community need to support us in that by acknowledging that the use of these services can actually produce what we call outcomes, and positive outcomes in that regard.
Yeah, it's definitely important to make sure we end the stigma around these addictions, and make sure we address them as much as we can. So Sheikhna, before I let you go, I know you're short on time, but I just wanted to ask you, what are some recommendations you give to your community for strategies and coping mechanisms that we could benefit from to avoid numbing ourselves from the stresses of life?
Well, I think number one, parents need to realize that when their kids are growing and they are of a particular age where they hit the age of puberty, or what we call accountability according to jurisprudential terminology, is that leading up to this particular phase in life, parents need to befriend their children, in the sense that children can confide in their parents more than they can find in their friends, right? Because friends may give the wrong advice, but parents would always want the best for the children. And if parents can actually develop a methodology in place where they can be open, progressive, able to listen to the concerns of the children, and so on and so forth, then in that way we can get the trust of these children, and we can help them even more with their dependencies. Transparency in relationships at home is of paramount importance. Transparency and access service to these kind of children within our setups, as whether it's the mosque, the Husayniyat, the alims themselves. The alims need to develop a new methodology in the sense that they are very much accessible. We cannot live in an era where an alim address is no longer even known to the community, as if he lives in Mars or Uranus or God knows what. He needs to be part and parcel of the community and be accessed just like Ahlul Bayt Salamullah alayhim were very much readily accessible to the community. Yes, I know it is taxing on the alim and his family, but if we have put our positions or ourselves in that positions as alims and mentors and educators to the community, we need to be out there. We need to be accessible. And this is very important and of paramount importance to put in place. Secondly, when we talk about spirituality, we cannot talk about it from a book perspective, just like our previous speakers spoke about. For example, Sheikh Bilal, may Allah bless him, and Dr. Farouk. I was very much, impressed by the presentation of both brothers, in the sense that practicality or practical spirituality is of more benefit than just talking about it from the mimbar. We need to practice practically spirituality within our community. The question of God consciousness, the question of wara, has to be presented in a paradigm by those who are educators, so people can see physically that it actually gives dividends and it works for people who develop a methodology of, for example, musharata or muraqaba or muhasaba, which is setting goals and trying to bring ourselves to account in regard to setting these goals, and so on and so forth, in order to reduce these particular challenges and impose, sometimes self-imposed challenges on ourselves as community members.
Thank you for that, Sheikhna.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, so no worries.
Yeah.
If just before I let you go, is there anything
Yes.
you'd like to say, any last words, anything you want to plug in?
Look,
before you leave?
I am putting myself out here despite my very busy schedule, that please, if you have a problem of that magnitude, contact me on my 2 pages of Facebook. We also have an app that not so many people know about, but it's called Ask Those Who Know. It is a very useful app. There is about 35 different alims from all walks of life who are members of that particular app. It can be downloaded from the App Store. It's called Ask Those Who Know. It's a great online service that we can, exchange views and answers and so on and so forth, and give referral services to people who are actually in need of such help that we can offer at hand. And I hope we can be of benefit to the community at large.
Thank you so much, Sheikhna, for that. It's an
Thank you,
honor
Habibi.
for having you with us today.
Fantastic.
So,
thank you for
we'll
having
transition. No worries. We'll transition to Sister Sarah. Sorry about that. So here, let's dive in specifically into some addictions, maybe substance abuse, gambling, social media, pornography. So what are some implications and effects of addictions? And how do they affect our mental well-being? How do they affect the ability to develop meaningful relationships? And how does it affect our occupational satisfaction?
Yeah, so there's a number of different impacts that go across the board and beyond. So the harms of engagement within a risk-based behavior with an addictive substance can have various impacts on an individual's life. We're talking about things from feelings of anxiety, irritability in presentation, depression, loss of hope, feelings of emptiness. So it impacts one on a mental health level, for instance, and let's start just there. So we know that I mentioned 50%, almost 50% of cases of substance use do have an overlap with mental health-based concerns. So there is something that is residually there. There's a void that may be potentially being filled. There is something that could be coming out of the woodworks as this addiction is carrying on. What are we kind of dealing with here? And so when you're looking at that aspect of things, Sheikh Jihad was really good in mentioning the comprehensive supportive environments that individuals do need to be within when going through an addictive phase, when trying to deal with an addictive behavior, an addictive pattern of behavior. There is that aspect of reaching out for help. So reaching out for support from various types of mental health-based support there because of the overlaps that we do have. And I could get into that just a little bit later, and I think I will touch upon that when we're closing off on this panel. I'll mention different types of supports that are available within the community. But to move this discussion on forward, an additional impact is the trouble with clarity thinking. So we're looking at individuals who may not be able to sustain a regular pattern of behavior. may not be able to sustain a regular lifestyle. So how effective are you at your job, for instance? If you're struggling with a dependency concern, or you're struggling with engagement within a risk-based behavior, can you show up to work every day? Can you think while you're on your job? Do you have the ability to focus? How are you spending your money that you're earning? So then this leads us to expenses. Are we taking care of our fundamental needs? Are we paying money towards rent, food, and other essential items? Or are we spending it on this addictive-based pattern of behavior? Are we spending it on a substance? Are we spending it on the alcohol, on the weed, on the other things in life that we're addicted to at this point? And oftentimes this leads to a disruptive lifestyle for this individual, transient lifestyle. So homelessness has a high affiliation with use of addictive substances. So the drugs, the alcohol, oftentimes we have transient cases of individuals who risk not having a place that's safe for them to go back to. And that's something that we also got to talk about in regards to how we're sustaining these individuals, how we're supporting them. It leads to legal problems, for instance, when you're not in the right state of mind, when you're not able to take control over your entire lifestyle, when you're engaging in substances, for instance, that do alter the state of your well-being and your mind and your ability to make judgment calls. You might make impulsive decisions in those moments that you're not completely aware of, and in turn lead to legal ramifications that do tend to happen. Blackout periods, injuries while under the influence, problems with relationships. This one's massive. So if we're looking at behaviors such as pornography, for instance, how does that impact my relationship with my significant other? How's that going to impact your level of intimacy, your expectations in those relationships? Are we now placing unreal expectations on the significant other that we're with that will in turn manifest into arguments and disruptive relationships that we're not able to sustain? Most likely, yes. And that's the negative implications of very addictive behaviors, is we don't have that base in reality anymore. We're losing those respect for boundaries. There's often diminutive behaviors that often ensue with these addictive based patterns of behavior as well. So there's a multitude of different impacts that do tend to play into this topic. And these are only a few to highlight, but you can see how disruptive it is to the nature of that individual's life.
Yeah, we do see like suicide rates, depression rates increasing due to the dependency on these addictions. So if you could provide us with some additional resources, how does someone ask for help?
Yeah, so Sheikh Jihad was very, very comprehensive at advocating for support and outlining how he does go about supporting communities. And to be honest, there is no one size fits all. There is no magic pill here, solve solution that I can hand to you. Every individual is unique. And we need to be aware that every individual is unique. The need for safe spaces to cultivate this conversation, to create this environment where individuals can come to you, can talk, we can have these conversations, and it's not judgmental, it's not stigmatized. And that's something that he was highlighting as well. It's the parents not telling their kids, oh my goodness, you've done something bad, and scolding them and all the implications of those behaviors. Everybody's aware of that when they do fall into these patterns of behaviors. They know there's something disruptive, they know there's something wrong, but the whole idea is to have this conversation on a very open field. Okay, we've identified there's a concern, but do I feel like I'm supported enough to have this conversation? So non-judgmental environments are massive with this, because just like anything that's a health-based concern, it plays back to the idea that some things are very embarrassing to address. Take urinary continence, for example, the involuntary ability to basically hold your urine or use the washroom at any given point. It's an embarrassing topic of discussion. It's a health-related concern. But what happens is that when we go to the doctor and we might be experiencing that, it's not something that's going to be an easy conversation. It's not something that we're going to talk about. It's gross, it's disgusting, we don't want to go there. And that's something that we want to highlight as well with addictions. It's something that can be shielded with a lot of embarrassment for this person coming forward. So empathize with that person on the level of any other health-based concern that might be just as embarrassing for you to go forward to a doctor about. We have to have that level of empathy when we're interacting with individuals going through any kind of loss of control. Another example of things that we do support individuals with is counseling and therapy. So counseling and therapy is massive. And I'm glad that Sheikh Jihad also mentioned this as well, where he did indicate that he has this multidisciplinary support system that does help him explore these individuals who do come forward, these cases that are brought forward. So counseling and therapy involving professionals to assess the underlying concerns. What is there in addition to the addictive behavior or the substance abuse? Is there emotional distress? Are we kind of trying to fall into a pattern of addictive behaviors or addictive substance use because we're avoiding something? What's the underlying cause? And so that ability to have that conversation with a therapist or a counselor in that situation is very, very fundamentally important. Then we can move into strategies like cognitive behavioral therapy to help individuals manage those negative thoughts and help them kind of compensate with those situations and find alternative means of coping. Techniques such as motivational interviewing are oftentimes effective with anybody trying to quit a substance. So different types of techniques kind of play into that. Then we go to the medication piece. Is there a need for medications to be involved? If somebody's got an underlying mental health-based concern, do we need to address that before we potentially cut the cycle of dependence, cut the cycle of use? Potentially, if there's depression and a means of coping has been, oh, I'm going to go out and I'm going to smoke some marijuana and I'm going to cope that way, then maybe we should be addressing the depression side of things. In conjunction with the therapy, we should potentially look at antidepressant medications that are appropriate in that situation if that individual qualifies for them. So oftentimes there's a multifold level of strategies that can be put down. Another big thing to note is that harm reductions, really, really important in this situation. So when individuals do use a substance of choice, for instance, let's talk alcohol, you're drinking in excess. You can't quit off the bat. That's not the way that works. Oftentimes that could be detrimental to someone's health. It could be potentially fatal. So we got to recognize that there is a harm reduction model in place where we are diminishing that over the span of whatever amount of time that we lay down. It's not an overnight, quick, easy fix. That's it. Khalas, it's gone. It's not going to happen like that. And that's a very real reality. It's a process. And that's like anything surrounding mental health. It's a process of how well and how effective and how supportive we can be for that individual. And we got to recognize that going in.
Yeah, it's really important to be able to, I hope we can like take these ideas to our communities and to our households to open a safe environment for us to speak about this, to allow people to speak up from during uncomfortable situations. So I think our time is up. And so if you wanted to give any last words, if you wanted to plug yourself, any social media handles, your websites, books, whatever it may be, shout out your parents if you wanted to, go ahead. Now's your chance.
Well, first thing, if anybody has any concerns, feel free to get in touch with me. My Twitter is just at my first name, last name, Sarah Walji. And my Instagram's The Global Health Nurse. So feel free to reach out to me throughout whatever media you guys do need and whatever's convenient and appropriate. Oftentimes I get conversations from individuals from various parts of the world, and then I help reconnect them to resources that are more local. I'm not a sustainable support, so I'd like to make that very, very clear. I just do immediate, oh, here's a question, maybe I can direct you here kind of resource seeking. The other thing is that utilize your virtual spaces right now. I know that we're in the midst of a pandemic. A lot of resources have transitioned into a virtual sphere. So use of virtual safe spaces is really, really important in this situation, especially right now where we don't have that face-to-face interaction. So there's a number of apps, there's a number of resources that have been published online. Digital therapists are now a big thing. So utilization of those, and you can navigate them on a regional level as well. Everybody's from a different part of the world. So unfortunately, I don't have one URL to fit everything. But if you look for local community supports, local crisis intervention lines, local hotlines, local addictions lines, or some kind of program based around that nature, usually it does lead you into a mental health system of sorts that you can reconnect with. And if anybody, again, has any questions, feel free to reach out.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sarah, for this amazing talk. Thank you to the organizers for allowing us a platform to be able to spread this message and talk about this sensitive topic. And thank you all. I hope the viewers can take something away and implement it in their communities. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
If there's one thing we share, we the lovers of the ones under the cloak, it's that pride we feel whenever we are reminded. It's unique, a positive, warm feeling steeped in gratitude. Deep down, we all know we're not worthy, but the warmth in the heart, the pride we feel when we hear his name and claim him as our own, as Islam's first and not fourth. The pride we feel when people like Dr. Henry Stubb describe him as just in all his actions, or Gerald de Gouy when he says he was brave in battle, true to his friends and magnanimous to his foes, or Wilfred Madelung who praises the generosity he showed to his defeated enemies, or Charles Mills who describes him as the Aaron of a second Moses. The list goes on. Thomas Carlyle, Edward Gibbon, Sir William Muir, Simon Oakley, Washington Irving, George Jordak, and on it goes. But how have so many failed to see the gate to the city? How did they miss the one who lifted the gate of Khaybar, the one whose door was left unlocked, the one who gave charity as he bowed, the one who walked away from Marhab, the one who slept in the Prophet's bed, the one who didn't run away, the one who counseled his enemies, the peak of eloquence, the champion at Badr, Uhud, Khandaq and Hunain, who fed the poor at night, the father of the youth of paradise, the one who was begged to lead, the dot under the bar, the Naba al-Azim, the one and only born inside the Kaaba. If that's not enough, turn to chapter 2 verse 207, or maybe 781 or 2082. If not, how about 58:12 or 1343? Try 66:4, 36, 361, 454, 483, 76:8, 42:23, 53, 554, 555, 33:33. How can they not see? O Prophet, deliver what has been revealed to you from your Lord, and if you do not do it, then you have not delivered his message, and Allah will protect you from the people. This day have I perfected for you your religion and completed my favor on you and chosen for you Islam as a religion. Who are these verses about? 1400 years separate us, but he is forever our pride and honor. We claim him as ours. They kill us for it, but we still remain. When we embrace him, logic and ration soon fade away. Insane exaggerators we are often labeled, but drink from his fountain and taste for yourself. As he said to Kumail, what sprinkles on you flows within me. He is Nafs al-Rasul, Amir al-Mu'mineen, Imam al-Muttaqeen, Madhar al-Ajaib, Asadullah al-Ghalib, Maulana Ali ibn Abi Talib. Most of us know we're not worthy, but he is still our King and glory.
Jazakumullah khair, Sheikh Jihad and Sister Sada. I'm sure your message resonated and touched the hearts of many of our young brothers and sisters and really encouraged people to seek help and counseling if they need it. It does take courage and wisdom to understand that you have a problem, and it takes even more courage to take a step and seek help to overcome that problem. You shouldn't ever feel ashamed if you do have a problem, and never feel ashamed to come clean to loved ones about it and ask to get help. Now, before we head into our final segment of the evening and the highly anticipated keynote address, I'm pleased to introduce the founder of this initiative, my elder brother and one of my mentors, Sayyid Jawad Qazwini. Sayyid Jawad will be giving his closing address along with speaking on the concept of reform. Sayyid Jawad, you could take over from here.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the Gracious, the Most Merciful. The concept of reform or islah is one which is mentioned more than 200 times explicitly throughout the glorious Quran. The true message of the Quran in its entirety is built around reform. Every single prophet and messenger sent by the Almighty God came to bring reform and to lead the nations towards positive change. However, what we've learned from history is that reform isn't something easy to achieve. Prophets were killed, wars were waged, lands were invaded, houses of worship were destroyed. People were killed and crucified trying to create reform. So why is it that we resist reform so much? And why is it that reformists are willing to get killed, burned, and crucified for their cause? We cannot fully appreciate the notion of reform unless we look into the life and legacy of our master, the commander of the faithful, Amir al-Mu'mineen Ali alayhi salam. The messenger of Allah, our beloved, and the beloved of Allah tells us, if you want to remain with haqq, if you wish to be on the side of the truth, Aliyun ma'al haqq wal haqqu ma'a Ali. Let Ali guide you. Let Ali illuminate your path. In a famous tradition, the Prophet tells Ammar, if the entire world takes a path and Ali takes another path, follow the path of Ali. Thus, let us ask Imam Ali, let us ask him what is not considered true reform, what is not considered the right path to rejuvenate our community. The response comes from the legacy of Ali, telling us, number one, reform will not be achieved by constantly trying to please the wealthy. Number two, reform will never come through creating a new version of the religion most convenient for those who aren't willing to make Allah a priority in their lives. So then we ask our master, our dear Imam, what is true reform? His legacy tells us, number one, Imam Ali looked after the weak, showed kindness to the oppressed, listened to the people. He was fair, he was generous, he was kind. He didn't look for power, but when it came to his doorsteps, his aim was islah. His aim was reform. Number two, throughout his noble life, he had one thing in mind only, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. With that said, brothers and sisters, let me quickly put things in perspective for everyone in terms of our current situation today. Muslims, and especially the followers of the Ahl al-Bayt living in the West, we need reform, and we need it yesterday. Let us not sit there complaining about our situation if we have not done anything to change it. Let us end the blame game. Change will only come if all of us get involved, every single one of us. And in spirit of Imam Ali's blessed name, I urge you, I beg you, let us aim to bring the following change, the following islah within our community in 2021. Number one, no more prejudice, no more discrimination, no more running an Islamic center based on culture. If you wish to have cultural centers, then give them their appropriate titles. If they are Islamic and houses belonging to God, then know that the Messenger of Allah stated in his very last sermon, لا فضل لعربي على أعجمي إلا بالتقوى. No more divisions. No more divisions based on ethnicity and cultural differences. Number two, we must make room for the future leaders, the youth. We must allow them to lead. Yes, they will make mistakes, but so will you. This way, we ensure a bright future for the religion of Islam in the West. Number three, get involved with Interfaith. Open up your doors, your masjids, your Islamic centers, and even your homes to non-Muslims, and introduce them to the Quran and the teachings of Muhammadin wa Ali Muhammad alayhim afdalus salati wassalam. Number four, give importance to mental health. Do not ignore those who are suffering from anxiety and depression. Consider people in the community your own children, your brothers and sisters. Number five, Find a reason to bring the community closer. Do not listen to those who are trying to create division amongst us. And now, here's the fun part. I would like to thank our partners, Ahl al-Bayt TV, under the leadership of my brother, Sayyid Mahdi al-Mudarrisi, for airing this entire event to more than 98 countries around the world. I would like to thank the Universal Muslim Association of America, Ummah, for their many years of dedication and service. I would like to especially thank the Baron Hotel in the holy city of Karbala for graciously sponsoring this event. And let me show my appreciation to the 35 esteemed organizations whom we had the pleasure and the privilege of collaborating with. I would like to thank our distinguished guests and panelists, especially Congressman Al Green, for his beautiful remarks yesterday. Tonight's keynote address by His Excellency, Brother Sada Qambar, this humble and kind man who always speaks from the heart. Both our keynote speakers and panelists are personal friends with my dear brother and personal friend, Mr. Lutfi Hassan. Mr. Hassan is a man who tirelessly worked for the empowerment of our community for more than 2 decades. I would like to thank those who did not come up on your screen, those who weren't mentioned or recognized, but put in more than 16 hours a day at times just to make this dream turn into a reality. I cannot thank you enough for all your dedication and service. And finally, I am always ever thankful and grateful to Allah Azza wa Jal, the Almighty, who gave us the strength to keep going despite the odds. Please do forgive us for any shortcomings. We did try our best. I hope you have enjoyed this 2-day conference, and I hope to see you all in person next year. Thank you all for your support. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you for that innovative and informative speech, Sayyid Jawad. Tayyib Allah anfasek. Reform is the main theme we are encompassing in this conference, and it is truly pivotal for the progression of any community looking to achieve success. It's one thing to say that we need to make reforms, but in order to carry them out, we need to undertake collective action as an entire ummah and as one family. Our next panel is the most anticipated of the evening, our keynote address. One of the most pivotal figures in the advancement of the interests of American Muslims, Ambassador Sadaq Kambar was the special envoy to the organization of the Islamic Conference, and he'll be motivating us with his wise words. Our respected and knowledgeable moderator is highly acclaimed in his own regard. The respected brother Lutfi Hassan is the founder of the Apex Group and has been at the forefront of advisory work to presidents and legislators in foreign relations. I'd like to now allow Mr. Hassan to take over. Mr. Hassan, the floor is now yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Thank you very much for having me at this panel. Welcome again, everyone, and thank you again for joining our discussion this evening. As we close out the Imam Ali Conference celebrating the spirit of reform hosted by Maulana Sayyid Jawad Qazwini Group, who continuously aims to provide a platform to American Muslims to advance political, social, economic, and religious goals important to our community. The purpose of this weekend's conference is to create a forum to foster interfaith unity, to understand the importance of participating in our civic and political responsibility, to dispel misgivings about Islam and Muslims, and to help our fellow Americans better understand Islam through the Quran and the teachings of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam. Once again, special thanks to Sayyid Jawad Qazwini Group, Ummah, Ahlul Bayt TV, Baron Hotel Group, and 35 other partners and sponsors for organizing this successful global event. And thank Maulana Jawad Qazwini for inviting me to moderate this evening. As we begin tonight's discussion, we celebrate the life and teachings of Imam Ali, a school we should all learn from. During the years of his leadership, his domain extended over 50 countries as per today's map. The Imam did not segregate between the social classes. The Imam was often seen roaming the streets of Kufa like everyone else. We did not need the army to protect him. He did not need the army to protect him. He did not require a showy parade to inform people that he was passing by. In fact, many times, the people who interacted with him did not even recognize him. The Imam used to help them. The Imam used to protect them. One recalls the time when he brought food for a widow and her children and how he played with orphans. The Imam was part of his people. Justice was the cornerstone of his reign, and he believed that no one was above from the law, even himself. In fact, the law during the Imam's term did not distinguish between poor and rich, relative or strangers, merchant or farmer. There's a famous story of when a person of the Jewish faith stole Imam Ali's shield. The Imam, despite being the infallible leader who had control of the whole nation, did not abuse his power and decided to take him to court. The judge ruled in favor of the Jewish man, and the Imam accepted the decision. The man was taken aback by this, that he accepted Islam after seeing the justice of the commander of the faithful. Imam Ali truly excelled in keeping Islam alive, protecting the welfare of the community, and spreading justice. And it is incumbent upon us to learn from the examples of our Prophet and Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam. And we should strive hard to reform our situation to do better. In this context, you look in the mirror and ask yourself and see if you are doing this for yourself, your family, your friends, and your community. Let us leave our differences aside and unify together as one group, one ummah, as Muslims, and strive to galvanize and help in political process, which will yield humongous opportunities for the betterment of the community. Take it from me. I have done this for more than 28 years. Muslims in America are turning the corner, and it is your duty to be a part of this fabric for our next generation. We need not look elsewhere to copy that. We need not look elsewhere, but to copy what our cousins who were treated unfairly with hate and bigotry. They decided to take matters in their own hands instead of complaining, and followed the political process by the book to become one of the most powerful groups to control the political agenda. I constantly see videos of unfair treatment to Muslims across the world sent to me. I sympathize with those who are being victimized. We need not ourselves every these messages with other community members if we are doing anything to correct this. Again, look in the mirror and ask what role you're personally playing to help eradicate this ugly behavior against Muslims through the political process. To discuss this and more this evening, we welcome our guest who served as the first United States Special Envoy to the Organization of the Islamic Conference, a 57-nation world body appointed by President George W. Bush. As a US ambassador, he engaged in hard and soft diplomacy, advancing the interests of America, its allies, and building new partnerships while containing America's rivals and keeping constant pressure on religious extremism. Since 2009, he has been an entrepreneur focused on technology and healthcare, additionally drawing his diplomatic international entrepreneurial experience. He speaks and lectures globally. His opinion pieces have been featured in outlets such as The Hill and Austin American Statesman. He has been written about and quoted in publications including Forbes, the Wall Street Journal, and the business journals. I have had the pleasure of knowing this very special Texan for over 30 years. I have enjoyed working closely with him on various community matters and issues at various levels of US government. Please welcome my brother and my lovely friend, the Honorable Ambassador Sarah Cumber. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Lutfi Saab, for this generous introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, Lutfi Saab is a lifelong family friend, and in Texas, he is an institution in his own right. I also want to thank Maulana Sayyid Jawad Qazvini for inviting me to this event. I'm honored to be the keynote speaker at the conference of Imam Ali, Spirit of Reform. I feel humble in sharing my thoughts on the most important spiritual and intellectual authority in Islam after Prophet Muhammad. A gifted thinker Imam Ali, a renowned orator and a heroic warrior. The past 2 days, I have enjoyed and witnessed presentations by some of the finest intellectuals, orators, ulamas, and talented young panelists who have articulated and shared their profound knowledge on Imam Ali and other life matters. And I want to thank them all. As a former ambassador with an interest in geopolitics and civil society, I have crafted my remarks on the governing principles of Imam Ali and their significance in today's world. Kindly note that I'm speaking in my personal capacity, not representing any government or faith community. I have a granddaughter, 7 years old, Malia, and this morning when I told her that I'll be doing my keynote, she made this little good luck prayer for me with a little heart in there, so I thought I'll share with you. My sisters and brothers, I want to start with one of my favorite sayings attributed to Imam Ali. He said, "Teach your children things you did not learn when you were their age. For they have been created for a time that is different from your time." Like many of Imam Ali's guidelines, these words contain both outer and inner meanings. The outer meaning here is concise and clear, but the inner meaning, I believe, Murtaza Ali is telling us that tomorrow would be different from today. And while everything we have told you is true, the significance of each pronouncement may not be the same in all times and all places. My friends, the capacity of human mind is vast, but not infinite. It is probably impossible at our human level to speak about what was said to the people of 7th century and demonstrate its application to the people of 21st century. This is the challenge of all those who follow a revealed faith, transposing the words of yesterday to the world of today. This is rather a flowery way to say that all Muslims must do their best in wrestling mortal limitations and extrapolating the words and deeds from Islam's 1st century to our modern world. My remarks for this conference will ponder on the governing principles of Ali as an imam and as a caliph. And they would include human rights, race and gender equality, diversity and pluralism, civil society, access to justice, education, economy, and leadership through service. Now, due to time constraint, I will touch upon only issues of empowerment of women, which is gender equality, education, economy, and civil society. All evidence in Imam Ali's governing principles show us that the central objective of his governing model or his strategy, governing strategy, was simply to improve the quality of life for all people. The letter to Malik al-Ashtar is simultaneously a letter from one man to another, a well thought of treatise not on government, but on the act of governance itself. Now, you and I know that Murtaza Ali was a reformer and an activist. He was concerned by the emergence of a new elite within Islam that exploited the weak. Abuse of power by the strong against the weak deeply offended Imam Ali. Looking at his words, it is impossible to separate Islam from the dignity and protection for the humble and the weak. His emphasis on good governance flow not from top down, but from bottom up. This mirrors Imam Ali's spirituality, emphasizing deeds over rituals and personal communion more than public piety. Therefore, we will observe most of the world's Sufi tariqas trace spiritual lineage of their traditions through Imam Ali. Now, in gender equality and the empowerment of women, Imam Ali showed deep concern for equity. Imam said, "He who has a daughter will avail blessings and forgiveness of God." Imam Ali is saying that having a daughter is not just good, she's the blessings from Allah. And he is clear that nurturing of our daughters can be such that they go on into their lives to have role in social, economics, political, and educational spheres. Now, we all know that in the last 2 days, we have, mashallah, seen young ladies exceedingly overperforming on all the panels. Look at the women closer to him, Imam Ali's wife and daughter. They were knowledgeable in matters both spiritual and mundane. He gave great praise to Fatima, Al-Zahra the Radiant, his wife, but also his partner in a loving relationship. In the marriage, which some say was divinely ordained, look at the bride born in the Prophet house and the groom born in Kaaba, Allah's home. What a perfect match, mashallah. Talking of education, the Prophet said, "I am the city of knowledge, and Ali is its gate." That statement can be read many ways, but the emphasis here is that Ali is the gateway to Islam's love of education, learning, and acquiring of knowledge. In Imam Ali's time, the great Islamic educational institutions such as Al-Azhar were centuries away. Even madrasas were still in nascent state. The family was the primary vehicle for education, framing it as both a duty and the right. Parents have a duty to educate their children, and children have a right to be educated. Ladies and gentlemen, that leads us nicely into the need of civil society, a modern term coined in the West. Now, some in the West and in the Muslim world question whether there is truly an Islamic civil society. I ask, what are institutions such as ulama, tribes, guilds, millats, waqfs, and even some Sufi tariqas, if not manifestation of civil society initiative? In commerce and economics, Imam Ali's approach was distinctly different from those of early Muslim leaders and defy easy contemporary categorization. Remember, one of Imam's many titles was Abu al-Yatama, the father of orphans. He prioritized social safety nets for protect of poor and vulnerable with the project to improve their lifestyle. Imam Ali has no problem when it comes to creation of wealth. He would not tolerate profit interfering with the general welfare and prosperity of all people. Ladies and gentlemen, in Islam, creation of wealth is a bounty minus greed. But it is in the distribution of wealth that brings a formidable social responsibility on all of us. The revelation clearly articulates that a person in need has right into your wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, these meditations upon Imam Ali remind us how blessed we are to have the Imams. Indeed, we are told that the world could not exist for a moment without the presence of Imam Zaman, who is the proof of God, Hujjatullah. Having dwelled into Imam Ali's word and action of his governance, their guidance in and through the world is as ever present and essential as the air we breathe. Alhamdulillah, our faith traditions have offered us different ways to understanding the Imams. We know aspects of Imam Ali are seen very differently in different parts of the Muslim world. These sometimes acrimonious views serve as shorthand for a faith community that is arguably more divided and polarized than ever. I want to conclude my remarks with the story of Imam Ali and the young man who asked him, "What is Tawheed?" Now, this was just before the start of the Battle of Camel, also Jamil. People were baffled that this young man would ask this question at such a sensitive time. But Imam Ali stopped and answered him, saying that battles happen when education fails. Let me repeat. Battles happens when education fails. My professional interests give me cause to study the history of Christianity and other religions. To wrap up my keynote remarks today, I want to take us to a place and time that may seem not a possibility. Yes, I'm talking about Europe in 16th and 17th centuries. In 1519, Martin Luther began the Protestant Reformation, challenging the Catholic Church in a way not experienced in its 1500 years of history. A century later, religious differences had combined with cultural and economic tensions. And by 1618, these tensions and hatred between Christians boiled over into a war unlike anything Europe had ever seen, or honestly, has since. At the end of what is now called 30 Years' War, 8 million Catholics and Protestants had been murdered, starved, or left to die of disease, all in the name of religion. As a percentage of Europe's then much smaller population, this was worse than both world wars. Parts of Germany lost as much as 2/3 of their population. Now, peace came not through victory, but through exhaustion. The two sects got tired of fighting and killing each other. And their choices were either coexist or death of Christianity. Khalas. Ladies and gentlemen, is this starting to sound familiar? Now please mark what I'm about to say. This happened when Christianity was 1600 years old. Today, Islam is 1468 years old. Muslims too, we all will face that defining choice. We can benefit from Christianity's experience and make the wise choice without suffering the same horrors. Muslims must work for a genuine understanding and acceptance of one another. Remember, in the Revelation, Allah says that there is no compulsion in faith. And Imam Ali has already warned us. Battles happen when education fails. Battle happens when education fails. I invite you to please join me at the end in a prayer. O Allah, let thy peace be on Muhammad, the chosen, and on Ali, the favorite, and on the Imams, the pure, and on the evidence of thy authority, the Lord of age and time, the Imam Zaman. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Sadasab. What an enlightening and powerful speech. Thank you so much. We appreciate your insights and are so lucky to have you representing our community. Thank you very much. I have some questions. Actually, there are abundant questions coming through. Looks like people are watching you everywhere across the world, but we have time only for limited questions. So I have started selecting. The first question I would like to pose that has been submitted here is, can you share with us the role you played at OIC?
Well, thank you for asking that question. As we are all aware that the OIC stands for the Organization of the Islamic Conference. OIC is the second largest NGO, non-governmental organization after the United Nations. Now, United Nations has over 190 members, and OIC has 57 members. OIC also has what we call observer state status, that US, Russia, Canada, and quite a few other European countries sit on OIC with an observer status. The role that I played was that President Bush had appointed me as the very first special envoy to the OIC. And the challenge at that time, Lutfi Saab, was that United States was having tremendous challenges in maintaining relationship, or where we were failing to explain to the rest of the world how Muslims are seen in the United States. There was so much noise by special interest group in the media that it was almost becoming impossible to take the message to the Muslim countries saying that America is not at war with Islam. That was the government policy. But unfortunately, as I said, there was so much noise that it was becoming very difficult. In fact, it got to a point where when I would be traveling, and I traveled to over 40 countries to explain our position of the government. And there was a time that we had to bring the leadership of Muslim countries into America, into the White House, at the middle of the night, so that they can spend some time, quality time with the leadership to understand that America was trying to deal in a situation where we were not the enemies of Islam. So my role actually was to go ahead and explain where America stands when it comes to our relationship with the Muslim world and the Ummah. Now, that also included some of the position or the role or the work that I had to do was also to work with Muslim countries where we had a very sensitive issues in internal wars or external wars. So I was involved also in one of the battles or war going on in Lebanon, and I was part of the ceasefire negotiations. But these things were always becoming very challenging. So the role was actually to go to the Muslim world and share with them how we Muslims actually live in America, what kind of rights we enjoy. Because I would go and tell them that at that time we had over 2,000 mosques. And we had over 1.3 or 1.6 million Muslims in America. Rather not 1.6 million, but 6 million Muslims in America. And how we represent and live our lives. What kind of rights we enjoy here. And that was my role at that time. And it was something that I hope I was successful.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very obviously enlightening for people to learn. It's very educational. The second question is, as an immigrant that you have started over 12 startups, companies, served as a community leader, and also served at state and federal government level, appointed by the governor and the president of the United States. Can you tell us how you were able to achieve such level of success in such a short time?
Well, Lutfi Saab, and I have been reflecting on this question on myself. And the deeper that I think and more mature I'm getting in my life, I'm realizing that there was some kind of fear, utter fear of failure, and I just didn't want it to fail. In fact, when I was a kid, I didn't want to fail my parents. I never wanted to, fail my siblings. I always wanted to never wanted to fail my wife or my children, and now my grandchildren. So this sheer fear of failure has always inspired me to make sure that I absolutely do the very best where I can get where I want to. And obviously, when you want to achieve a goal, you have to be very focused. And if you look at my family, we are 9 siblings and I'm the baby of the family. So I was always nurtured. I was always harnessed. I was always empowered by my siblings with tremendous amount of confidence in myself. So when I came out in the world, for some reason, I always wanted to be successful. And I had to work very hard. Now, something that I need to share with the young people who are listening and watching today, that to achieve the goal in your life, as much as you want to be working very hard, you have to make sure that you have skill sets and knowledge. And somewhere along the line, you take some of the subject matters and you almost become an authority on those subject matters. It may be foreign policy, It could be any domestic policy. It could be race. It could be slavery in America, 400 years of sin that we don't know how to get rid of it. Take a subject matter and become an expert domain. What I call inch wide and mile deep. If you can do a couple of those subject matters and become an authority on that, and then for the purpose of conversation, first was inch wide and mile deep, and now it's mile wide and inch deep, which is for the purpose of conversation, you need to have subject matters where you have some light knowledge. If you walk into a room, it does not matter if you're attending a city council meeting or the school board meeting. If you can walk with that kind of authority and knowledge, everyone would listen to you. They would not just hear you, but they would listen to you. You and I know that there is a difference between hearing and listening, but they will listen to you because they will understand and appreciate. That exercise in itself will always open doors for you. You'll be surprised how many times you'll be invited to come and talk about the subject matter that you are expert in. The same thing that goes in every part of your life when you want to find success. And I think more than anything else, at the end of the day, our faith traditions always teach us that you have to be thankful, that you have been blessed, and you seek and invoke His grace all the time. And then He protects you and He carries you, and you almost have to have that feeling in your heart.
Thank you so much. I can relate to some of the stuff you said, particularly when you mentioned failure is not an option. The Desi generation, when they came to this country, obviously they had to do it. They had to get it done. And we had no option of failure. So I can relate to that. Thank you so much for obviously very educating answer that you have given in terms of how we need to conduct, how we need to work hard. Now, I have a question from one of the participants. David Wallace, the former mayor of Sugar Land, worked very closely with you and the Ismaili community to promote peace, harmony, and economic prosperity in our community. Mayor Wallace asks, what can the current leadership do to continue these efforts? If you would like to answer this. We have one more question after this. I know we are time constrained, but please see if you can answer this. This is a local question I have incorporated. Thank you.
So David, thank you, Mayor Wallace, for joining us this evening. I think the audience needs to know that I am a registered Republican, but I've always been a centrist. I can be to the left slightly or to the right. What we see now in the American political challenge is that before 80s, both parties, the Republican and the Democrats, had conservative and liberals as part of their membership. But since 80s, what has happened is that one party has gone completely to the right and one party has gone completely to the left. So the people like myself who are in the centrist have become very challenging. Unfortunately, in the last election cycle, I joined 100 key former national security and diplomats in signing that we will be voting for the incoming President Joe Biden as a president of the United States. Now, we know from the last pronouncements from President Biden, the direction they want to go when it comes to dealing with the Muslim communities around the world. And he has been signing quite a large numbers of, I don't know what we call it. The president signs these orders, the executive orders. And if you see those executive orders, Mayor Wallace, we are moving in the direction where things will look better when it comes to Ummah living in America. Now, we have to watch what happens in the next 2 years. The Republican on the right, if they win the election in the next 2 years in the House, and the House turns to the Republican, then it will be very challenging. Today, I think President Biden, the Democratic Party, has the White House, they have a House, and they have a Senate. So I hope President Biden gets enough time to move all the directives that have gone against the Muslims back into where America truly believes that this is a melting pot where everybody comes in and becomes part of the society that benefits from every opportunity that we have in America.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And we will now take the final question. And I have some input in this. Many American Muslims approach the issue of political activism by following the model of the Prophet Muhammad, who established an Islamic community in Medina where there have been none before. In the past 2 decades, Muslim groups have begun to see political action as one way to spreading the Islamic message and correcting popular misconception about the religion, as well as educating legislators and public officials about Islam and the social, moral, and political concerns of Muslims. This education is imperative because of both national and international concerns. At the same time, anti-Muslim sentiment in America is also seen to have a negative impact on foreign policy, whether in Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and elsewhere throughout the world. What are your thoughts on how we can go about educating our legislators and engaging our community on both sides of the aisle? Balancing the act, if you will.
Lutfi Saab, this is a very deep and very important question. Let me break it down in 2 parts. One is that in America, as much as we believe in capitalism, if you look at FDR and the changes that he brought earlier, almost 70 years back, America can handle. America is a country which is very generous. US aid and other private sectors in America, they distribute almost $350 million a year in what we call in Islamic institution, the waqfs, where these dollars or this charity goes out genuinely to help all people. So that way, America is a very generous country. Now, if you see the capitalism and how capitalism is instituted and run, some wise men told me that capitalism is a ruthless way of running the country. But then again, it was in this capitalism that FDR came and gave us Social Security. They gave us Medicare and Medicare that we have today. So we have people with good hearts. Now, the model that you want to describe is the social governance. And if you go to the Western Europe today, if you go to these Scandinavian countries, Denmark, and all of those countries, they do have that. The challenge is that American model of capitalism would not allow for the government to take away almost 60 or 70% of your earnings to take care of the need of people that are otherwise marginalized. That's one issue. But still, we are able to do a lot more than rest of the world when it comes to generosity. But on the other side, we have special interest. We have lobbying. When the two kind of parties, one goes on the extreme left and one goes on the extreme right, what happens in the middle? The middle, we have issues because in the middle, special interest and lobbyists take over. Now, I must share with you something that I have been telling the government, the Muslim majority governments. Whenever I get to see them, I tell them that in America, it is your right to come and hire the best lobbyist, the best special group, and they will go and talk to the congressman and your senator. Lutfi Saab, you and I know that in our House of Representatives, every 2 years you have to run for an office. Now think about a good person, a genuinely nice person who was an activist and who has worked at the school board level, who has worked at the city council level. He or she chooses to run for an election to go to the Congress or the House. She or he wins and gets into the office the very first day. And the chief of staff would come and say, ma'am or sir, at the end of the day, we have to go and meet some people who are going to be supporting you for your next 2 years. And this congressman is saying, I've just sat in my office and you are asking me to go and see for the next 2 years? And the answer is yes. If you do not have their support and their dollars, you will never make it for the next 2 years. They're going to put a candidate and they will put so much funds around him or her that you will be defeated. Our model of government is such, Lutfi Saab, that the day you walk into the office, you are selling your soul. All right, so let's accept that this is the fact of life. Why don't we Muslims go ahead and communicate and work with that model? I promise you, you will change the minds, because in America, in capitalist environment, your dollar works. And if we are ready to put our act together, and we are solidified together, and we become a unit, there is nobody who can stop us. The problem is not with this model. The problem is within us, because we are not together and we are not united. That's the challenge.
Thank you so much for the words of wisdom. If we follow your advice, particularly our community that has not engaged, who are sitting on the sidelines, in spite of requests from leaders, from local leaders, from our spiritual leaders, those who have sat on the sidelines and have not participated, I think they need to really take your word seriously, and they need to get involved to galvanize. Thank you so much, Sadasab, for joining us today. Since 9/11, an increasing number of American Muslims have chosen to pursue political career at both federal and state level. In 2007, Keith Ellison, the U.S. representative for Minnesota, 5th Minnesota's 5th congressional district became the first Muslim elected to the Congress. Ellison received much attention when he was sworn in to the U.S. House of Representatives with a Quran that had belonged to President Thomas Jefferson. My friend Ellison served in that role until 2018, at which point he ran for and was elected Minnesota's Attorney General. Andrew Carson, another friend of ours, the U.S. representative for the 7th Congressional Districts of Indiana and an American Muslim, was elected in 2008 and was re-elected every 2 years through 2018. Also in 2018, 2 Muslim women were elected to Congress, Rashida Tlaib from Michigan and Ilhan Omar from Minnesota. Great, great leaders. Many young American Muslims who came of age post 9/11 have begun to take leadership roles in the political sphere to change the image and treatment of American Muslims. Keith Ellison voiced that many American Muslims feel when we explained in 2011 hearings to investigate the radicalization of American Muslims. We have seen the consequences of anti-Muslim hate, the best defense against extreme ideologies in social inclusion and civic engagement. Good to know your elected official. Stay engaged. They need to know you are their constituent, and therefore your opinions matter. Like we have done here in Texas throughout the last couple of decades, our community has been very actively involved. I hope that other states that are not as active will become so. Follow the guidelines of your local leadership, support them in every which way, and get your local elected politicians elected with good margins so that they can help and return the favor, so we have a seat at the table. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Sayyid Jawad Khizvini, and all the participants, the sponsors, including the Baron Hotel, for their participation, the Ahlul Bayt TV for their participation, Oma for their participation. Thank you very much. It couldn't have happened without your support. So please continue to support this engagement. I hope to see next year a live conference. I'm there to support in any which way possible. And with the leaders like Ambassador Sada Kumber, Congressman Al Green, and others who are always there to help us, we will definitely take this to the next level. Thank you so much. God bless you all for listening and joining us tonight. Thank you very much.
Allah bless you both, respected brother Mr. Hassan and Ambassador Sada Kumber. May Allah continue to reward you both for all it is that you do to progress the name of Islam and assist the individuals in our community. That was such a motivating address. It has been an honor introducing you both tonight. I want you to please use hashtag Imam Ali 2021 to let us know your thoughts on the event and to interact with us personally. I'd like to thank all the participants in today's portion of the conference, all of our knowledgeable panelists and expert moderators. I appreciate you. Everyone who joined us from all over the world, our valuable and beautiful viewers. We hope you have benefited from all the panels and were touched by the valuable talks that were given. To our official sponsor, the Baron Karbala, we appreciate your support and we pray for your continued success in the servitude of the Zuwar of Imam Hussein. To our partners, we appreciate you for spreading awareness and ensuring the successful outreach of the Imam Ali and Spirit of Reform Conference. I really want to thank our IT team, which are the true reason this conference was a success. They didn't sleep, they worked day in and day out for long and tireless hours. Sayyid Mahdi Ziauddin, Haji Wa'il al-Hasnawi, and Hussein al-Sammak. I pray you receive the shafa'ah of Imam Ali for your service and hard work. Thank you from the bottom of our heart. Thank you all. It has been an honor for me. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah and ya Ali madad.